mau ke o kaina I kupono ea I mua uo mau ke o kaina I kupono ea I mua uo mau ke o kaina I kupono ea while if I just nowadays a man at our kings and queens would visit all the islands and saw everything. How would they feel about the changes of our land? Why could you just imagine if they were around and saw our concrete jungle?
Aloha. Good morning, ba. Aloha kakahiaka. Rocky Cannon here with Isaiah Walker. Aloha. We got Ezra Rodriguez on standby helping us out. It is the 2022, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Man, so good to be back here at Pipeline.
Oh, it's been a couple years, and so stoked the waves are firing again. Last time we had this event, it was pumping, and so we're looking forward to some really good surf today.
Well, that's pretty much our criteria. GPP, gotta be pumping. And it is pumping today. New swell filling in. We had a kind of a northy rising swell yesterday, and then another reinforcement further from the west. So yesterday we were off for our second official day of running, but it was too much north swell, a little bit too much sand. You know, the wind has kind of been a non-factor, which has been nice. Yeah. It's been really calm. I mean, there's not a coconut leaf moving as we speak right now. But this westerly reinforcement has helped us being able to see more open lefts, and there's still some rights out there too.
I know. I'm always amazed with the athletes, that the way they make it look easy. When I showed up this morning, it looked so big and scary. Some second reefers rolling through, and but I mean, still couple guys getting some backdoor barrels. We saw some in and outs, and it's just cleaning up. It seems like every minute it's just getting better and better.
Yeah, in and outs. That is going to be the key for the big scores. I want to say thank you to Surfline for putting this on their website and getting this broadcast throughout the world. And mahalo to Salt and Air Productions, all of the crew here with Mike Prickett and the gang. Thank you guys so very much. So anybody tuning in right now, we want to say mahalo to you as well, and share the site, tell your friends. It's going to be an epic day. We're not quite started with the official heats yet. I believe we're shooting for an 8:45 start, so that's about 10 minutes away from our time right now. And we've got a couple of really cool teams. I believe our first team that's going to be in the water is, as you know, we do the pulling of teams out of a hat to see who goes first. And it'll be the Peruvians that'll be out there. The Peruvian Tubos team with Alvaro Malpartida, Gabriel Villaran, Cristobal de Cole, Alonso Correa, Joaquin del Castillo. So that's a really strong foreign or international team.
International.
Another really cool team that I'm excited to see and so stoked for is our Wahine team, our WSL Wahine team. Yeah. That consists of Carissa Moore, Malia Manuel, Moana Wong, Coco Ho, all local girls that know this spot very well, and really like the fact that the Hui opened up that avenue of competition to have the Wahine come here and compete.
Yeah, I'm so stoked on that division too, and it really shows the level of women surfing, right? To be in this event, and the Hui Backdoor Shootout is known for pretty much its heavy days.
Right.
I saw Carissa actually this morning walking on the beach, and I was like, good for you, girl. You go, because it's pretty intimidating, but I mean, she's tough and she's ready to go. Also saw Malia Manuel and some of the other girls, women, excuse me. And so I tip my hat to them. The women are definitely charging.
And I'm pretty sure we could say, you know, girls, wahine, women, female, it'll all be all G. And I want to say mahalo to our sponsors too, because obviously this event, you know, it's got a lot of prize money, it has a lot of prestige, but it will be impossible to run without our great sponsors. So the Keiki Bungalows right down the road here.
Right. That
is sponsoring this year, along with the Hui Wax and the Odom Corporation. Thank you very much. We've also got Sinaloa, the tortillas.
Sinaloa.
I buy those all the time.
I do too.
Aloha Salads and Chris Lufrano, been helping us out for some years now. Body Armor, Kona Brewing Hawaii. Hopefully will be helping us out a little bit later in the afternoon. Monster Energy and Keala Aiwohi, thank you very much. Defend Hawaii, Chris and the crew there. And we're wearing our beautiful brand new Oahu Golf apparel.
Bro, these shirts are comfy.
They're super comfy. Tim Hazelgrove and the Oahu Golf Apparel OGA, thank you very much. Himiko Organic, Kenui Kitchen, Konos Hawaii, Pupukea Grill, and Two Thumbs Tattoo over there in Mililani, Berabo, Mahalo. And wow, a lot of great food and beverage sponsors.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to.
I always get excited looking at our sponsors because I can start to predict what's for lunch.
Yeah, and then Opus start rumbling.
Rumbling like the surf this morning. Boy, it's amazing.
Yeah, my
being
Oppo
right
cannot
here.
compete with that, bro. There's some huge waves coming in, and you know, our Surfline forecast has it being really consistent and steady all day.
Yeah.
And just looking at some of the reports here from the buoys that are out there, and the main buoys that we're looking at, 51001 and 51101, they're huge. You know, 13 feet, 16 seconds. That's a pretty healthy swell. You know, solid 10 to 12 foot pipe.
Yep, for real. You know, you're talking, Rocky, about the team divisions, and you're excited about the Wahine team and the Peruvian team that's up first. There's some really cool teams. There's a Snap 4 team.
Yeah.
I don't know if you got a chance to see that film, but that was a smoker.
I haven't seen that film yet.
Yeah.
I will watch it now.
It's cool because I think we live in the era of, short clips these days where everybody's, posting 10 to 30 second videos. So it's kind of cool to go back old school to watch a full length movie, and it kept my attention.
Yeah, there's some of those, nights when the girls and everybody goes to bed, and I'll be up watching TV and do a little YouTube search of the Momentums and those kinds. And yeah, it's like, man, a full 45 to 50 minutes of just guys surfing.
Yeah.
Definitely appreciate the more full-length features than the 5-minute clips that we see these days. But so much content out there. That's the point.
That's
so
true.
much content. And that is a strong team with Mason Ho, local standout. Obviously, surfing's in his DNA, especially here at Pipeline.
Oh, yeah.
With his pops, Michael Ho, and the late, great, legendary Uncle D.
Uncle Derek.
See all of the tributes as you walk into this, kind of I feel like it's more than just surf houses when we line up the area here. It is like hollowed ground. Pipeline proficiency and history.
There's a real historical sense to it when you see all the names of legends that have surfed here, and sadly those who've passed as well. You can feel the mana and the spirit from these individuals.
So that'll be Mason Ho will be joined by Benji Brand, another excellent Pipeline surfer. Baron Mamiya, he's been showing his stuff the last couple of years and has just matured exponentially in his surfing style. Parker Coffin, California standout, and Eitan Osborne made a name for himself the last couple of years here. So that Snap 4 team going to be exciting with a couple of newcomers.
Right.
You know, you've got Quicksilver with Koa Rothman, Reef McIntosh, Cody Young, and Zeke Lau.
Right.
And
Zeke, by the way, was also in Snap 4.
Okay.
I voted for him to be the best one in that video. I thought his section was amazing. But, you know, so was Mason's and Benji's and so many others. But that's why that film was so cool. Everybody was just ripping. But looking forward to watching Zeke today as well. He's had an amazing year. Huh?
Yeah.
A lot going on in life with getting engaged, the ultimate surfer.
Yep.
You know, leading the rankings, getting on the tour.
Yep, back on tour. That's so good for Zeke.
Yep.
Happy for him. And the Hui Wax team, made up of pretty much 4 living legends with Makua Rothman, Billy Kemper, Kai Lenny, Jamie O'Brien, all, you know, with success out here. Kai Lenny, kind of the more recent convert to, you know, he's always rode a shortboard, I know, throughout his whole life, but in the competition, you know, obviously, you know, more than a handful of times the stand-up paddle surf champion and big wave surfer, but now getting into shortboard competition.
Right.
He's a talented individual.
I mean, amazing how rounded he is, you know?
Yeah.
I'm always blown away. Like, sometimes I forget that he's amazing at, like, even windsurfing.
Right.
It's just like, whoa.
Yeah. Kite surfing, windsurfing, stand-up paddle surf, big wave, small wave, shortboard. I haven't seen him ride a conventional, traditional longboard. That's the only craft.
I'm sure he
I have
can do
not
that
seen
too.
Kai Lenny on, but I have no doubts that if he were to, it would be on. I'm sure you'll able to hear the beach announcer, the great Kainoa McGee, and he just blew the official start of the Hui Backdoor Shootout of 2022. It is on, and the Peruvians are out there. And the format is one of the greatest formats I enjoy watching.
Right.
Because these guys, not only are they competing for a team effort and a team score, but you're competing out there with your team. And we had done this format a couple different ways. In the past, it would be one representative from each team, so there's still kind of scrapping for the waves.
Right, right.
But when it's all your teammates, it's just like when you're free surfing with your friends, like, oh, go, bro, go. And you're super stoked to call them in. And I tell you, surfing this wave, there's no other place where you want that encouragement. And, you know,
Right.
it's so much easier to relax and know this wave's coming to you to catch it rather than to fight for position and,
Right.
and be in the wrong spot, too, because you're pushing each other so deep. So this reinvented, you know, current format, surfing with your team is the ultimate.
Yeah, that's one thing I love about the Backdoor Shootout. There's a real aloha spirit to it, a real community sense, a lot of, like, you know, like a lot of aloha, lots of sharing, and here we have a wave right here.
And this is going to be difficult because there's no colored jerseys. And I kind of know some of these guys a little bit from seeing them compete in previous events. But, gosh, I don't. If I saw them in Foodland, I might not know who it is. So, looking at this, we might wait for some cues from our beach announcer, Kainoa, to give you the exact names. But we can tell you on this Peruvian team, we have Alvaro Malpartida, Gabriel Villaran, Cristobal de Col, Alonso Correa, and Joaquin del Castillo. All names I've heard before and I've seen in other events.
Right.
But here we go, paddling, and decided not to go. That one spitting at backdoor right there.
Wow, this.
And he is
It's amazing to
getting
even though that you couldn't see it on the screen, it was just a perfect peak that barreled left and right, spit both ends. Whew. I guess maybe one of his friends needed to cheer him on a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe give him a push. Sometimes that helps too. Taloa, the infamous, notorious pusher at Pipe. Had a few, thanks to him. Over the years. Oh, thanks, Uncle.
Oh, for real? Push you?
For real push. He'd come up behind you and push you in.
No way.
Yeah, he did that to so many people.
Hard for fullback with some uncle pushing your feet, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, no, this was, I mean, I wasn't even a gram. I was like 22 years old. Pushed in by Chris Taloa. And I know there's a lot of us that experience that. And we're like, whoa, all of a sudden you get this turbo boost.
On the bodyboard, probably, yeah.
Yeah, he
Chris
was
Swan.
on his bodyboard, and So you see our Peruvians kind of stacked up right there, and it looks like it is 4 surfers at a time. You know, some teams have more than 4 surfers, and they'll probably rotate in and out.
Yep.
To give more people opportunity. But this event has the team award for best points amassed as a 4-person surfing team.
Yep.
And there's also the individual awards. So, and the point scale, I believe we're still pushing it up to that 12-point scale,
just for
which
that
is unique
extra.
to this event. You know, there's so many waves out here that are better than a 10. And when that's the top of your scale, you know, every year you probably could have 5 or 6 10s of different varieties. So another really great adaptation to the criteria is pushing it up to that 12 points. And that extra 2 points gives you some room to, you know, reward those waves that are, you know, you're looking like, wow, that's better than a 10. Why don't we give it a score better than a 10?
Yeah. And I remember that's exactly what happened last time. Oh, here we have a rider up. Yeah, so the last backdoor shootout, I was so excited to watch the 12-point ride of Keito Matsuoka.
Yeah.
Ended up being the wave of the winner.
Yes, it was. I actually hosted the event at for Surfline. That gave him the wave of the winter. And so I got to see that wave a lot of times over, and it never got old.
Right.
It's one of those things where you could watch it a zillion times and still be like, oh my gosh.
You know, Rocky, when I showed up this morning, as I'm looking at the waves today, I feel like we could have another wave of the winter entry, even today. And then kind of cool to look at the forecast. There's some pumping surf in the distance.
Yeah, you know, a couple of more swells on the way to reinforce this one. We could be up and running for the next few days, and very well could see another wave of the winter produced from this backdoor shootout. And over the years, you know, because it's a contest that is not part of, you know, a ranking system or a point ranking system, ultimately they wait for perfection to run this contest. As we look at that deep pipe barrel and looking for the exit, but no more on that one. Great combination of shots though, going from the drone, switching to the kind of that rear view.
The backdoor angle. Yeah, that was heavy. He actually, I thought he was going to come out. There was a little doggy door, and those of you that aren't aware, the term doggy door is when, you know, pipeline, a lot of the waves, especially backdoor, are actually closeouts.
Right.
But the best are able to sneak out that doggy door right before it shuts down.
And like you, I thought that was almost going to be a guarantee, but there's so much that goes on while you're in a barrel like that. It doesn't take much to trip you up. I mean, your stars got to align basically every time to come
Right.
out of barrels like this. And one little hitch, one little chop, one little thing out of place, you know, whether it's the human error or the surfer error, or it's the wave just saying, sorry, bro,
Sorry.
not
No
going to let
can.
you out.
Well, you know, I'm a historian. I'm a professor of history at BYU Hawaii, and what fascinates me about the history of surfing and how it relates to this heat right now is Peru has a real deep history of surfing as well. So I think it's kind of cool to have Peru in this event with its own team. I mean, even goes back to Peruvians riding these large kind of kayak-looking, stand-up-looking things made out of these reeds that were like together, like coiled together, and in ancient times they would even ride waves. And then Peru also used to have the World Championship contest way back in the day.
Right?
So I think it's pretty fitting to have Peru in this event.
Yeah, you know, of our international competitors, of course, we've got Japan always here, but, you know, how great to incorporate the Peruvian contingency with all of that history also linked up with the sport of surfing.
Yep. Yeah, and these guys are no strangers to charging waves too. Especially, Gabriel Villarin. I've seen a lot of heavy barrels by that guy, and many other, Cristobal de Cole and Alonso Correa. Here we go.
Okay. We've got a goofy foot surfer up and riding, and man, he had to focus so hard. Wow, see how he just got flicked off? Like,
Annihilated.
the power of this ocean and the way it just detonates on that reef. I mean, he literally was there 1 second as he drops in. Watch the transition. Oh, they would stick with the drone shot, and then it just literally like flicking a fly off the table. Just a crazy big drop. Another interesting team that we have on tap for this year's event is Team Florence,
right,
with John, Nate, and Ivan, and then Eli Olsen joining them. I see Alex Florence, which is mom. I'm curious to know. Maybe I think she's just like the mom sponsor.
She is. Maybe. Who knows?
But she surfs really well.
Yeah.
And, we could see her grab her board and go with
How cool is that, though, to have a family? I think there's a first, maybe we've had the whole family in the past, but kind of cool to have, like, a family team. Usually
yeah, the Ohana team. And, Eli pretty much, kind of adopted brother of that family, too. They spend a lot of time together. So that's quite fitting for the Team Florence team. And,
maybe their last event, that the HIC event that we had here at Pipe recently, it really is cool to hear John talk about what it was like to surf with his brother through all those rounds. So maybe that inspired him to throw in a team for the family.
Well, I tell you what, it really, I know Ivan has been a great understudy of his older brothers coming up in the last few years, but, in competition, he really put his skill and name on the map with those performances and getting a perfect 10. Speaking of 10s, earlier, it's perfect 10 during that HIC Pipe Pro, which was a little different format than our previous year's Pipe Masters because it was during that same waiting period. But really great to see the locals from around here and the guys that normally wouldn't have a chance in the Pipe Masters to get that opportunity. And, man, they did not squander it. There were some really amazing performances, but Ivan really stood out and could have inspired this family team.
Yeah. No, amazing. Yep. So as we're looking out to the horizon, it really looks like the surf is cleaning up. Now, we often hear that term morning sickness out here. Do you want to explain that to our viewers?
So, you know, the real early mornings before the sun comes over the little mountain behind us, you can get the swell being a little bit wonky, a little side chop, and different kinds of rough patches and sections. And it seems to be happening more often early in the morning. Somehow, you know, when that sun comes over the mountain, it does something either to the temperature of the water or the air, but it just starts to organize itself a lot better. And that morning sickness term is really prevalent here on the North Shore.
Right.
So we are seeing another nice tribute to Derek Hull right there, King of Pipeline in loving memory at the right away there. But we've added 5 minutes now to each heat. So originally 50 minutes. The heats are now 55 minutes, and I think Water Patrol just relayed that message. You see the remnant jet ski wake on that drone footage, letting the current competitors know. And that's probably a comforting thing to, you know, hear that you get 5 extra minutes, not 5 less minutes.
Bro, how's that though? What other surf contests would they, out of the blue, hey, bro, you get 5 more minutes.
By the way, we're going to extend the heats.
I love it.
Yeah, it's like you talked about earlier, the community vibe, the family vibe, the Ohana vibe. It not only makes itself felt while you're hanging out around the area and seeing everybody, but it's also just, the mechanics of the event have that vibe of, hey, you know, as long as the rules apply to everybody, we're making our own rules, and because we can.
Yeah, can. Despite the fact that there is like this real aloha community, there's still like competitive spirit out there. Yeah. So I know that you know I'm watching all of our competitors here, and you can tell that, I mean, there's aloha, but there's also some, you know, desire to win.
Yeah, it's a healthy competitive spirit.
Right.
And you know, it has a free surf kind of vibe and feel to it, but there's real dollars and prestige at stake. And
you know what I love too is, I mean, we have some of the best pipe surfers in the world surfing this event. I mean, from
without a doubt.
Yeah. We got, I mean, from John Florence to, I mean, Billy Kemper. Everyone on this list is just amazing, accomplished pipeline surfers. Mason Ho, I'm looking forward to watching. Are there any other teams you're really looking forward to?
You know, I really like the lineup for the Volcom team.
Right.
You know, you got Kaimana Henry. He's a previous winner of this event. And the New York surfer, Balaram Stack.
Right.
Always puts on a great show here. Mikey O'Shaughnessy, he's a former Wave of the Winter recipient.
Right.
Jack Robinson, amazing out here. And then you got the young bucks. You know, you got Makana Pang from North Shore. He's been performing really well here and charging the last few years. And then a finalist from the HIC Pipe Pro, and a young teenager, Kainehe Hunt.
Right.
In this for Team Volcom. So I really like the you know, the makeup of that team.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah. Uncle
Good
Brian.
to see you, Uncle Brian.
All right. Oh, we got some of the OGs hanging out with us today. So Uncle Manny DeSoto, Uncle Brian Amona, of course Uncle Eddie's been on the swell watch since first thing in the morning. And the Japan team, also very strong.
Right.
Although I don't see Keito Matsuoka, Shinpei Horiguchi, Taichi Wakita, Gai Sato, Daiki Matsunaga, and Ryaru Ito, a newcomer for Team Japan.
Well, Keito already dropped the mic on us. So
yeah. Yeah, he said,
Boom.
112, and I'll see you guys later.
So it's good to see Uncle Brian Amona over here.
Yep.
And, 1976, they founded the Hui Nalu. And you'll see in and out, there's some segments that they show a little bit about the history of the Hui Nalu. And we could throw in some Hawaiian terminology in the event, so teach some terms. So the word hui, it just means to group. It's a group or a club or to gather.
Mm-hmm.
And he'enalu is the Hawaiian word for surfing. He'e is the octopus.
Yep.
And nalu is the wave. Kind of cool, the he'e. If you ever, I don't know if you have an eye for that, but some guys I know get good eye for the
Probably
he'e.
the best eye I get for hey is on National Geographic.
Or maybe in line at Foodland.
Yeah. But you don't really see them sliding at Foodland. But
Yeah.
But what you're alluding to is the manner in which
Right?
the hey moves.
Right. So if you watch an octopus as it skirts along the bottom of the seafloor, it's got a real smooth, slick glide to it, right? And so to he'e is to imitate that octopus as the way that it slides. And so sliding along the nalu or the wave is our term he'e nalu. Yeah.
And what a great way to introduce or have our first Hawaiian language teaching of the day than to start with the hui o he'e nalu.
Right. Right. Yep. Looks like a paddler.
So just getting the words from Kainoa McGee, the Peruvian team was going to attempt to replace one of the surfers while in the heat. I'm not sure if there was either an injury or some kind of strategy, behind switching a team member, but you can only switch a surfer during your next round. You cannot do during heat substitutions.
So what you're telling me is there are some rules.
There are some rules, yeah. And you cannot sub in like you do basketball.
Right.
Okay, you come out, I'm going in. But
right.
it's one of the surfers in the heat that was going to be substituted, but we got the word that you can substitute into the next round. And that's how that part of the format was familiar to me over the last few years.
How many times does each team get to surf?
So that also will be determined kind of based on the conditions.
Right.
So ideally, we want to give everybody as much chances as possible within the time frame and within the quality surf. So we've seen rounds up to 5 and 6 rounds of surfing when we've been really blessed with a lot of good surf. We've seen as little as 4 rounds, and a round constitutes every team getting to surf their full potential heat on that particular day. So for today, we've got the Peruvian team starting. We'll find out who drew heat number 2, but as we said in the beginning, the way we create the order of teams and their surfing is literally picking numbers out of a hat, which is, you don't get much more fair than that. And so Peruvian team, the Peruvian Tubos team drew number 1, so that's why they're out first. And we'll see who the second, third, and so on teams are throughout the day. But it is really important that each team gets their full session for that day for the round to count. And I know in the past we've had a very unique panel of judges, ranging from the great Sean Briley to Punch O'Sullivan to others that have competed and done well here before. I haven't gotten the word on exactly who the judges are for this year's event, but during our break, one of us can go mosey on up there and see.
No, I love that the judges are experienced surfers out here at Pipeline.
Yeah.
So I think they understand how critical a wave is and are able to take that into consideration when dropping a score.
And being that the criteria gets pushed up to that 12-point scale, it just, every little part of this contest that you examine, you really see the uniqueness of the event.
Right.
And I like how it's been, you know, formulated over the years. And they've had the open-mindedness to try new things, see what works, see what doesn't work, see what's worked best. And I think we're really honing in on the ultimate format.
Right. Certainly. Well,
In addition to all these team surfing folks that we have here, we've an event that really is a part that's cool about this event is the different types of wave riding vehicles. And we've got longboarders, we've got stand-up paddle boarders.
Yep.
So that'll be something to watch as we progress through the event.
Now, I'm not sure if we're going to see those divisions today, but I do look forward to them. And it's kind of cool that, especially with the longboard division, I mean, some of these folks, Bonga Perkins, Lance O'Connell, Kai Sales, many, many others, Kaniela Stewart, you know, these guys know how to tube ride at Pipeline, even on a 9-foot board.
It's not easy on those big boards. And there is a big drop from one of our Peruvian Tubos team competitors.
Right.
You know, another interesting concept with this event is nobody really needs to like find a wave or find a score. So we will see our surfers be quite selective.
Right. Yeah, and we're seeing that, I think, too, in this heat. They're being selective, and you know, there's got to be even though the nerves for the competition may not be strong, there's still nerves for getting caught inside, because we just have some of those second reefers come through, wash through. That's probably a little nerve-wracking out there.
Yeah, just being in the presence of these waves, and if you're thinking about getting into this ocean, oh man, the heart rate really starts to elevate.
Right.
Well, now on your screen you're seeing just two surfers in your frame, and it, you know, looks like a very lonely lineup, but there's a third surfer there. And you know, we've had a lot of rain the last couple weeks, so you'll see the water color be a little bit murky, you know, not as bright
crystal
blue as it usually is. So that would be the reason for some of the little tints of brown in the white water, and some of the darker color water that we're seeing. Man, it was just coming down like every day over the holidays too.
That's why Hawaii's green, though.
It keeps us green, and no complaints, that's for sure.
For sure. Yep, I know. Just got to mow the lawn a little bit more.
Yeah, but get plenty of excuses for not go outside and mow the lawn. Like, oh, raining. Just so happened there's a football game on.
No can work.
Yeah.
Right. So also looking out here, you can see the Hawaiian Water Patrol sitting in the channel. It's always nice. These guys are the best in the business. Been doing it for years.
Yeah, and
decades,
right now 3 jet skis in the water, so it looks like 2 for safety and 1 with the big antenna where Larry Haynes is shooting off the back of that ski to get some of the in-water footage, which is some of the more priceless footage that you can get of Pipeline.
For sure.
You know, and with the expert operation of those jet skis by the Water Patrol team members, combined with, you know, Larry's zeal for getting the good shots, get some of the greatest Pipeline in-looking shots that you'll ever see.
Right.
You know, it's hard swimming around out there holding this bulky camera above water. So sitting on the ski is great.
Yeah, it always amazes me how they can get the ski right in the right spot. I mean, earlier this morning we were watching them surfing the waves. These guys definitely know what they're doing. Don't try this at home.
Yeah.
And earlier we were talking about some terms, what the word hui and he'enalu mean, surfing and hui o he'enalu. We saw Uncle Brian Omona. Uncle Brian was one of the original founders of the surf club, the Hui o He'enalu, formed in 1976.
Wow, that's some history right there. 1976. And this event.
Were you born yet, Rocky?
No, I was -3.
Oh, bro, making me feel old. I was +3.
Okay. So, 1976, you had, you know, a really big influx of attention to the North Shore and to the waves here. And I know, you know, leading up to that, there was obviously, you know, the beginning of the influx of attention. But I feel like, you know, it started to really you know, ramp up during the 70s.
Yeah, so, I mean, I have my own take on that, and I think the version of the story that's pretty prevalent, at least amongst the, you know, surf documentaries and such, really kind of looks at the story of bronze Aussies, for example, right? People tell the story of the bronze Aussies came, and it's sort of conflict that took place that we hear Eddie Aikau helped to kind of mediate between, you know, guys like Rabbit and with some of the local people, the Hawaiians here, Native Hawaiians, formed the Hui o He'enalu. But I think what also helps to contextualize in that story is understanding what was going on in Hawaii in 1976. So Hawaii is essentially in 1970s, Hawaii is undergoing this period that we now call the Hawaiian Renaissance.
Okay.
So essentially, for so many years prior, decades prior, Hawaiians had experienced a lot of loss of identity in many ways. And now this isn't true for everyone. It's not like everyone forgot who they were.
Right.
But we had some kind of policy in schools, for example, where they were not teaching Hawaiian as a language anymore.
Okay.
So you see some of the plus who spoke language fluently is like their first language. We call them manaleo. So manaleo is people who Hawaiian is their first language, and it's what they spoke from passed on from their families. Well, in the 70s, people are starting to realize that a lot of our manaleo are now passing on. And then, you know, realize that kind of anxiety over losing that sense of identity, right?
And language is so important, I believe, you know, with using the language or, you know, as a part of cultural identity, very important.
And what's cool is since then, the Hawaiian language actually, there are more speakers now because once they realized that the language was in many ways threatened to be lost, they opened up a lot of these what you call language immersion programs. Here we have a rider here.
Oh.
Well
done. Probably the best ride we've seen so far today.
Yeah.
And another big drop.
Alonzo
Correa.
Oh,
he
yeah.
comes through.
Well, that's a good sign, Rocky. We have 2 back-to-back barrels. I think that's a good sign that the waves are getting good.
Yeah, starting to open up a little bit more, give a little more opportunity.
2 successful barrel rides.
Yeah. And I think that second wave probably scored a little better.
Yeah.
It was deep.
Here we go.
Kind of, you know, this was the first one, pumping really hard down the line. Oh, I think that was the second one. This is the first one. And just in that pit line there, he was visible the whole way. Right. You know, not going to be the huge score that'll be one of those keepers, but for a Peruvian Tubo's surf team member, being able to surf pipe with just 3 of your Peruvian friends is a dream in itself.
For sure.
But that second wave, a little bit deeper, still though, you have the criteria of, and you kind of use it to, gauge how the score is going to come out if you're, just spectating. But the degree of which you think he might not come out.
Right.
That's the kind of the standard, the scale of if it looks like he's going to make it or it looks really makeable, the score probably won't be that big. But if it looks like, wow, I don't know if he's coming out, and he does come out, that's when you know it's going to be a super high score into the double digits. So those 2 waves there, the first one, going to be on the, probably the lower end, the mid-range, 4 or 5 points. The second one, probably just a little better. I don't think it's going to get into the excellent range, which would be anything, above a 9, 8 or a 9.
8 or a 9.
So I think that second one will be kind of fitting more into that, 6 to 7 point range. A great wave, well surfed.
Yeah,
but for our criteria, going to remain on that part of the scale.
Right, and on that first one, I think was Alonso. You saw him really trying to stall. And stalling, what we mean by that is dragging your hand, your body, any way to try to slow yourself down. And in those situations, usually you're kind of working hard to force it. Whereas the second wave, he's behind the peak. You saw him have to pump the board, go up and down, and just so that he could make it through that cavern.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty good illustration of the brake pedal and the gas pedal.
There we go.
When you're surfing pipeline.
So, hope to get some scores.
Yeah. They had a few waves, the Peruvian team, to start off, but saw a couple of big drops that were, not producing. Saw a couple of quick kickouts. So those are the 2 most meaningful scores that they're going to put on the board for their team and for themselves in this first heat. But, man, it is quite the draw to draw number 1 out of the hat. on the first day of the 2022, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And I think, even a little bit of nerves for this team in particular, performing in front of their peers. That's a lot of pressure.
A little pressure. We have a paddle here. See that stall we were talking about earlier, dragging all the way at the bottom, ends up not working out too much for him for the barrel. But definitely a good sign that we're seeing that you're saying earlier that morning sickness sort of calmed down, and a lot of big barrels out there.
Yeah, some drone footage that we're checking out right now with our next heat.
Oh boy,
getting ready.
Oh,
they're gonna head out there early, not leave anything to chance. It's one of those days, man, where you could be paddling out, and we'll try to get a look at who that team is. That is the Florence team, yeah.
Fireworks about to happen.
I like how Water Patrol's going to stop right there, give them a ride.
Right.
And speaking of fireworks, man, I am so impressed at how many fireworks we always have during New Year's. And look at that right there. That was right at the takeoff, pulling in, coming out. Very well done.
There's that wow factor you're talking about, right? That kind of uncertainty of is going to come out.
From our angle, looking from the back here, it really looks deep. But here's the drone shot.
Right. That was a wide one. That's what we call like from the north peak, right?
Yeah.
And almost off the screen. It was over towards Gums over here.
Yeah, it really swung out. Good job of tracking that one and finding it and getting.
There it is.
that really high line entry into the barrel, and it wasn't, you know, a super big spitter. You know, there was almost no spit coming out of that one, and somehow that surfer navigated inside that to find that exit that wasn't really gaping. It wasn't your traditional, you know, pipeline wide open gaper that, you know, spits tons of water out the other end. It was one of those you had to really technically, skillfully get in and out of that one.
Yeah, a little more almond-y shape, we call it.
Yeah, yeah, kind of
almond eye. Although I have to say, I mean, it is pipeline, so it's still pretty round.
Right, right.
But not like you're saying, the real classic wide barrels that we see.
And another, you know, addition to the criteria has to do with the quality of the wave,
right,
that you're surfing on. So,
which is
although that was really well done technically, the score won't elevate into that excellent range just because the wave was somewhat marginal, but still greatly surfed wave.
I think that's what makes our sport of He'enalu so exciting and so unique.
Right.
I mean, no other sport really that I can think of where the court changes face the entire time.
Right. The ramp has something different for a different surfer to offer. It is very stationary.
Which is, in many ways, gives it a kind of a spiritualness to it, because it's like the ocean, in many ways, chooses the rider, right?
Correct.
Especially at Pipeline. I don't know if, you know, most of our viewers realize this, but Pipeline's lineup is not really definitive.
Right.
Like, they can swing a couple hundred yards to the left or to the right, and the waves break everywhere within that zone. Sometimes you can go right over by the left, and sometimes you go left over by the right. It's a pretty wide open field, and so, you know, oftentimes the wave and the ocean will choose you if you're sitting in the right spot.
And it is really something about, you know, being in sync with the ocean or working with the ocean. You're never trying to battle the ocean or never trying to, you know, conquer. It is very much a go with the flow, respectful, and just try to be in the right spot on the right side of, you know, whatever wave you're trying to surf. And, you know, that does lend a lot more to that spiritual aspect of, you know, being in sync with the ocean, being one with the ocean. And it makes our sport very, very unique.
Right.
You know, the only others I can think of that would be somewhat similar is that if you're like this big time, you know, backcountry skier, snowboarder that's, you know, traversing down these uncut trails of, you know, and then the avalanche starts happening. So, you know, that's basically, you know,
it's
the closest
wave, right?
comparison.
It's frozen
but
wave.
It's other than that, you know, everything is not quite like it.
Right. Actually, a common Hawaii saying is never turn your back to the ocean. Always respect it, and because anything can happen at any time.
Well, and you saw that quick shot of the shoreline and how smooth the sand is all the way up almost to the vegetation line. Right. So, you know, we're getting some really high surges, and that rule to never turn your back on the ocean definitely applies while hanging out here today. So our surfers are moving about the lineup right now, trying to track something down. You see having a look at that one, but just breaking a little too far in. And you'll see it. Every time a surfer paddles for a wave here, if they don't catch that particular wave, you could almost hear the vertebrae in their neck snap as they turn around to look what's behind it. It is the ultimate like consequence of, oh my, I'm missing this one, but what is behind it? And you'll do like the Exorcist full 180 snap back to see what's back there.
The chicken neck.
Yeah.
Well, you have to help me today, Rocky, because we have so much exciting surf going on. And sometimes I'll start a story
Okay.
or history something.
Right.
And then get sidetracked by one barrel.
And
then
you know,
forget where it was.
so
But I think we have some waves coming right now, though.
definitely some big waves out the back. You see them scratching and scrambling to get out of the way. Definitely a cat and mouse type of analogy when it's like this. The cat being the big, huge second and third reef wave, and the mice being our surfers.
I think I was talking about 1976.
We were leaving us off at 1976 and the Renaissance.
Right, Hawaiian Renaissance. Also the founding
Hawaiian
of
culture.
the Hui Nalu.
And the founding and some of the reasons for the founding.
Now, and it's interesting, it's 1976 itself is important. I mean, because the 70s, you know, you had this era of, like I mentioned earlier, this renaissance of culture in Hawaii where they're realizing, like I said earlier, with language and the importance of not losing the language as the Manaleo were passing. But also we had another few things going on. We had the launching of the Hokulea. So the Hokulea is the double-hulled Hawaiian voyaging canoe that made its way to Tahiti. And that story is important to surfers because many surfers were on that. Speaking of surfers, here's a sick one.
Just a little in front, and it didn't have that wall. It was more of just a big peak and then a shoulder. But look at this one from the outside. Big bottom turn coming up here and just going to stall and sit in that big pit. Impressive looking, but not as deep as he'd like to be, which will not be a big score, but it'll be a confidence booster. And anytime you can make a wave from the drop to the bottom turn all the way through here at Pipeline, you can never amass enough confidence.
It takes confidence to do that, where he just waited and stalled, whereas your natural instinct when you see a wave bearing down on you that's 3 times over your head
is to run away.
To get away. He's like, no, I want to slow down. I want to get closer and closer to it. And
that was pretty gutsy.
And that's what you'll see with our top pipeline surfers. These oftentimes we call them pipeline specialists, and they specialize in just being fearless in the face of a monster.
Right. That comfortability on such an immense part of moving water that is really, you know, nerves of steel. And look at this, spinning around, getting in this one, and worked really hard to get right under that one. And the wave, unfortunately, didn't cooperate. And there's one of our first bails on screen.
Now to bail means to ditch your board, dive under, because if you get, you know, dive deeper under, then hopefully the wave doesn't wash you through to the shore.
So check out this replay. That was a really good effort to set the rail, and just didn't extend. You know, that wave didn't progress down the line. So just a quick under the lip tuck in and then a kick out. Yeah. Yeah, and a charger too. Yeah, and I, you know, these guys, the Peruvian Tubos team, they've been quite selective. I mean, I give them a lot of credit. There's a lot of pressure being an international team in an event like this. But, you know, us local surfers have a way, you know, if you're in this event as an international competitor, that is like tons of respect that these local surfers have for you. And, you know, accepting the challenge and being here competing for these guys, I know it's a lot. And they feel probably some extra pressure to perform. And look at this down the line screamer. And no chance there, but what an effort. And just super courageous that one.
Yeah, packed that thing even though it was closing out. Went for it anyway.
Yeah. But this team, they've been, aside from that one right there, they've been a little bit selective. And I have a feeling that the Florence team coming up next is going to be less selective or maybe more active.
Right.
We'll see, though. I mean, you know.
And the Florence brothers grew up on this beach, right?
Yes.
Since they were little kids. I remember once, years ago, I was surfing out here at Pipe, and I was blown away. This little kid paddled out, and he looked like he was 6 years old.
Literally
He was probably
a little kid.
8 or something, but
Right.
and it wasn't small.
Right.
And he was in his wetsuit, had the blonde hair, and I was just like, where's this child's parent?
Yeah.
And but man, he was so comfortable, and so I mean, having that comfortability out here, I think these brothers definitely have it, and so and having that knowledge of which waves to go on,
Right.
Just sort of comes with that experience.
Well, and there's no other way to get experienced out here or to know how to surf this wave without putting in countless amounts of hours. And, even then, you still get fooled or you still get tricked, by this wave and by this surf spot. And, that goes for a lot of places on the North Shore. And surfing in general is just, the folks I work with that are either first-time surfers or that are wanting to get more serious into surfing and ask, how do I get good, or how do I, what do you recommend I do if I, want to take this up as an activity? And for one, you have to be so patient and realize that it takes a lot of hours, many hours to get okay. Right. To get decent, to get anything that you would call good or consistent.
Right.
It is just countless amount of hours put in. The ocean conditions change every session you go out or are different from the time before.
Right.
The people you're surfing with or around are, trying to get there. So it is just, overall, man, it is not easy. And I commend those folks that really take it up and right. Get serious about it.
Well, our beach announcer, Kainoa McGee, just announced there's 5 minutes left.
Okay.
Right? And earlier we mentioned that we added those 5 minutes to the heat. So the heats are now 55 minutes.
We'll see if this extra 5 minutes does anything positive for the Peruvian Tubos right. surf team. They've got a couple of pretty good waves under their belt so far, and it's just round one, so they've got something to build on. And what's great about the format is obviously they're going to get to surf again. They're going to have another swing at it at another time during the waiting period. It probably won't be today. I feel like with 8 teams, each team, we've pretty much allotted, right. 1 hour per team, so it'll be the 8-hour full day. So we're going to watch the first full complete round of the shortboard regular competition, team competition. And the right. Florence team will be up next. They're just a few minutes away from their start. So we'll see if the Peruvians can take advantage of that last 55 minutes that was extended into right. this first round.
I'm going to bring it back to 1976.
Yes, let's go back
right.
to 76 for a little bit.
76. We started talking about 76 because the Hui Nalu was formed in 1976. Right. I mentioned that 76 is also a time where the Hokulea canoe was launched, and the double-hull voyaging traditional canoe that sailed to Tahiti. Eddie Aikau was on the second voyage, and we know that actually Eddie, lost his life and gave his life to try and saving the crew, and it capsized 1978.
Watching this.
Oh.
Joaquin Del Castillo.
Oh.
And that one gets the attention of everyone on the beach and up in the houses watching. You know, chicken skin moments when you're the surfer in the spot and you get a wave like that, and when you're pow, you can hear the beach screaming and yelling for something that you did at Pipeline is a really great feeling.
Yeah, we got to see the replay of that. Happy ending. Yeah, the beach erupted, and pretty cool. That was, of course, the best wave of the morning so far.
That was the best wave. He was definitely fully behind the curtain, and I know from our screenshot it looked like you could see him the whole time, but when you look into the live shot, the beach shot, he was quite disappeared.
For sure.
And then a lot of the scoring, maybe not the score itself, but you know, just how well you can gauge the quality of the ride is the eruption of the beach crowd.
It helps the score. Here comes another one taking off behind the peak. He opts to kick out of that one. Well, yeah, that was exciting.
So that was, I believe that was Cristobal
There's a heavy one right here.
And
Cristobal.
Wow.
Kainoa just mentioned the equipment that he's noticed from our Peruvian surfers riding, you know, a little bigger boards, which was, I mean, it isn't until more recently that we see guys riding short boards out here.
Beautiful shot right there, just looking right into the pit.
And I think we'll see in the next heat, especially I think John is kind of notorious for riding these little boards in crazy big pipe.
Yeah, I mean, the paddling power you have to move those little boards across the water to track down these fast-moving big waves is something else to be discussed. Of, you know, when you talk about the uniqueness and the sport of surfing, you know, not only do you have to have great balance and standing skill, but you got to track these waves, and there's nothing pulling you around. There's no, you know, gravity like when you're on the snow and the slopes. It is all about paddling and tracking down these waves, and another aspect of surfing that, you know, it doesn't get as much attention.
And welcome back to the Backdoor Shootout. We're here at Pipeline, and it's me and Ezra.
Yeah.
Rocky went out and took a break from this one, but right now we're watching some replays from the waves caught from all the Florence brothers.
Here's Ivan, goofy foot, came out of a small one. Nice performance by the Peruvians earlier. Here's John on a nice replay. These guys get busy, the Florence brothers. Legacy down here on the North Shore. We all watched them grow up, huh, Isaiah?
Right, for sure. It's cool to see that already, just at the start of the heat, they've already ridden, each of them has ridden at least a couple waves.
I wanted to reflect when these boys, when you wake up at this beach and it's not surfable, you see these guys paddle out right over there by Gums, and they make something that doesn't look humanly possible absolutely fun, and getting spit out of these tubes over here on the inside. The Florence brothers, very exciting heat for sure.
Yeah, so we have John, Nathan, and Ivan, and then Eli Olsen is, as we mentioned earlier, the Hanai brother who's grown up with, they've grown up with each other on the North Shore. In fact, a lot of these guys grew up here together, surfing Pipeline. It's like their playground. But we're excited to see in this heat the four of them, and I'm looking forward to some backdoor waves. I think these guys are going to be.
This is the heat, Isaiah. I also wanted to ask, is Alex Florence in this heat? I didn't get to see.
Well, Alex, I think, is the mom, and she's listed on here, but I'm not too sure. I don't see her in the lineup, but maybe she's, you know, the support on the beach.
She's been around the world with these boys. She really knows how to raise them. We got some sets approaching. This isn't going to be a dull heat. We started off a little slow. We have 55 minutes. Awesome of the Hui shootout to add another 5. Another 5 is big for your paddling back out to your heat. And here we go.
Yeah, I see get these second reef roll-ins that have been coming through all day today, and if you watch, they're gonna have to either dip it or just paddle by it. You know, you do have to be selective out here at Pipeline, so even the best, like the Florence brothers, are making sure to pick the right ones.
And they must be very calm because it is a team event. They're competing on a leaderboard, not against each other, so that also alleviates some room and some stress in a heat.
Right, for sure, for sure. Yeah, so we have 55-minute heats, and we got this pumping northwest swell that's we've been watching. Like we mentioned earlier, yesterday we had a lot more north in the swell, and it wasn't the right direction and conditions, but we're happy this morning to wake up and to see some waves from a better direction for Pipeline. Pipeline traditionally likes more west in a swell.
Yes, it does.
It allows it to stay open and not to shut down. And so we're fortunate to have that more westerly angle in it today.
Yeah, I watching you and Rock earlier in the Peruvian heat, just watching some of the ones that come from deep, and I was actually getting excited. It looked like something was coming in, and it just passed by the reef completely. So it's also tricky conditions. It can get really inconsistent, but you have some really consistent surfers in the lineup right now with Ivan, John, Eli, and Nathan.
For sure.
Some brackish Pipeline.
A little bit murky, small kind of murky. At least it's not. At least it's not brown though.
It's not brown.
Yeah.
I seen a massive Chun's left and Lonnie's right, and over there it's got some Willy Wonka chocolate for sure.
Oh yeah.
And outside off the wall.
Some big lines coming through.
Big lines. These boys make it look so natural.
For sure.
Just paddling around out there, football fields, 100 yards here, 100 yards there, getting in position. Very interesting.
So for those of you just joining us, we'll introduce there's a team format in the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and that's what we're running today.
There
had many good fish sandwiches over there, salads, delicious stuff. Also, Two Thumbs Tattoo Hawaii. So thank you to all of our sponsors.
Thank you very much.
Earlier, Rocky and I were talking a little bit about some historical stuff.
I love that about you. Yeah.
So hopefully we can, during the lulls and the breaks here, we can be able to revisit some of those historical lessons. And so we were talking about 1976. So I start off with that because Uncle Brian Amona walked by and threw the shaka.
A very original brada here.
And so we're talking about 1976, the formation of the surf club called the Hui o He'enalu. And of course, Hui means group, and He'enalu, the term for surfing in Hawaiian. And I was talking about how 1976 was an important year in Hawaii because it was a pretty tumultuous time, often referred to as the Hawaiian Renaissance. And we had all kind of things going on. I mentioned the Hokulea voyaging canoe set sail, its first sail to Tahiti in 1976. It was a successful voyage. Uncle Buffalo Keolana was on that. Boogie Kalama, my good friend Ikaika Kalama's dad.
Uncle Boogie.
Uncle Boogie and quite a few others, a lot of others on that voyage. And it was the 78 voyage years later that Eddie Aikau went on that hit some troubled waters and ended up swamping, and we know, of course, the story of Eddie trying to save the crew by paddling off to a nearby island, but he was so far away that they never found him. So that was Hokulea's story, but also something very important in 1976 is there's an island in Hawaii called Kaho'olawe. It's one of our smaller islands, and the military was using it as a target practice place where they've been, bombing it for years. And there was a crew called the Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana, Emmett Aululi and many others, Kimo and so many others that were involved with going and actually protesting by going out on the island and camping on the island to try and stop the military from bombing it. So a lot of kind of energy in that 1976, with the protests at Kaho'olawe, the resurgence of Hawaiian as a language, this kind of, it was a real tumultuous time period. So the Hui is really, that time is really centered in that same kind of cultural context. And so with that, there's a lot of energy of a lot of feeling of protection, of wanting to preserve what may be, getting lost. And I think surfing important because surfing is a tradition in Hawaii that goes back, hundreds of years, that it's also one of these cultural art forms that Hawaiians saw worth preserving.
Yes.
Which contributed to, I think, kind of that time period, that energy. And so it's important to look at it in that historical context of what was going on in the 70s. Why is it that the Hui was formed?
Yes.
And
I did feel that growing up when I came over here early 80s with some of the Hui uncles, and I still felt, that it was still there, that hierarchy, the culture, the brotherhood.
And something interesting about He'enalu or surfing is one of, because of it takes place in the ocean, right? The ocean is a place where, unlike the land, it's difficult to sort of possess, right?
Yes.
You can't put a fence around it. You can't call it private property. You can't buy it and claim that it's yours.
No.
It's a space that in Hawaiian it's like a pu'uhonua. A pu'uhonua is a concept that means like a kind of a sanctuary, a kind of cultural space that exists offshore, which is cool because in Hawaiian the concept of aina is not just about like dirt and rock and land. Aina stretches out into the ocean. And so it's a space that's part of of Hawaii, but a kind of a different space, right? And so the ocean then and surfing being a cultural art form in the ocean becomes a place that remains in many ways a Hawaiian space.
Yes.
And so a place to preserve. And so it's kind of cool still today at these events we can think about this because we have a lot of Hawaiian surfers out here in this event that are celebrating this kind of cultural richness of a tradition called He'enalu that's been around for so many hundreds of years.
Yes, thank you for all your mana'o. I'm like excited watching Pipeline, watching Florence, Team Florence with Rocky Cannon and Isaiah Walker, and getting educated all about our culture. I mean, this is awesome vibes down here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And while you were teaching us that lesson, there has been a slight lull. The guys have just been paddling around, getting in position at brackish Pipeline, forever changing. And yeah.
Yeah, we saw, I mean, right at the horn, we saw John pull into a couple of barrels.
Right at the horn.
Right at the horn. Same wave, 2 barrels. And yeah, then, I mean, it's fortunate that we have 55-minute heats, because sometimes when those wash-through sets come in, you know, it really breaks up the lineup and gives them a chance to reset.
5 minutes is huge. A lot can happen in 5 minutes.
Looking out to the horizon, we see some lumps approaching.
Yeah, the Florence family team, I wonder what their game plan was. Just go out there and surf like they do every day together.
Right. There we go. Seeing some waves coming through. I was saying earlier to Rocky, if anyone, you know, can traverse these challenging conditions, that it's this team here, the
big
Florence
time.
family.
Yes. These guys were born with that reflex that tells them they can just hang over the ledge with no anxiety or remorse. Right. And Rocky's no stranger to pipeline. Growing up with Rocky Cannon, this guy has been knighted by pipe many of times. That's why it was always good catching up with you guys this morning.
He stays humble in that regard.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, stays
and
quiet.
What's the Hawaiian word for humble? Ha'a ha'a. Ha'a ha'a, that's right. So I remember you educating us about some pipe surfers in 2019, last you guys run, and about your friend Kaleo. Sorry, I forget his last name, but he was also a big Hawaiian legacy out here at Pipeline.
Right. Yeah, Ka'io, I think maybe you're referring to. So Ka'io was one of the pioneers of surfing big pipeline back in the day when Greg Knoll guys, you know, got a lot of the attention. But there were some Hawaiians out here like Kealoha who were surfing even third reef pipeline.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know, you can never forget those guys. That's such rich culture. I mean, you know, our surf industry is so big now, and someone left the floodgate open. But, you know, that's why it's so good to learn from professors like you. I mean, you know, take a look back. We got to know where we came from, the culture, the hierarchy, the players that came before us and paved these ways and made things what they are today.
Right. Yeah. So ocean seems to be kind of settling in this heat, and I'm hoping to see some backdoor barrels here.
Yes. I did hear our awesome beach announcer, Kainoa McGee. He called out, he mind surfed a backdoor wave earlier. And that's the thing, though. Once you get spit out at the back door, it kind of looks like it's a lot of work getting back out.
Yeah.
But these Florence brothers, they are the ones to do it, also with their childhood buddy, Ellie Olsen. No joke. These guys know what they're doing.
Yeah, Eli, here comes a wave. Let's see if we got a paddle for this one.
Yeah, you see John turning. Taking a overhang look.
You know, it's easy to sit on the beach, right?
Oh, super easy.
Call people in the waves, but when you're out there, you have to be selective and know which one.
You know, these guys got split-second reflexes. Ellie Olsen up and riding. Textbook grab at pipe as he gets spit out. Wipes his face off, kicks back out. Good ride for Ellie.
Yeah, Eli, you can see the way his technique there, dragging the front knee. That's a real unique way of stalling and slowing yourself down by putting your whole body in the water. Looks like John's taking a look at this one.
Here we go, Mr. Florence. Right into the tube. Beautiful work. Almost goes for the double. Gets nipped in the forehead. Nothing. Brushes it off. Kicks out. Nice wave for him, Isaiah.
One more. Nate.
Oh,
my goodness. Oh.
Beautiful. He went way too high on that one. But these guys just play with these waves.
That was exciting to have 3 waves back to back to back.
Back to back.
And I'm going to say that John's wave is probably the higher score of those 3. Of course, Nate not making it out. And Eli's was a good one as well, but John's was a little deeper.
Yep.
He was able to get behind the curtain right off the bat.
That's about 3 off the bat waves, because once we switched over, right when the horn blew, John had a nice backside pipe wave. I mean, that was pretty textbook pipeline right there.
Here comes the replay. You can see with Eli,
Yeah.
I was mentioning earlier, dragging that front knee, getting into it. You see the wave spit him out and rides out to the shoulder to watch John right behind him.
Wow, throaty one.
Really deep. Pulls into the second part a little bit, and I love how he has that body claim. Then they have Nate pulling into that one, got a little too high, like you said, Ezra, and then caught a rail because of it.
Straight talent, though. These guys are just, always upping the ante. Like Eli's first wave, you could see, some of those A-frame big pocket rides, you're going so fast. So showing their technique to slow down is pretty amazing. An average Joe probably wouldn't even get that deep.
Yeah, that was a sick one. We've got another paddler here. Looks like Eli again. Standing up. Hits the bottom. Tries to slow down. Ends up shouldering off. But, I mean, just those drops alone are, take incredible amount of skill to be able to just.
He didn't just drop straight down. He kind of went left a little bit and then chippered right back up. Well, these guys just know the rhythm of the wave. And
you can see that how he's trying to slow down to get into that barrel. Unfortunately, the wave doesn't. And we just got news that John Florence got a 10-point ride for that one.
10-point ride, and that's the first of the day, I believe.
First of the day so far. Now, the scale is a little different at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. So 12 points is actually the highest you can get, but a 10 is still, a great ride. I think what they do is they just reserve that extra couple of points for those rogue, amazing, above the 10-point mark score.
The last time you guys ran the event, oh, beautiful by John Florence. This is the 10-point ride. And he's no stranger to getting into that second tube along guys like Jamie O'Brien and other pipe specialists.
Right, and it's amazing you watch how Pipeline will do that. It'll start off as a 10-foot wave and end up as like a 3-foot wave.
Yeah, and pipe cone.
So John Stoke, look at,
it's
the
really
camaraderie,
good to
they're
see.
shaking hands and cheering each other on. They probably got word and can hear us because the Pipeline is not very far off the beach, so they can hear what's going on with the beach announcing that he got a 10-point ride.
Exciting. Team Florence in the house. I knew these guys were going to get busy right after the horn.
Yeah.
And we have tons more time left. 55 minutes to be exact.
Here comes a wave.
Got Ivan up and riding. The goofy footer in the family. Kind of similar to his first one, huh, Isaiah?
Right. Just getting under the curtain. Unfortunately, it didn't, it wasn't too deep and the wave shouldered off pretty quickly, but he's no stranger to this spot too. As we were talking earlier, at the HIC Pipe Pro, he got a perfect 10 in that event.
Oh, nice. 55 minutes, I believe these guys are just warming up.
You can see him stalling, standing
Such nice
up tall. Again, that comfortability to just relax in the barrel as it's throwing around you.
Yes, team events at Pipeline. These guys can, a little bit freely more position themselves,
And yet they're
no
sitting
priority.
right next to each other, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Wonder if they all just know exactly what hole in the reef to sit next to.
Me personally, I'd be sitting next to John too. Not sitting on him, but just I know he knows.
Yeah.
But you also could be in danger sitting next to John. That guy is a definitely cliffhanger, 12, 15 footers. He takes a safety look, and he will go on the split second. So we got waves approaching.
And they're paddling a little deeper, looking more at maybe these rights. So we've got a bunch of different camera angles today. We've got the drone footage. We've got angles from straight ahead, from backdoor, from over at Ehukai Beach. We also have the water angles from the ski. So
thank you to Salt and Air Studios. Yeah, always a good job. Mike Prickett and the gang, love it. That drone looks next level.
That thing's big.
It
Looks
just
like it
landed.
carry one of us away.
I know. I wonder how many pounds that drone could carry.
So this event is also in memory of Duke Kahanamoku, right? Which is super cool because, I mean, that's a generation prior. In fact, Duke had a club that they formed called the Hui Nalu Club. We were talking earlier about the Hui Ohe Nalu, but not to get confused with.
What year was that? That was in Waikiki.
That was in Waikiki. It's started in 1906, 1907. They're kind of a group of guys that formed around this hau tree on the beach there in Waikiki.
Is the hau tree still there?
There are hau trees there.
Yes, but not that
I don't know if it's the
one.
same ones or not. Maybe, hopefully it was like related plants from the previous, but yeah, and you still have some Beach Boys down there, but hau tree, I know the Tammy and all the
Moniz, yes.
The Moniz family, they still run the concessions down there. Super cool.
Awesome legacy family.
To have that legacy for sure.
Their sons are amazing pipe surfers as well.
Right.
And good job, by the way, on that Duke film. I really enjoyed that. I went to Bishop Museum, got my dad out of the house, the baby, and you guys did a really good job, all of you.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And you're always coming with that awesome mana'o and education. There's stuff that I learned about the Duke that I had no idea, and here we go.
Oh, that was a heavy one.
Someone was looking over the ledge on that one, Isaiah.
Here we go. Maybe we'll have a taker on this one.
Kaino, as I said, got chance. They're taking a look.
There's that picturesque barrel that Pipeline is known for.
Whew.
Here comes another wave. Bunch of waves stacked in the lineup here. Hopefully one of them is rideable for our Florence team here.
It seems to be very slabby, very punchy, and there is a lot of foam on the face when they do come in. The boys are repositioning them themselves. How big was his club, Duke's?
Yeah, so there was a group of them that it started off with just a handful, and it was mostly that the Kahanamoku family alone had a clan in and of itself. In fact, their family was the Pa'oa is Duke's middle name, and often his family called him Pa'oa. But that's his mom's side of the family was known as the Pa'oa family, and they lived in Waikiki in a place called Kalia, Waikiki, which is the area, Fort DeRusi area. And so Duke had his crew that started the Hui Nalu Club, and looks like maybe we might have a wave coming through, but no takers. That one swung pretty wide.
The way these guys look at Pipeline too, I mean, something that will, go. No. They're looking for something totally different.
Woo. Well, we do know that these conditions are pretty challenging, and the Florence is being selective, choosing the right waves. Yeah, so the Hui Nalu Club was formed for a few reasons, actually. One of them was because in order for Duke to compete in the Olympics, the AAU required them to have a club that represented you. And at that time, for whatever reason, there were some clubs that didn't allow Duke in them, right? And some of that unfortunately had to do with some racial stuff with segregation. So they formed their
Heartbreaking.
own. They started their own club called the Hui Nalu Club, and it was a swim club that evolved into also a surf club that also turned into a canoe club.
Wow.
So even today, the Hui Nalu Club is mostly known for
Was that
paddling.
surf club one of the first of its kind? Because
yeah,
I
mean,
know
that's a great
Greg Knoll
question.
and everybody had their clan coming over,
Right,
surfing
right.
the big waves, but that was all happening right around that time.
Well,
A little bit before.
Yeah, a lot before
Lot
actually.
before.
So we have Greg
1906,
Knowles
yeah.
here in the late 50s and 60s, whereas Duke's Club was a few decades earlier, from early 1900s, went through the 1920s, 1930s. So the Hui Nalu Club precedes that quite a bit, but they also were a surf club that did something similar that we saw in 1976, which is sort of maintaining that space in the surf for Kanaka Maoli, or Native Hawaiians. And so, interestingly, the Hui used to be, in fact, called the Black Shorts, right? 'Cause
Yes.
they were known for wearing black shorts with a yellow and a red stripe on the side. The Hui Nalu Club, years previous, they wore singlets.
Yeah,
right?
it was different,
Right.
way different times.
But they did have like a color too. So they had a black singlet that would either have a yellow or a red stripe around the waist.
Oh, interesting.
So these colors, red and yellow, important to the Lahui, or to our ali'i. So red and yellow were traditionally colors of ali'i. Ali'i is, in other words, for like a chief or a high-ranking individual in ancient Hawaiian society. And those colors stem from a very, rare types of birds. So in old Hawaii, a chief was marked by their bling, right? So
Gotcha,
the
and
clothing that they had,
cape,
and
the
that whether
feather.
it was a ahu ula, which was a feather cape, or a mahiole, which was these fancy helmets, these hats that they would wear, and they would have red and yellow feathers on them. So when you look at the Hui Nalu Club and also the Hui Ohe'e Nalu, drawing from those same themes of color marking of red and yellow, as going back to kind of these days of marking a chiefly status.
Wow, interesting.
Looks like,
And those are the marks of the club, too.
right?
I was raised around that, and first time coming up here to the North Shore, the club remains the same.
Right.
A lot has changed with the place, but the club remains the same.
And kind of cool to have that continuity. I mean, as a historian, I love continuity. It's really, history is about connecting us in the present to the past, right? And so you have some of these markers that we have, such as these colors of reds and yellow, or even the logo of the Hui Ohe'e Nalu is a petroglyph, right?
Yes.
That also links to the past, where in old Hawaii, the Hawaiians would draw these petroglyphs into rocks, and they would tell stories. And one of those petroglyphs, or at least one of them, several of them actually, are stories of surfing in ancient times. And so kind of cool that the Hui still kind of draws from that history of the petroglyph to identify with that history and a connection to it.
Wow,
for
very
us in the
interesting.
present. So actually, a lot of thought, I think, was put into those symbols, and kind of cool that they were able to, teach a lesson for us today. They're kind of learning tools, right?
Yep.
Mark these things as remembering the past.
I know, looking at the symbol, there's so much authenticity to it, and meaning to me and fellow surfers.
Right. As you see on the screen, actually, there it is. That is different from,
that
there's
is
the
the
Hui, the
original.
club. Yeah. So the club logo has the more like traditional, like actual drawing from the rocks, the petroglyph.
Yep.
And whereas the clothing line has sort of adapted a little to make it, tweaked it a little different. But that's how you know the difference between the logo of the club and the clothing.
The difference of the surf clothing.
Right.
And go check them out at thehui.com. They have killer apparel, killer T-shirts. The shirts are every year the shirts are nice. This year is amazing. So make sure you guys go check out your Hui hats and your Hui contest shirts. They're all online.
We have a Hui wax team. So I guess there's
also
and another brand is the
Hui
wax.
They also have John Florence. It's pretty amazing, the new formula and stuff. You guys go check it out. The Hui Wax team is going to consist of Makua Rothman, Billy Kemper, Kai Lenny, Jamie O'Brien coming up later today.
And here we go. A late one. John falls from the sky, pulls into. Unfortunately, doesn't come out. You can see how that end pinched. If anyone could have come out of that, would have been
very
John
rare for yes.
But
what a great fall from the sky. He even did something with his hand to, I mean, that was technique as he free fell from it. John Florence putting his family on the board today. Got a perfect 10.
We'll see the replay here in a second, hopefully. But I love how he makes it look so easy, like paddling into the wave as it's already breaking, and then uses that technique to drag. Here we go. See how he falls. He's literally falling. Then finds his line at the bottom of the wave, and unfortunately the wave itself didn't cooperate.
His wall grabbing hand was free falling with him, and then he engaged it. Wow, nice ride for John. Yeah, it's not a make.
The evolution of that style of you know, it starts off as called the pig dog, right? And we see that with you know, Dane Kealoha. We also saw that with Michael Ho.
Yes.
And then Johnny Boy Gomes. Oh, here we have a split peak. We're going to follow.
Wow, there's your backdoor, Isaiah. And he comes out.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow, double. That is very exciting.
Well, the beast just erupted, and I know we couldn't see it on the footage on the live cam, but they split the peak, and they both came out of deep barrels.
That was Ivan on the left, I believe, and wow.
That's what you call a family wave.
Yes, first 10 and first backdoor wave. You know, these guys are always raising the bar, always reaching some levels.
We'll try and get this. We'll show you here soon what was going on at Pipeline on the left while those two bros split the peak. There we go.
Oh, that was Nathan. Oh, beautiful.
So cool to have that family moment where you're both getting barreled on the same wave, split the peak, Pipeline, backdoor shootout. Gotta love it.
Straight talent. Nathan is quite the character as well. And getting barreled, all beginning a winner.
We have more waves now approaching. So we got some scores dropping. Looks like Nate got an 8, which rhymes, and then John got a 6.
6.0 for that backdoor wave. John didn't really need it, but that was a beautiful wave anyways. It's not going to mess with his 10.
So, yeah, awesome. That my guess is the reason why they went higher with Nate's score wave was it seemed to be growing on the left, and on the right it was kind of shrinking. So as Rocky mentioned earlier, that oftentimes it's the wave itself that provides the score for you. And they both, rode the barrel skillfully. They both came out with the spit, but I think because that left was bigger and throatier, that Nate ended up getting the 2 more points than John. My goodness, here is
and it's all for the team. Here we go. Nate again, up and riding, very deep.
Come out. Almost.
A similar clamper to John's one previous.
Yeah.
Oh, Nathan.
Beautiful entry.
These guys are getting work done. Look at all the brothers looking over the ledge. Where's Nate? Did he come out? Let's go. I just would love to hear them mic'd up. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, they're a team, but everybody also wants to win. Oh, wow, that spit
really
on that one.
On.
Here we go, a replay of that wave that they split earlier.
Right. So queuing up the right replay.
Oh my God.
As There's that backdoor wave that John got a 6-point ride on. But yeah, unfortunately Nate wasn't able to come out of that one, but boy, the entry was beautiful. Wave was steep. Here comes another live action here. John going backdoor, stalling, standing tall, deep in the barrel, comes out.
Oh, Isaiah, he just said, you want to give me a 6 for that small one? Well, let me get a girthy one.
It looked like he jumped onto a different wave, too.
Oh, yeah, right over the back.
That
riding past Ames.
Here's the replay. Standing tall, deep in the barrel, comes out after it's done.
Man, you know where he kicked out, he just kind of got the best of it. He's going to go right back out to his brothers. There's not too much going on over there because that is some work on a day like today.
We're waiting on some scores here.
I was watching some surfers come in this morning, like he's coming up in the Volcom team later. It was Makana Pang. He was riding a 5'11", telling Mr. Riddler, oh, I just rode my 5'11", but you know, I think I'm going to take out my 6'1". I mean, these guys, you know, everybody has
he's a
their
pretty, he's what do we say? I don't want to say he's short, but he's a
smaller guy,
yeah,
but
small in stature, but big in courage and heart for sure. Dropping some scores here for John's last ride.
Yep, John getting Uncle Kainoa McGee excited up there. Actually, all of us are excited for this heat. We got some serious teams coming up. Dahui, Japan, Volcom, Quicksilver. We got a Snap 4 team. Dahui Wax.
And Nate Florence on this one. Just up and out.
Ooh, that was a lot of, that was like a fin ad, all the photographers dipping down.
What I love, too, about this event is John just got a ride back up by Hawaiian Water Patrol. And kind of cool. In some events, you know, they have strict guidelines about, you know, when you're allowed to use the Water Patrol.
Yes,
and
you have to be in a certain position or in trouble. But, yeah, he got a ride right back out in that case.
But very convenient to get back out there. That was awesome. And I mean, in the middle of the heat, we had kind of some downtime where they were waiting for the right waves. But it seems like in the last 5 minutes, we've had a flurry of some really good waves.
Yeah, that was. But we got hit with some amazing education and culture by you, Isaiah. I love that stuff. And man, this is exciting day. Sure. Backdoor Shootouts up again. When you, Rocky, and Kaipo were added in 2019, you guys had some large surf as well, huh?
We did, yeah.
And you guys had jet ski assist, I believe. And yeah, they'll implement that in a certain time.
Sure. Here comes some waves. Let's see if anyone's going to paddle for this one.
Because, you know, you get more surfing with jet ski assist, but the Florence brothers is just like, they seem to just beast mode past 100 yards of whitewater. Make it look like it's easy out there. Eli up and riding on a bomb.
Oh,
grabs early, comes out with the spit.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's going to be a good score for Eli.
Stoked.
Team Florence making their mark. Other teams are watching on the beach going, okay. This guy's scoring capability is off the charts.
I loved how he stayed low on that wave, which
he grabbed early at a slant,
right, and that takes some confidence and wave knowledge to be able to do that, to pull in like just under the lip. But it helped him to be able to get that extra pump to ride out of the barrel because he was pretty deep.
And we got Ivan here, Isaiah.
My goodness, look, right off the bat, stalling, trying to get in that barrel. Love the water angle. Just a short in and out. It's going to kick out by our camera water guys. And
I watch this guy a lot. I'm a goofy footer. I'm a fan. This guy, he's just waiting for that wave that he wants. Ivan is no stranger to getting absolutely hidden at pipeline. Coming out, getting another one, and then busting a huge air at the end, which we have not seen any acrobatics yet.
Not yet. That'd be interesting to be the goofy footer in the family, you know?
Oh, yeah,
I'm a
big
goofy
time.
footer myself.
Oh, you
And,
are? Nice
yeah,
to know.
and,
Well, all three of us are
right
goofy
on.
footers.
But to have the other brothers being regular foot, I wonder what the pros and cons of that are. Probably you're more likely to get more lefts in the crew, and splitting the peak, maybe they're more willing to give you the left as they're out here at Pipeline.
Well, Ivan was by himself on the Ehukai left as a little kid. His brothers were surfing the right. But yeah, these guys also skate some heavy concrete as well. Right. Very talented at that.
Yeah. So Eli Olsen just got a trainer. I was telling
and that one opened up my eyes.
Right.
So that's going to come in as a good score. I'm waiting to hear maybe from Kainoa McGee. See what he got awarded.
I was telling Rocky earlier, I'm looking forward to some wave of the winter type waves out here today. I think we'll get some memorable barrels today at this event. For sure in the last one we saw that. Here we go. It's replay of Ivan trying to stall in that barrel.
And it isn't easy to slow down,
right.
You know. Every wave is so different.
Some waves coming.
Wow, Isaiah. 9.5 of Ivan Florence's last wave.
No, that was Eli. I think
Eli's,
I said
okay.
Eli. A 9.5.
Good job, Eli.
Well deserved, too.
Well deserved. With this heat, you know, there's not much that comes in that's, you know, unridden. If it's something you can take, they're going to take it, and they're not going to be out of position.
Right. So 9.5, Eli Olsen, and then Johnson got a 10-point ride in this heat. Those are their two highest scores so far.
Some 8s, some 6s, looking good.
Looking at the horizon.
Nate's frothing at the bit to come out of one of those clampers.
Looking out at the horizon, there's some sets coming. The boys are in the right spot. We'll see if this works out. That out there is what we call the second reef. When the waves are bigger, they'll break out there before coming in onto this first reef.
Peruvian Tubos had a couple second reefers, right? Earlier started.
Right. See it coming from the westerly angle, which is preferable at Pipeline.
Yeah, that was just a big foam ball whitewater, just rolled left right through the lineup.
So if you're just joining us, this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2022. Stoked and grateful to be back in the event, because we had a couple of years off along with most of our other surfing events, and so it's really blessed and fortunate to be able to have the event run again and in great surf.
Yes, great surf and with the Hui. Awesome cultural prestige event here in Hawaii.
Right.
Straight local.
And with some of the world's best Pipeline surfers, some of those right now in the water with the Florence Ohana.
Yeah, on this list, we got some of the best of the best. You're going to see Team Volcom, Dahui Japan. Starting off the event this morning was the Peruvian Tubos team, Quicksilver, and first ever WSL Wahine.
Right.
Amazing.
No, yeah, super cool to have women in this event, especially with these, you know, challenging conditions. To, you know, we see on there Carissa, Malia Manuel, Moana Wong, formerly Jones. She was recently married.
Yes. Congratulations.
And Coco Ho. So, I mean, that's quite a team lineup right there of our Hawaiian surfers.
Yeah.
And, you know, kind of cool, too, that women surfing has really, you know, been kind of advancing in the last few years. And I've mentioned this before. I talked she had a lot of twists and turns to her life with different love stories and so forth.
Gotcha.
But the end of the story, she ends up in Waikiki with the chief Kalamakua, and they become kind of the chiefs or the li'i of that area. She was famous for being one of the best surfers at Kalehuawehe, the outer breaks in Waikiki, and was known for surfing big waves and was very skilled at it. So super cool to be continuing that tradition of wahine surfing and surfers, and to have women in this event at
big time.
Maxing Pipeline says a lot of how far we've come and how the women are really taking up the challenge.
I've been seeing a lot of upcoming wahine working hard out here. Also, I seen Keala Kenley this morning come into the houses bright and early. That's another wahine that you've seen her at Jaws that year and other stuff locally here. Wow, this is a set that just came in and
washed out.
Went all the way through gums. You see Hawaii Water Patrol. That's the second time they had to outrun a left.
Wow.
Hawaiian Water Patrol. Always amazing having these guys. World's best watermen right here. You got some collaboration of the west side as well. I see Keone Keolana on the ski. Just love all the waterman vibes. Woo, that was a bomber-ized of a plane.
Have this
coming to check out the action. They must have heard
plane.
The Florence team is in the water, and they're circling.
Just buzzed the tower here, Top Gun style.
Huh?
I wonder extra large drone.
Yeah. How's that drone just circling the third reef? Yeah. I knew Uncle Eddie had something in store.
It's circling again. I don't know if the camera can get this, but we have this massive military plane.
Yeah, there it is.
Circling.
Was that a bird or a drone that went by?
Again.
Yeah, here it goes.
Everybody's calling it the drone.
Yeah, for those of you are watching, that's our other drone. Just joking. That thing is massive.
A couple 100 feet above us.
The boys all excited outside.
We're counting down this heat. 3, 2, 1.
Isaiah, we got a whale out the back too. I just seen the blowhole. Good job, Team Florence.
That was amazing. Two highest rates of the day, a 10-0 and a 9.5.
As a recap, we had Nate Florence stalling for that barrel.
Good job, Ivan on the inside.
And the Florence brothers having a show out there. John under the hood. Eli with a 9.5.
Yes. John with the 10.
With the 10. Here we had the split peak with the brothers. Nathan and John splitting the peak. An 8-point ride. Here's John. Backdoor. Showed us several different versions of backdoor
yes,
today.
He did.
And there's the 9.5 for Eli.
Good job,
Definitely
Eli.
The waves were lit up. And we'll be back with the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Aloha.
Aloha. Oh, good job, guys.
Welcome back to Pipeline and Backdoor. This first day of the 2022, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Rocky Cannon with Ezra Rodriguez. We've got Isaiah Walker with us as well. Will be the Three Musketeers bringing you the action this year for the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And pretty exciting last heat with the Florence Ohana and their Hanai Brada Eli Olsen bringing us
with the 9.5 at the tail end. Very good stuff.
Yeah, great heat. Now we're on to a even more exciting heat, or I don't want to say even more exciting, but just as exciting.
Oh, yes.
It'll be Team Volcom with Kaimana Henry and Balaram Stack, Mikey O'Shaughnessy, Jack Robinson, Makana Pang, Kainehe Hunt. That's the lineup of team members, but obviously only 4 of those surfers will be in the water at a time.
Yep.
And, man, Ezra, exciting, yeah?
It's exciting. We're watching Team Volcom, and we're in your yard. We're at the Volcom Bee House, and we are at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And there was a 10 and a 9.5, and things are starting to elevate, materialize out at Brackish Pipeline.
I mean, look at those gaping barrels that you're seeing on screen right now. And
slabs.
What I like about this year is they've brought the broadcasting down to ground level, if you will.
Ooh,
so
like
you viewers at home or in your office sneaking a peek on the other screens, you feel like that you're right here. Because you can hear Kainoa McGee giving his expert beach analysis and live commentary, and his excitement is like no other. That's what makes this contest really special, in my opinion, is his presence and his enthusiasm is infectious.
Yes.
And then we're down here at, in prior years, we were up second or third level at the other Volcom house.
Beautiful as well.
Which is great, a view, awesome view, but you're a little disconnected. Right here, ground level, we've got, Uncle Dennis Pang hanging out right there watching Makana. We had
Moani.
Dave Riddle, the Riddler, hanging out here. We got Moana Wong and Tehotu right there, and people just coming in and around. So you really do feel like you're immersed and in the event. And that's what we want to bring to you guys watching on surfline.com, is to have you be here with us as much as possible.
Right here on the balcony. Well, when we're young fellas, we're all in this yard with butterflies, nerves.
Oh, yeah.
Aspirations.
Yeah. Wondering, when am I going to get my chance?
And look at these brothers over here. Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Hawaiian Water Patrol.
I love seeing them.
Second generation.
Yeah, the second generation. Ha'ahale, and you got Westside's Keone Kealana.
The most recent generation, because there's been some generations of Hawaiian Water Patrol. And
that's your partner in crime, Kavika Foster.
Yeah, that's my mentor. Yep. And I watched Ha'a grow up into the fine young man that he is today.
Amazing young man. I got stuck in a heat with him at Mel's Longboard Waterman Challenge.
Okay. Yeah,
and it was big. And, you know, I had to score Po'omai and Ha'a, and I'm like, oh, man. I just scored 2 North Shore hammers, and it's big. It's right up the alley.
Yeah.
But I always love having them in the water.
Well, there's Balaram Stack getting a ride back out, which is another really cool part
I heard
of the
you the
event.
other year. He loves his nickname. Is his nickname Ball Stack?
Ball Stack.
That guy charges, man.
Yeah.
I was expecting to see a couple little maybe tail end, you know, being a fan of Pipeline, watching so many generations getting spit out at Pipeline and then doing something on the end. I've always been a fan of that. It's not for everybody, but possible Team Volcom.
They've got some high-flying acrobatic surfers.
Which isn't needed, but it always elevates.
It just adds to the aesthetic effect, for sure. I'd like to say thank you to our sponsors, the Keiki Bungalows right down the road here. Been hosting folks for decades from around the world on this North Shore. The Hui Wax, some of the best wax you're going to come across.
Love that wax.
All sticky all the time. And Odom Corporation. And also Sinaloa, Tortillas, Aloha Salads, Chris Lufrano and the gang, Body Armor. I'm enjoying some Body Armor right here. This
that stuff is
superior
real good.
hydration.
It is. It's like you get an oil change once you drink one of those, and you just feel lubed up, ready to go.
This is
strawberry banana.
Very good stuff. Mahalo to Kona Brewing, Hawaii. Some more good stuff. Monster Energy. Keala Iwohi.
Monster.
Great product there. Defend Hawaii with Chris and the crew. Our beautiful, comfortable shirts that we're wearing. Oahu Golf Apparel. Tim Hazelgrove, thank you. Himiko Organic. Kenui Kitchen. Kono's Hawaii. Pupukea Grill. And Two Thumbs Tattoo Bowl in Mililani.
You got any tattoos, Rock?
I have 2 tattoos.
Okay.
Yeah, just one of them from the uncle of Hideata and Raymana.
Oh, okay.
Their uncle came over here a long time ago, way back when, for Hideata and Kahea's wedding when I was a teenager. And we sat on the beach at VLAN while he tattooed my leg with the traditional Tahitian design. And my middle name on my back, Kahale Paole. How about you, bro?
Tahitian brothers, no.
You are tat-free.
Huh? Tat-free?
That's pretty
I've always
impressive.
Interested, but you guys know my dad, Hawaiian Santa Claus, Papa Sam.
Papa Sam.
When we were young, growing up in the amateur days, he said, I see you come back from a trip with a tattoo. I'm taking it out with a chainsaw. So I just, I always fancied it, like Billy Kemper and some of the North Shore boys. They got some of the nicest tattoos.
Right, yeah.
And I love that.
That's a little surf trivia for you guys. Is how much tattoos does Brother Ezra have? 0.
0, but I might want to put my kids' names on it.
And now that you're at past a certain point, it's like almost like no need already.
Yeah, I just turned 43. Maybe perhaps.
Yeah, woohoo!
New things.
Here's a paddle, and this looks like it could be Jack Robinson.
Ooh.
And
that is
J-Rob, just amazing talent. I love watching him surf. Since a teenager, he's been blowing our minds at Big Sunset, Big Haleiwa. Had some really great results here at Pipe. And, man, I mean, so glad to see him elevate his game to the next level.
I remember when he first came on scene, there was a lot of high expectations for him, and he fulfilled that as one of the best barrel riders in the world, and he really works hard on it.
This wave not producing too much, for a guy like Jack, really wants that super long wall, but I think a lot of these guys, when they first start their heat, they know they got 55 minutes, which is like the longest heat they'll ever surf, in any competition almost, besides I think the Eddie at Waimea has 1 hour long heats, but the events these guys are used to surfing in, the max would be like a final of maybe 35 minutes or something. So 55 minutes does give you a lot of time to be selective, but in the beginning, I think they're also just trying to get their feet wet, feel out the day's conditions, because you know this place changes, you know, minute by minute, it seems like, and to really kind of get in tune with what the particular day is offering, you need to get those first few under your belt.
Feel your board, the speed.
That too.
Yep, I mean, so many surfers, and, you know, you being a surfer, everybody has so many pet peeves in their surfing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They're rituals, right?
I mean, we have some of our classic peers that, I mean, they're just ridiculous when they get ready to surf, but that's surfing, you know what I mean? That's why we're sitting here. Surfing is an amazing sport, culture, and lifestyle for a lot of us.
Yeah, and we've got folks that are tuning in from all over the place.
Awesome.
You know, right here in the United States, some folks in Europe, some folks in South America. I'm sure they're cheering on their Peruvian brothers as they went out in the first round.
They got some good barrels.
And look at that one just unload on camera right there, like exploding your screen.
And Rock, it looks to be changing again. It's like a little bit more on the inside and slabby and dangerous looking
super slabby and ledgy, and I think that's some of the most dangerous pipeline is when it starts to move in on that first reef, even though the size of the wave is big enough to break at second or third reef. It doesn't really feather until it gets right to the first reef where it, I mean, you got to have just an amazing amount of courage to take off on these waves.
Well, you pipe specialists were born with that thing that, you know, some of us just like, you guys can look and go.
It you know, I don't know if growing up here, it definitely took a lot to paddle out on some of the days and look over the ledge and axe trigger and realize that they are makeable. I do it over and over again.
With adjustments to make it perfect every time.
And you're, you know, trying to get deeper, trying to get, you know, this or that. So it was a very much a learning curve growing into process for myself in particular. But, you know, guys like the Florence brothers that we watched in the last heat, you know, growing up in the lineup, basically, you know, just have become so comfortable. It's really nice to watch.
Yeah, when it's not fun out here and nobody's surfing on the North Shore, those brothers actually find a home right over there, right out by Gums. And, you know, when you surf for so many years, you start looking at things a little differently, you know, not just all the familiar spots, but there's so much that the ocean has to offer on different things.
Yeah, the nooks and crannies and little creases and bumps that these guys find.
They make it look magical.
Will be pretty crazy to see that, how they can do that. And then any other surfer and the consequences that you would face. Here's Kaimana, a previous champion here.
Yes, 2016, I believe.
Yeah.
Also, Robo was, you know, he just went on 2 waves earlier, and he's just getting a couple pocket rides, like you said. He's just trying to, you know, these guys just go and try to find their seam inside this. Oh, Mana. No stranger to this place.
Yeah, one of the craziest shootouts I remember with him surfing, and it was this. He was raising his hand in this backdoor barrel, like fully outstretched, and one of those iconic
backdoor waves,
backdoor moments where you saw the confidence of a surfer on, you know, a wave that was just immaculate, but also, you know, he's not a small guy.
He's not.
He's big. And he looked on the small side because of how intense the wave was.
And you know,
but how comfortable he was also like a statement.
In our industry, he's one of the powerhouses up and riding. That's Mr. Stack, I believe.
That is Ball Stack. Not the, you know, long, big wall, deep barrel that he's looking for, but those are just so fun to catch and ride, and just to be on a wave that big over a surface that is that shallow. You know, like I tell a lot of folks, you know, that pipeline, you got these waves breaking over this amount of water. The math is just does not work out for for your head or for your body if you wipe out. But to be that close to something so intense is where it's all at.
Yep, they're very amphibious creatures out there to get through all that current and pull, because, I mean, you know, an average Joe could just touch the lineup and boom, Kainoa McGee will be yelling at you on the mic. You headed to Rockies, man. I mean, and you're going fast, not just knots.
Yeah, and, you know, that end section over here at Pipeline, it is also super crazy, dangerous, detonating waves over mostly sand, but it's real shallow. And I have seen, you know, the ultimate broken board scenario where you don't even get out and catch a wave, and you're sent back to the beach with a broken board, your tail between your legs.
Back to the drawing board.
Just like, am I really going to get another board to go out there and try to even just make it to the lineup? So
you really got to be mentally strong in this surfing right here.
Yeah. You know, on any given day, if this was not a surf contest day, there would be, what, maybe 70, 80 people in the water.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to catch some of the same waves. And the intensity is just palpable when you sit here and watch it on days like that. But, man, what a treat.
What a treat.
To paddle out with your teammates.
I know.
We talked about formats in the years past. They would send out different team members, you know, to surf against each other, which still made it
you're competing against somebody
competitive
in
that way. But I like this more recent format of paddling out with your team and being able to encourage each other and push each other, you know, maybe into some waves that you might not usually go for.
And I feel that we're going to get more performance off of them. You know, when you're competing against somebody, there's so much in competition. But when you have the team, like you guys were saying, they're competing against the other leaderboards. So it's just like it's elevating the sport. It's like, get out there.
Well, the quality of the surfing is somewhat hindered when you have direct competition, in the sense that
I agree.
Because you're paddling for a wave that this other guy wants who's not on your team, you guys might be pushing each other out of position to try to just get the right away. So you might, you know, hinder the overall performance.
That does hinder the performance, you know, because people do get personal. I mean, every professional surfer has their individual way of handling things, but yes.
So when you got your teammate with you, you know, of course, you know, you guys, there's still the individual competition where you want to get the best wave. But overall, you kind of eliminate that direct competition, and then the overall performances start to blossom even more when you've got your teammates with you and you're not as direct in competition, and you are allowing them to be in the right spot, you know, not having to battle for position, but just to go freely attack this wave with your best positioning and best skill. And then we bring out the best in the surfing.
Yeah. And that's what you're watching at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Prestige event, only one of its kind. Team event, big dollars up for prize money. Amazing sponsors. And we got brackish, slabbing what? What would you give this? 10 to 12 foot pipeline?
Solid 10 to 12. You know, there may be something a little bigger every once in a while on the far outside, but we're right now we're just pumping at solid 10 to 12, and some great information about this swell on surfline.com.
Yeah, Surfline.
And what it's been producing. the drone shot, you see a rock pile at the top of your screen further down the beach. Right around that rock pile is where you'll find Keiki Bungalows, one of our headlining sponsors. One of the most, in my opinion, the combination of not having a fixed lifeguard station there, having some kind of vacation area thing there, and the way Keiki can blow up
there, yeah.
It's so crazy dangerous too.
Oh, the shore break, yes.
When you get into that shore break, but a beautiful area, and check out Keiki Bungalows when you're coming for your North Shore stay, right on the ocean. And you know, you've stayed out here a lot, and it's really one of those things that kind of can just lull you to sleep. The sound of these ocean
big time
crashing waves. Of course, if you're planning on surfing the next day, it can be a little intimidating. Or,
if you're a surfer, you're not going to sleep like that.
But man, soothing sounds of the ocean.
Oh yeah, put babies right to sleep.
Oh yeah. Team Volcom got a wrangle on this lineup here. There's some moving around right now to see if there's a catchable wave on the way.
Been watching this team get ready for their heat for an hour or two now. They're frothing.
Yeah.
But there are lulls, and with the danger of these slabby waves, you got to just, cherry pick, be peculiar of what you get.
Well, here's something that could be rideable on the horizon. You see 3 of our surfers in frame right now that are patiently waiting. One of them is now on the move further out.
Here we go. I believe that looks like a jack paddle.
And checking out backdoor for a second, but decides to pull back.
Oh, he's getting kind of excited up there. It's like, when we seen our first backdoor ridden waves earlier in the Florence team. Yeah, Mahina just brought us some Sinaloa chips.
Oh yeah, they make more than just tortillas. They also make some lovely tortilla chips.
Thanks to Hui Wax, Body Armor, Kona Brewing, Monster Energy, Defend Hawaii, Oahu Golf Apparel, Himiku Organics, Kainui Kitchen, Konos Hawaii, Pupakea Grill, and Two Thumbs Tattoo Hawaii. Thank you so much. We are live. Thank you, Salt Air Studios. You're watching us live. My name's Ezra Rodriguez, along with Rocky Cannon and Isaiah Walker.
Yeah, surfline.com. That's where it's at. Mahalo to Surfline. And they let that wave sneak through underneath. I believe Kaimana's the only one without
a wetsuit,
jerseyless or wetsuitless, but he's on the move for this one right here. And he is up and riding, but just a little late on that one. Had to focus all his attention on making the drop and couldn't do the multitasking on that particular one with grabbing the rail and tucking in. So looks like Kyle Pa'o. Oh, sorry, that's maybe Keone Keolana picking him up. But you see how late he was and did not have a chance to set the rail. So that was just
not something he wanted living right here, but he knows the drill.
Yep, it happens to everybody at one point in time. The straight hander.
One of our powerhouse surfers here in Hawaii.
Yeah, he was a guy that I got to spend a lot of time with, during our youth, both surfing for the same Uncle Brian Surratt.
Oh, man, let me tell you.
Gotcha MCD surf team.
I caught you guys at the Junior Pro Velziland when I was a young kid. That was a team, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Uncle Brian Surratt, one of the heaviest,
days.
best coaches here on the North Shore. Never forget those legacy names as we talk so much, you know, just Oahu and the chain itself, not just North Shore. Respect, you know what I mean, for your elders. And Uncle Brian Surratt is definitely a North Shore original. That's when you had Eric Diaz.
Eric Diaz was
kinds of
shredding
on
it
that
up.
team.
Yeah.
The MCD.
Paulie Boy Cheplick from Big Island.
One of my favorites. He came, you know, because, you know, I am a townie. Came into Waikiki. That's how, you know, how I met all you guys.
Yeah.
Country team back in the day.
We had to make our summer pilgrimage.
Oh, yeah, you know, and
town,
that's
like,
how,
there's a whole different scene over here.
We become friends till the end, you know, the biggest surf community. But, oh, man, watching Polly and you guys surfing Baby Queens, I was like, oh, I got to change it up. These guys got a whole different approach.
Right.
Good stuff.
Well, here's a load of waves that are approaching. We'll see if there's anything with potential.
They don't look too bad, the angle, huh, Rock?
Yeah. You know, sometimes when you get the mixture of the north and the west, you'll get these sets of waves, and nobody's going to ride these because the angle is too straight in or straight on. You want a little bit of a tweak, either to the north for backdoor or to the west for pipeline. But every once in a while, you'll get this this combination of the north and west, which makes for one extended giant closeout. And that's why we're not seeing anybody take part in these waves. And that's some of the part of the knowledge in surfing here for a lot of years, that, you know, knowing which one to, which one, Uncle Willie Grace right there.
Uncle Willie Grace coming to
which one to catch and which one to back off, you know, comes with a lot of that experience and wave selection.
Just like you're saying, like the Volcom team didn't even look at those. They just paddled right over them.
They pretty much knew, you know, from 30, 40 yards out as it's approaching the reef, that I'm not going to even flinch for this one. And it's mostly about setting yourself up for the next set and getting in that position of where you want to be. And, you know, there's times, too, where you don't really want to chase too much here.
Nope.
You want to pick your spot. And what you don't see from these shots and from our surfer's perspective is the row of houses that are up here and the different landmarks that you use for lining up. And aligning yourself for the premium position. And, you know, it was always surfing here a lot. It's always a lot of looking back at shore to, you know, gauge your positioning. And you find something that is fixed or in a permanent position. So a certain house, a certain coconut tree, you know, you could even measure up and look beyond that up onto the mountain ridge line and try to find something up there too. So, you know, positioning is so important. And when you're talking positioning here, as we see a great positioning for Balaram Stack. And he's going to come screaming through all the way out. Ball Stack come through. Huge.
That was deep in the depths of pipeline. That thing had 1 foot of water on it.
Yeah. I think the lip was thicker than the water was deep.
Wow,
Look
I'm always on my edge of my seat.
Disappeared he is right there.
That was beautiful.
That is going to be pushing the level of those double-digit scores.
Yeah,
we saw a 10 from John.
Yes.
Saw that 9.5 from Eli, which, you know, and I know they also will go back to video to reflect some of the scores too and make sure they're assigning an appropriate score. Eli's could, in my opinion, get nudged up a little bit too. But that
the backside one, yes.
But this one from Balaram Stack.
But where he was so black, so dark from the takeoff.
Excellent
I know he's a
surfing.
nutcase. I love watching him.
Yeah. He's definitely out of his mind.
Yes.
All compliments of the phrase.
Yes, and yes, and he's putting Volcom on that thing. We're going to see what Kainoa McGee has to say about that.
Yeah, he's sitting right beside the judges, so he can fill us in
anything
audibly on
anything that goes on, we can hear it, and we know.
So we're waiting to hear.
Everybody was frothed on that last ride, it sounds like, Rock.
The peanut gallery
Yes.
has a whole new definition here at Pipeline. And they're definitely making their thoughts and opinions known to the judges.
Yes. And it's an intense place already.
Yeah. Ultimately, the judges will put in the numbers. But that one's, I would say, has to be double digits. I don't know, perfect 12s are going to be really hard to come by.
I'm no judge. I'm a big fan, but that might be, compared to John's 10, they're probably taking a look at that thing.
Yeah, it could be in that 10.5, 11-point range.
That thing was inside, a little bit bigger.
And, everybody.
He really had some speed on there, though. That was the biggest difference.
We would like to request a replay of Balaram Stack for our judges, and also if queue up replay with John's wave too, because those are in comparison right now. So we got
Here we go, Rock.
The word from Kainoa that this is going to be up there.
There goes Mr. Stack again on a smaller Coney one. Beautiful exit by him. I mean, that was like, why not go on that one? I mean, you're getting a pipe barrel.
You got 55 minutes, and you just got something that's probably going to be a excellent keeper in the double digits for your overall score and your team score.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, while you're waiting, and there is also like a rotation out there.
Yeah.
So Balaram knows he's not going to go out to his teammates and then expect that next big one again. So he's just keeping himself busy.
Their team.
Waiting for his turn. He took his turn. He capitalized big time. And while he's waiting for his turn, he'll sneak around on the inside and get a couple more. I mean, your favorite place to be is in the barrel. Why not?
Big time. And that was a nice one as well. And here in Hawaii, it doesn't work like that. You can't catch a wave and paddle all the way back out to the lineup and get another one.
Not even with your teammates. It's just not cool, man.
It isn't cool. Hey, but it happens.
Yeah.
I'm from town. It happens a lot.
I know. Like you said, man, every zone's got its different little quirks.
See, they're matching.
So here's the John wave. That was a 10.
It's beautiful.
And really excellent score. Great surfed wave. And here's Balaram. Just that deeper. From that same angle, Balaram was deeper. Front side, back side, that can be debated all day long.
I dug it. I kind of liked my straight on angle from the house. So, Rocky, you just seen that brackish, how deep, slabby. Like, once that thing pounded down, that thing could have lifted him up.
Right.
Huli maka flip, but not in this case.
And with this rain, putting a little bit of, that little darker tint on the water, he probably was going to, bust out his headlamp pretty soon to find his way out of there. But
I know you know the reef,
tunnel.
And all my brothers over here know the reef so good. But when it's brackish, it definitely adds a difference. I don't care how many years you've surfed this reef, it shifts, it moves all over the place.
That is
when
another,
you can't see the bottom.
There's another landmark aspect to it in what you're talking about is looking at the cracks in the reef that you can't see.
What I'm used to seeing, and everybody on, watching us is like, oh, the beautiful canvas of Pipeline. I mean, this adds a different element.
Yep.
It's not straight Willy Wonka chocolate, but it's brackish.
Right. And just not being able to see the bottom, if you're one of those guys that does use different formations and cracks in the reef and different boils, it can affect your ability to find the right position.
Because those notches in the reef, you guys even know when you guys are sitting out there. Because I know you sit way out. Oh, here we go, Rock.
This looks like Makana Pang.
Yes, I was telling Isaiah Walker earlier that I watched Makana Pang right before we got started, and he was talking to Riddler about riding a 5'11", and then he might switch to his 6'1". Crazy how small these. I mean, he's a smaller guy with. I mean, whew.
Yeah.
crazy
even
talent.
consider that kind of size board. But there's a quick replay of Makana. He ready for bang pang.
Yeah, and a 6-1 to him is a step up or
That's
a gun
a step
almost.
up.
Yes.
Yeah. And he's got
What would you
pretty
ride on a
good,
day like today for you?
Today I would be. I really like the 7-6 number. That
Gotcha.
would be my go-to for a big day like today. I definitely felt like, and Makana Pang's step-up board is a 6-1. I'm standing 6-1.
That's your short board hot dogger.
So, definitely something bigger for a taller person like me would be the board choice. But, it was like guys like Andy and Bruce that, still in that 5'10", 5'11" in their height.
Mm-hmm.
They were, scaling it down to like 6'4s and
they were riding
on big days.
next to a guy that from Kauai, Max Medeiros.
Yeah.
Super small boards before you came on the pipe scene. He was out there on his Twinser.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great
So going shorter
name.
wasn't anything new, you know what I mean? The
Right.
guys were already dabbling with it.
Yeah,
years
I feel
ago.
like it it kind of just was tailored to the rider and the preference of the rider. I always felt like I could, use a bigger board and not feel like I was sacrificing too much movement or maneuverability.
Yeah.
Just with foot placement per se, but definitely, then you watch Kelly and some of the small boards
I know.
he would ride and still does ride and just it
Kelly's
was
an
happening back in the day, maybe not as much as it happens today, but there definitely were those guys that didn't mind taking out something smaller, having to paddle that much harder.
But having a little bit more foam nowadays really doesn't hurt. Just from my longboard background, my longboard is my gun, my small wakeboard. I don't have any excuses.
Right.
Let's go, Ezra.
One
Hurry
size
up.
fits all.
But yeah, amazing to watch some of that stuff this winter too of Haleiwa, big Haleiwa. Guys are on some smaller boards.
Yeah.
And that growing up around that wave, Terry Aquina and all that, those guys are riding massive boards. And, the Martin Potter days. I mean, he's riding a gun floating that bowl.
Sonny
so
too, just on
I
like
miss Sonny.
710s,
Sonny strong.
Here we go. We got a paddle for Kaimana Henry.
Mr. Mana.
And he's comfortably into this one. Nice big bottom turn, and the wave just doesn't hold up as much as he liked. But he will find a little.
He was patient, waiting to
sneaker
slide
on
through
the inside.
one. Yeah, on the inside.
And a quick one for Balaram, just checking in and checking out. Well, definitely the best day of this year so far. Brand new into 2022.
Yes, that's
but
amazing.
The last event, the HIC Pipe Pro, where we had John Florence win the men's division and Moana Wong, she won the women's division. Man, we had some amazing waves and a couple days of really excellent quality pipeline, and just kind of set us up going into the holidays, and then wrapping around to the new year. We knew we were going to have a chance with this event, and what a day to start on this January 6th. So we're going to show John's wave, the 10.
They're still going over it.
And the judges want to get a good comparison. So, when you have this much video coverage, why not?
I really
show
like
them
that.
again
Replay
and again.
it. You know, this is a professional sport.
Gone are the days where you get to see the wave one time in live action and have to make an immense decision on just what you saw for 5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
With the advantage of having Salt and Air Studios cover this from multiple angles, why not take advantage? And there is
Makana
Pang.
Hitting the eject button. This kid's been charging. Oh. Wow. He definitely got his feet in the wax right in the beginning of the heat, and now Mr. Stack is set, and he is just charging, surfing his heat.
There's Makana's replay, getting right in the pocket right there, looking comfortable, and then goes with the big flyaway kick out. Those always get reactions from the crowd. And then Kaimana Henry, you see him right there, paddling back out.
Yeah, Kaimana Henry, 2016 Backdoor Shootout winner in epic conditions. And 2022 Shootout, we're looking for some, we got amazing swell on the horizon.
Yeah, a lot of waves headed our way. The Surfline forecasters are keeping us in the loop and well informed. Look at that one just peel off. Woo. And curl into the channel.
Mana's back out there. You also got Mikey O'Hennessy out there, Jack Robo, Kainehe Hunt, and
Mikey
Makana
Boy is
Pang.
actually probably going to be subbing in the next round.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So some of the teams, as we watch John's 10-point ride again, they do have more than 4 team members, but you can only have up to 4 surfers in the heat.
Okay, gotcha.
Active as we watch Balaram stack. So I think, you know, you guys might agree with us or disagree at home, but the comparison of John to Balaram, I'd say Balaram was quite a bit deeper.
He was deeper.
And so if John got a 10, as we watch a replay of Kaimana's last wave, that he was able to sneak in and out on that end section, but the drone footage picking up Makana Pang and then switching to that pipe cam right there, looking straight in for Makana's best wave so far. But that wave of Balaram, how deep he was and how much further he had to travel to get out.
Exactly.
If John's was a 10, they may even make an adjustment to put John's at as a high 9 or something like that.
I gotcha, yep.
But there is a room for movement in the scale, if you will.
And they have to be gentle because
waves.
the day just begun as well, too. But
yeah, you don't want to, you know, blow your load too early and throw out the huge score for something that there could be another better offering later on. So they're going to be really technical with these scores to make sure they assign them as you know, appropriately as possible.
Yep.
But I do think in this situation, seeing those waves in succession back to back,
yes,
that Balaram has to get the nod for
I
the
agree.
better score. How high they go up on the scale is going to be, you know, up to the judges and what they want to throw out. But I think, you know, if John's a 10, Balaram's maybe a 10-8 or 11.
And just from where I'm sitting, I just replay it in my mind. I love the replay, but he was in that thing. That would have hurt if he didn't make that first pump.
Right, and part of the excitement of watching this event is that we get to see these waves over again, and the positions that they're putting themselves in is definitely the entertainment.
And he is hanging on that inside where he got that wave, right inside of Kaimana Henry right there. And he's been turning around, taking looks, so.
You could see a little bit of the wind factor, which was, you know, non-present this morning. There wasn't
just when you said that,
anything
I felt
moving
right there.
But on the screen, you can see too a little bit of that ehukai, that sea spray coming off the lip. That the good thing is that it's blowing from, you know, a decent direction. I don't know if it's full trade winds, and we're not expecting full trade winds for a while, according to some of our weather predictors. But you know, the biggest thing you worry about when there's variable wind days, as we watch Balaram on the inside, just do a little spinning breakdance move right there. But
oh, Mana here, Rocky, looks like going on a speedball. He's going to pig dog it. Definitely
beautiful.
powering out of that one. He took the high road, too, out of that slab.
Needed to take that high line exit. But the thing you worry about when it's variable wind forecast or when you start the day with like no winds, you always are concerned about that sea breeze and onshore crumble, which the direction that the wind's blowing right now, it looks a little bit more easterly, so kind of northeast. So kind of side shore into pipeline, but still holding it open.
It'll hold it open because the wind you're talking about will turn it into a tail coping hit event, which we would shut it down there because this is the shootout. It's a different contest. It's all about the barrel.
Maneuvers are not part of the criteria. It is the tube riding.
You know, Uncle Eddie does too. It's like, you know, he's not just going to hold it because he's got to hold it. He wants pristine, prestige, slabby pipe, slabby backdoor.
And, you know, it's to be fair for everybody involved in this contest making the call to run or not. It's like this morning. There's no way you could walk away from that kind of surf that you were seeing.
Roger that.
But there's no way to fully 100% predict that it's going to be holding that quality for the entire day. So it is one of those ebb and flow type of decisions where constantly monitoring the current conditions. You're trying your best to get all the input that you can from the folks at Surfline, from different other sources that are on the ground here locally to tell you what's going to be happening or what to expect in the coming hours. Because as much as you want, you know, everything to be equal, you do want the surfers to have equal opportunity, which is hard to guarantee when you're dealing with Mother Nature.
I always you know, would look at George Downing at the Eddie Aikau and go, wow, you have a job cut out for you. You got to call the day. You got to have it 25 feet consistent for 8 hours.
Right.
And, you know, Uncle Eddie and the Hui, they want this thing to be meaty, perfect. I mean, you know, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, prestige event.
Well, you're seeing some drone footage right now of, I believe that is Jack Robinson at backdoor. A lot of speed down the line, and he is going to come shooting out. That is the signature maneuver of the event, the backdoor shootout.
Yes. And he's been waiting for that because I watched him tail turn through and that's not our typical Jack Robinson. So you can see the best of the best at these conditions. You're going to need to go shopping.
He was, it's like somebody, he was at a house just pacing by the back door, waiting for the opening.
Yes.
He was like a cat burglar, just waiting for that backdoor opportunity. And he paced for quite a number of minutes.
That was beautiful.
Before taking that one. Look, kind of air dropping into it and then set that perfect highline pump and came out the bottom.
Though, with speed,
He read that just perfectly all the way. And going to be a good score coming in for Jack. But look at this drone shot just capturing beautiful waves rolling in at pipe.
So in this team event, I believe, you know, each individual team member in each heat, they want top 2 scores, right? 2 waves.
So it'll actually be it'll be a culmination of a number of scores. So I believe for each team rider, in these particular heats, it doesn't matter when you get your best waves.
Okay.
So you could have a heat where you don't take any of your waves out of this heat, or you could surf your next round and have 4 epic waves. But it's typically been for the individual accolades and the individual counting scores, it is best 4 rides.
Oh, that's
overall for the whole event. So each particular heat really doesn't matter how many good waves you get or not. So like in the last heat, John, he'll keep that 10-point ride.
He will.
And maybe or maybe not another one from another wave from that heat. I think he had like a 6.5 or something.
6.5.
But it'll just overall, when all is said and done, all the surfing is done, each person will be having their 4 best waves that they caught, you know, in any round.
And with that all around, it just lets you watch your favorite surfers more and more performance, more elevation. Yeah.
And you don't have to worry about advancement. That's a huge part of it, is that, you know, you get
it's like X Games and skate, you got another run.
Right.
You got
get another run. Exactly.
You can throw out some runs.
You know, and even kind of almost like we're wearing Oahu golf apparel, almost like a 4-day professional golf tournament where they get those 4 rounds and, you know.
And as fans of the surf, we get to watch, you know, you're not losing any of these big names.
Right.
We get to see them the next day. We
they're
get to see them in their 2nd, 3rd round. Good stuff. I love the format.
Yeah, it's very unique, and it's a wonder that, you know, you don't see more events like it, which you know, there's something to be said about when somebody's imitating you. It's because, you know, there's a side of you that gets a little bit insulted, but also you should be flattered because somebody is liking what you're doing.
Oh, big time.
But, you know, for what it's worth, you know, whether or not we'd like to or see these events or not, but I'm so surprised that this event still kind of stands alone as the one of its kind. And you know, the only other one you can think of is the big daddy of them all, the Eddie Aikau, which has that same 1-day format. You get to surf twice, no eliminations. But, you know, over the course of 4 days plus, we get to cherry pick the best days and have these guys.
And you get the best, you know. You got pipeline specialists. There ain't anybody on this list.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, whereas a conventional pipe surfing event, you got somebody from wherever who doesn't surf here all the time, and, you know, they won't be that entertaining out here.
And you can always have one of your local heroes that put in so much time in a 25-minute pipe heat. Ocean can slow down, and there you go. The best surfers out of the event already, but that's just time, luck, and
a lot of it left up to luck.
You know, and I see a lot of it in the, you know, not. Oh, here we go, counting it down. This ends Volcom's heat.
Yeah, so that'll be the end of the run for Volcom. And you see the surfers exchanging their positions now. Volcom paddling out of the lineup.
And who we got up here now?
And it looks like Billy Kemper right there. So it'll be Team Hui Wax with Makua Rothman.
Oh, Hui Wax
Kemper,
in the house.
Kai Lenny, and it's Kala Grace that's taking the place of Jamie O'Brien. So here's a recap of the Volcom heat and a couple of carving turns there for Jack Robinson, but we're looking for the barrels, and Balaram Stack got this wave, but he got one of the best waves that we've seen.
I like his little under the lip turn,
which is this one right here. Just extremely deep, dark, and almost unmakeable, but he makes it makeable. And Kaimana Henry had a couple of nice rides. This one way on the inside barrel, but couldn't quite make it out. And then Makana Pang keeping us busy here. We'll be right back after these messages. Stick around. More Backdoor Shootout headed your way.
Stick around, gang.
Okay, welcome back. Right into some epic replay action of Billy Kemper at the 2022 Hui Backdoor Shootout. And now live action, Billy Kemper going backdoor. Oh, how he would paddle back out so fast. That was nuts, bro. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker coming right into the Hui Wax team with Makua Rothman, the man we just saw 2 times, Billy Kemper, Kai Lenny, and Kala Grace taking the place of Jamie O'Brien. So we got a couple of 4 heavy hitters out there right now. And we're going to bring up, I believe, Jack Robinson's wave at some point, because we're kind of serving as small kind intercommunication with the judges, with our production team, because the judges have a monitor also that they can watch the waves. And so they need to get it queued up, though, with our production team. So you'll hear that from time to time. Isaiah will be helping out, doing some communication.
Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, Jack Robinson's wave was so heavy, so throaty. And, I mean, so was Billy Kemper's last one, too. So we're seeing a lot of really good waves being ridden. They're being a little
selective. And here's Robbo's wave coming up as Billy transitions to the seat of the Water Patrol jet ski. But see how he kind of airdropped, and then that perfect line that he drew from entering the barrel. There was no other way he was going to make it if he didn't get that pump, because that wave was so fast.
Right. I
so
love
well done.
Took a high line, and it allowed him to get that speed to come out of the barrel.
And there's some of these waves, that's the only way that you're even going to have a chance to come out, is to have that perfect entry kind of high line pump to get that speed. And Jack did that just right on that one.
Yeah, it was cool because, I mean, he went right, but the wave was actually straight in front of us here.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't one of those wide ones that went over to off the wall. It was right on the reef here, on the first reef. That's why you saw he had to kind of get out before that backdoor section kind of got to him.
Yeah, it was almost like he was going like into the proper backdoor area, but took off more towards pipeline.
Well, it's super exciting. The crowd loves it.
Yeah. The beach crowd definitely is here to cheer these guys on, and we're getting, a lot of viewers tuning in at surfline.com. And a point in the background, one of those iconic ridge lines that is featured in so many different photos and videos of, you see a wave and you're watching the surfing, and then they'll show a shot like that and you know exactly the area.
Yep. Yeah, if Kaena Point is in the shot, then you know it's on the North Shore.
There's I've heard that was, the transition to the next life is through Kaena Point or off Kaena Point,
right? The
in stories of old.
Souls, jumping off, leaping into the next world.
Wow. We're not recommending that nowadays at all, but that little shot there for Hawaiian mo'olelo and stories and legend has that area as the transition point to the next life.
I have an interesting story about a backdrop like that. So we see Kaena Point, and that landmark helps to identify where you're at, right? So there was this, one of the oldest surfing photos that we have was taken in the 1890s, and for years people thought it was in Waikiki because oftentimes people assume that surfing was dying out and it almost went extinct in Hawaii, which is incorrect. And in a lot of my research, I really emphasized that wasn't true.
Okay.
So when this photo came out, and it's of these 2 Hawaiian guys holding surfboards, wearing model, and you can see, all you see is the waves in the background. And so it was assumed that this was Waikiki because they thought, well, no one's really surfing anywhere else, and maybe just Waikiki. But I knew that wave, and I knew it was Hilo, because I'm born and raised in Hilo, and I just from, when you're a surfer and you see a wave, you recognize the wave.
That's so true. I was thinking about that the other day watching some surfing, and it's so unique again, another unique aspect of our sport, and those of us who participate in it, when you can recognize a wave by its characteristics and the way it breaks without seeing anything else in frame.
Yep.
You can just see the wave and know it's a certain break. And I thought that was an interesting, unique quality of how we look at the ocean.
Right. It's kind of interesting because the archivist at Bishop Museum disagreed with me.
Okay.
But in my book, Waves of Resistance, I stuck my neck out. I said, I think this is Hilo. Because Hilo was also an epicenter, kind of a mecca of surfing in that time period, in the 1800s and even prior.
Well, and it was kind of if you're coming from the west, it's the first kind of port or entry that you come across.
Correct. I mean, unfortunately, they've built this large breakwater, this wall, and it's kind of shut off a lot of the breaks that used to go in there. But anyway, so I made the claim, and then fortunately, a few years later, they found the series of photos. So there were a couple of different photos. We only had the one, but they found the whole reel of them. There was this shot that had a different angle, and you could see a landmark, and it was the Hamakua coastline.
Okay.
So
you were vindicated.
I was vindicated. And so it's kind of cool that He'enalu or surfing is something that wasn't extinct, that you know, even though you hear the narrative, like the missionaries banned it, and then it disappeared, and then later it came up.
I did report one time during my university years, and came across some stories. I did a report on surfing, and of some boards being converted into like school tables or benches, you know, that kind of thing, which made you believe that it was totally outlawed or banned or not practiced. I don't doubt that maybe that was true in some of the incidences or cases, but in your assessment, it was still, you know, going on.
Yeah, I mean, there were fewer people surfing in the late 1800s compared to, say, the 1700s, but a lot of that had to do, unfortunately, with rapid depopulation of in Hawaii. Diseases ravaged through Hawaiian society, where, you know, probably from 500,000 people went down to like 40,000 people. And so, you know, there were fewer people, fewer surfers. However, a lot of people, and we see this even today, that would go to the ocean and surf more when things were more challenging in life. So I don't know if I'm sure you find this to be the case. Maybe you have a long, stressful day, or things are just kind of stressful. Surfing becomes that escape for you. And so in many ways, this is true of Hawaiians as well when times were tough, especially in the late 1800s, 1893. The Queen was deposed in this illegal coup that took place, and that also coincides with this time period. In fact, Duke Kahanamoku was 3 years old when the Queen was you know, ousted in this coup. 1898, there's the annexation, supposed annexation, what people are calling now occupation. And at that time, Duke was he was surfing as well. And right at that time, as the Hawaiian monarchy was, you know, being deposed, surfing also had this revitalization as well. And one of my contentions is the ocean was kind of an escape from some of the drama that was taking place on land. But definitely, surfing did not die out. There were fewer people surfing, but we do have this resurgence of surfing that takes place in the early 1900s with guys like Duke Kahanamoku, who we're celebrating today at this event. Yeah,
it's a great way to recognize Duke Kahanamoku, and, you know, to have it in this way of a community event, an event that is like no other, and as unique as the individual himself. As we watch Kai Lenny from that jet ski cam, you see exactly what happened, and he kind of like just got picked up by the wave, so much so where the gravity and centrifugal force could not allow him to stay on the board, so he basically had to go into somersault mode and
he opted for somersault.
Go with the flow.
That water
literally.
Angle was insane.
So you'll watch in here as he gets so deep, and that's where he got sucked up the face right there. But man, just the technical positioning you got to contort your body into to have a chance to make these waves is, you know, just super athletic in itself.
Yeah, great shot by their water crew and Larry Haynes out there.
Yeah, yeah, Larry's out there
Really
shooting
looked
off the
right
back
into
of the ski.
eye of the needle there, and we got to
Right.
see what it's really like on the inside, especially when you're going over the falls like that.
Yeah, and you know, surfing also has a way of being one of the most humbling activities that you
Right.
can do, because we were talking earlier of just the immense skill and talent of that particular individual, Kai Lenny, and you know, the wave made him look very unskilled or in a vulnerable position, which surfing might be one of the most humbling sports when it comes to one moment you're like on top of the world. You just rode this great wave, did these great maneuvers or what have you, and then the very next wave or the, you know, moments later, you're getting pinned underwater and just like fighting for your life almost, where the
Right.
tables have turned very quickly.
One thing that's cool, I mean, going back to history,
Mm-hmm.
when Captain James Cook from London, he was sort of like the equivalent of, say, what maybe an astronaut was back in the 70s or 60s.
Exploring these crazy uncharted
went to the
waters.
at least to the Western world, although the Pacific Island peoples, Hawaiians and other Pacific Islanders, had been traversing the ocean for thousands of years.
Correct.
And that's something cool too that also brings us to our tradition of He'enalu or surfing, is that Pacific Islanders and Native Hawaiians, being a part of that Pacific Islander people, were very advanced in traversing the ocean. There's a Tongan scholar named Epele Hauofa who makes the argument that the ocean is actually a highway. When you look at the Pacific perspective, the ocean isn't a boundary or border, it's just a connector. Whereas in a lot of Western society, the ocean has always been seen as like a barrier.
Right.
Some people explain like island fever as a feeling they have of being trapped, and that the ocean is the source of that entrapment, because most cultures feared the ocean. But in Hawaii and throughout the Pacific, the ocean is something of leisure that we're watching today, which is so amazing to have. Like we just saw Kai Lenny, you know, get swallowed by this massive wave, and yet he popped back up and paddled back
He's
up.
right back out there.
Now, when Captain Cook arrived in Hawaii in 1778 and 1779, one of the first things he writes in his journal is he sees these children playing in surf in Kona, and he was afraid that they were going to drown. But they're, you know, body surfing, right? And you may see this sandy beach or Pounders or somewhere where there's some heavy shore break. And he said these kids were getting pummeled by these waves, and then they would pop back up, just like we saw Kai Lenny, and they were laughing in enjoyment. It was the first time. I mean, he couldn't really fathom that concept of the surf and the waves as something of pleasure. But in our culture and in our history, it definitely was.
And so, you know, I have a question about, you know, I guess my thinking of it, you know, I'm just so curious of who the first surfer might have been, or how the first discovery of riding a wave. And I've kind of like can only think of like it was. You have to go back to like what was before the surfboard, which have always been was the canoe, and that potentially the first feeling of riding a wave or realizing that you could harness the energy of that wave to propel yourself forward could have possibly or maybe did come from a canoe in that respect.
Yeah, and actually something that's really cool is that just like today, so even in this event, I love about this event is we have all these different divisions. In one of them, we have a longboard division, we have a stand-up paddle division. So in surfing, there's a variety of different genres, I guess, of surfing, whether it's riding. And today we have foiling, and there's a lot of different ways and different equipment to ride. In old Hawaii, it was the same. Like there was a you know, canoe surfing was one of these sort of avenues. I love the fact that my friend Ikaika Kalama and his crew and even Mikey O'Shaughnessy and others have been canoe surfing at Waimea Bay.
That's just like so next level, but still so roots.
Yeah. So they say that King Kamehameha, one of his favorite things, one of his favorite forms of surfing was the step off. So they would paddle a canoe into big swells and he'd step off with his surfboard. Speaking of that, let's take a look at this wave. It's Makua. Makua Kai going back.
Trying to figure out if that's a helmet that he's wearing.
Pretty fancy.
Yeah, it's got like almost like the face guard too.
Like a COVID helmet.
Yeah, the face mask with the head covering and the face covering. Yeah, we have to try to get a close up on that. I'm definitely not thinking that he dyed his hair that blonde. But some head protection is definitely a good idea.
Yeah, it is.
When you're surfing pipeline.
Especially when you have a family.
Yep. And
Makua is a proud dad.
You've got these big waves breaking over shallow reef.
I think it's safe to say that Pipeline is perhaps the deadliest wave. I mean, as far as numbers of people who have died here.
Right.
Sadly.
Yeah.
And it's all the same scenario pretty much.
Right.
Hit your head on the reef, you go unconscious.
And you drown.
And you drown.
Yeah. And the, you know, the range of types of surfers from, you know, bodyboarders to a kneeboarder passed away here. You know, a photographer, John Mosel, passed away here from that same, you know, consequence of getting pounded by some of these waves. And it's not very deep, as we've been mentioning. It's super shallow, and the force in which that you get driven into the reef with your most vulnerable body part, which is your head, that is the ultimate killer.
Right. Speaking of getting pounded, there was a big set that just washed all of our competitors through. There was I think one guy somehow managed to get around it.
One guy made it. Oh man.
What's it like when you're sitting out here and you see a second reef set break right in front of you?
You're definitely got a lot of adrenaline flowing, and it's a little bit difficult to catch your breath, to get that big, deep inhale that you know you'll need. But Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker, we got Ezra Rodriguez joining us too. You know, honestly, when you specifically talk about second and third reef, it's actually a little bit more comforting because you know that there's deeper water out there. It is even more scary when those size waves are cracking on the first reef, because you literally, you go down and then you hit the bottom already and you're like, wow, I can't go any deeper. And, you know, I've laid on the bottom of the reef watching the incoming and just watching it hit the reef, and there's nowhere deeper to go. So that can probably be the scariest part, is that first reef action where you dive down, and other places like Sunset, Waimea, you can swim well below, you know, what you're going to get pounded by. But here, there's nowhere to go. And basically just, you know, see it coming, laying on the reef, and you just cringe and curl up and hope for the best. And, you know, I for the number of years that I spent out here every single day, from 2 feet to 20 feet, onshore, offshore, learning the wave as best I could. Fortunately, it was only broken boards, you know, lots of scrapes and scratches everywhere, but nothing ever, you know, too serious on the head. Which was, you know, when you're looking back on it, gosh, it's only a matter of luck. Like, you know, my mom begged me to wear a helmet, trying to chase me out the door and put it on me. I'm like, get it away from me. It's not cool looking. It's so dorky, but man, you know, I've seen the helmets save so many people's lives.
Yeah, I know. I remember when Tom Carroll was one of the first to wear the helmet
sure.
in competition. They call him Max Headgear.
Yeah.
And but I mean, it's a smart decision. And you think about it, it's oddly most other sports wear helmets, especially when you're doing this kind of high impact. And the bottom out here, it's not flat. I mean, it's contoured. Really cool project. My good friend Dr. Cliff Copono has been working on is mapping the bottom of pipeline.
Oh wow!
And just to see all the caverns, the caves, it's a minefield out there.
One of the first indications I got to see the contours of the refit pipeline were from this very awesome movie called North Shore. And Rick Kane, the character, got shoved into one of these caves, and definitely as a young lad watching that, it alerted me to the potential of the dangers here, and just added to the heightened adrenaline and but the weird, strange desire to try to get out here and catch some of these waves as we watch Makua and Kala Grace look at that one, and look at that beautiful, just curling pipeline wave right through the photographers that are sitting there. So it looks like 2 out of the 4 surfers in this heat opting for the headgear and protection.
All right. Yeah, so this, that movie is funny. It's kind of a cult classic, even though it didn't win any Academy Awards. But
I have to say, speaking of awards and acting ability, that rewatching it as an adult, our pidgin language is something that, like, if you don't speak it and you try to speak it, it sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yes.
It's a hard thing to wrap your language and your tongue around.
Right.
But the character of Turtle, in my opinion, did a pretty darn good job of being a non-pidgin speaker to learn it and to get it how he got it. Of course, you have some of the great one-liners by Uncle Jerry Lopez and the other actors that were playing the local parts, which they were pidgin speakers. So that kind of came natural. But man, I think John Philbin deserves some kind of Pidgin Actors Award.
You took his stuff, you found him.
Yeah, that's the classic Jerry Lopez. Vince
always
Moaloka.
pulling bodies out of the caves.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of cool history in that too. Is there are a lot of the Hui guys who were in the movie.
That
right?
I mean,
around here, David Stent, and who was part of the original founding of the club, but his dad, Kavika Stent,
had quite the role.
Uncle Kavika was a tough uncle,
and his role in the movie wasn't as part of the Hui,
which
was that scene to good was the phrase of the year.
Pig farmer, gave Rick a ride to Laie to see Kiani and family.
But there was also that depiction of the Hui that really scared a lot of potential surfers that were coming here. Even personal friends of mine from the mainland were like terrified because of what the movie, in Hollywood and what they do. And, obviously the portrayers in the movie had no problem putting that out there because, a part of it was, hey, come with respect. A healthy fear is called respect.
Right.
And so that part of the movie, I believe, was instrumental in, putting it out there that you don't mess around when you come over here.
Yeah. And it's interesting, that notion of respect in the surf is nothing new. It goes way back into some of the old mo'olelo as well. And I think a lot of it is just there's a safety component to respecting, people and respecting the ocean and having some sort of order in a dangerous lineup. you know, could cost your life. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
I mean, in a dangerous activity in the sport, inherently it's dangerous. You know, even when the waves are 3 feet,
right.
it is that respect factor, and I wish, you know, time travel was possible where you could go back into the ancient times and see that kind of dynamic,
Right.
and how, you know, and I know there were certain spots or times that were for certain ali'i and different, you know, classes of folks
Right.
to surf, but just to be that, you know,
Yeah.
fly on the wall.
Well, one thing
during
you
those
would
times.
see, which is very cool, is right now in Hawaii, we're in a season called Makahiki.
Mm-hmm.
So Lonoika Makahiki. It's the celebration of this time of, you know, winter season, which also coincides with different, you know, harvest and planting and so forth. Up and riding, we have Billy going back
Camper. Oh, and he's coming out of that.
Oh, yeah.
He likes it. Gives the look back. And guarantee can hear the enthusiasm of Kaidoa McGee, because that backdoor wave stretched out so far down the line. And there was only one way to get through that one, and that was with a lot of speed.
Right. I love that, because he, you know, he had to really, he had to look down the line to see if that thing was going to line up for him. And most of those waves are just closeouts, but for him to read that and to hit the gas pedal and make it through all the way down toward off the wall, money. Here's the replay.
The wave at first didn't form up to be that impressive, and then it hit that shelf and just started really opening up. And, you know, actually in hindsight, looking at the replay, he wasn't really pumping or going that fast. He just set the perfect line.
Right.
So it wasn't actually all the speed required. It was just that perfect line to draw. And he did the signature move we talked about, the backdoor shootout right there. Pulled in the back door and got shot out. And now he's getting towed out, which is a nice
I'm glad you said
addition.
that. Explain what the shootout is. Going backdoor, that's backdoor, that's shootout. Shout out to my friend from Big Island, Shane Kuomo'o.
Okay.
He was telling me, hey, he texted me. You know, when you're on this, you get all kind of people texting you. He's like, hey, try to explain what is the shootout. So right there, Shane, aloha.
That was the case in point and the textbook definition.
Yeah, so respect is important in a lineup, and just having some sense of structure, and it goes back to old times. In fact, there's quite a few, we call them mo'olelo. Mo'olelo are Hawaiian stories. In old Hawaii, there was no written language. I mean, you go back in everyone's history, and there's a time where they were an oral culture rather than a written one. And in Hawaii, they would memorize stories pretty extensively through chants. And so today, when you hear go to a hula show or something, there's usually a chanter. At least in the kahiko performances, you have a chanter who's usually on the floor with a big ipu, like a gourd drum, and they're chanting the story, and the dancer animates the story through the hula. So chanting was a big part of Hawaiian culture, and still is today. But that was the way that we preserved stories. And so there's many stories chanting of surfers. And here we go. Billy staying busy.
Billy's about to get me chanting with my ipu up here. Exciting stuff.
So in a lot of those chants, we do have stories, or mo'olelo, a history of a lot of things that went on in old Hawaiian society. And surfing, here we go. Billy's replay, just a quick in and out. Staying busy. Even does a little turn there, which we didn't see a lot of turns today.
Yeah, it's one of those things where he knows it's not going to be for the benefit of his score. He just cannot help. You see a nice open face canvas, and you got to lay down a carve.
right, so they're talking over there, explaining the judging criteria. Kainoa McGee is, we're getting word on what scores we had recently from Billy.
Yeah, that backdoor wave possibly getting up there into that double-digit range. You know, we had John come through, John Florence with a 10. We had Balaram Stack. Didn't get the final number on Balaram Stack's wave score, but they showed it. We showed it a couple times in succession with John's wave, and quite a bit deeper was Balaram. So I got to think that that score could be over a 10, and then we'll see. Here's Kainoa with the top scores. So Balaram got an 11. And so
the top three.
There's John's 10.0. And then here's Balaram's 11. So that extra depth and quality of wave gets 1 point over for John. This was one of Kaimana's wave. This is not one of the top scores of the day, just kind of mixed into our replay reel there. But and Billy, sounds like he got a pretty good score for backdoor.
So I think he said
and
he got
Eli
a 10.
Olsen. Eli Olsen also
got
had
a 9.5.
that 9.5, which, in my opinion, that one could be pushed up even a little more too. But we'll see how these tally up when all is said and done. There are different ways that they'll look at replays and make minor adjustments to scores as the contest goes on. And you're kind of always, you know, dealing with you know, what the next surfer does. So I like that feature of adjusting the scores appropriately when you have better waves come in and more quality surfing happening. Here's Kai Lenny grabbing a rail, looking comfortable, and gets one on the board for his personal score and for the team. I want to thank everybody watching on Surfline, getting some messages of folks that are watching, and it's really cool to be putting this event, you know, from this location basically out to the world.
Right. Yeah.
And so, you know, when I take folks for their experiences surfing, mostly over at the Turtle Bay area, and I try to begin each session with some sort of historical context or somewhat of a short lesson, because, you know, beforehand. And we have this great gallery where we show that classic picture of the Ahupua'a that we've all grown up with, showing the, you know, the Mauka and the Kula and the Makai areas and everything, you know, coming off of that main waterway. And but something I like to highlight are the inventions or you know, just in what we talked about earlier about surfing, how it takes so long to get pretty good, as we watch Kala Grace take off on a nice, easy-looking drop, and that one not going to provide too much for him, so he'll kick out early. But I also kind of like to talk about the way that surfing came about is because Hawaiians had so much leisure time, because they were so efficient in all their other main, you know, food and shelter practices that you needed.
Right.
The leisure time led to, you know, having surfing.
Right.
And one thing that also makes them so efficient are the fish ponds.
Right.
And there's a really cool picture on that diagram of a fish pond. As we watch, we'll stick to the action at hand with Makua Rothman. And on his, I love the airbrush that he's attributing to Johnny Boy Gomes the last couple of years. I mean, I really miss seeing that board and the under the lip snaps that were performed by JBG
under the hood
back in the day. Under the hood.
Do something.
Now, now that Makua is sporting those airbrushes, it's like we're seeing a reincarnation of some sorts.
Right. Yeah,
but the importance of the fish ponds, in my opinion, you know, especially down near the coast, you know, just made it so you had a grab-and-go fish market. And I don't know, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe set the record straight, but I was always, see, that helmet is really futuristic looking.
Yeah, it is.
That's like a Spartan helmet.
Right.
But were the fish ponds something that was unique to Hawaiian culture?
That's a great question. I mean, there's evidence of some fish ponds elsewhere in the Pacific.
Okay.
A lot of them were natural. So if you look at a lagoon of, say, you know, at a
South Pacific island.
Yeah, an atoll. Okay. So
Yeah.
the nature of an island is that it sinks.
Correct.
And eventually, all that's left is the reef. And so you look at older islands, all that's left is the reef. It usually there forms like a natural a lagoon in the middle, and those become kind of natural fish ponds. And so even in Hawaii, not all the fish ponds were man-made. Some of them were just natural ponds that existed that you could kind of tweak to add a little bit here, kind of open it up to allow fish in and out. But Hawaii definitely had the most elaborate man-made fish ponds. If you ever fly over the island of Molokai on the south side, you will just see fish pond after fish pond after fish pond after fish pond. And they're massive too. They're not like small little ponds. They're you know, like a few football fields.
Yeah.
You know, several football fields can fit into one of these. And yes, it was really this ingenious system of farming and utilizing all the resources of the Aina and the river, and also the planting upstream, and then diverting the streams into like these awais are called, these channels. But the awais would then come back to
the main flow,
the main source that would help to foster this. The food source from above would come down and trickle down, and so the fish were interested
the nutrients
in what was coming down the river. So it appealed to the fish, and then it wasn't just in the fish ponds where the action was, but right on the outside of the fish pond too. You'd have bigger fish like wanting to come in and eat the smaller fish, and so it really was a really cool system of aquaculture and farming, and you're right, because of that abundance of food, it gave you leisure time. It also made Hawaii one of the more populated islands of all the Pacific islands, because they had they'd figured out the system to feed the community so much. And you look at any given society, if they're doing well, like economically speaking, it allows for the arts to thrive.
Arts and leisure, yeah.
Right. We saw this in ancient Greece. Especially in Athens, they had control of what was called the Delian League. Not all of the Greeks appreciated the fact that Athens had control of this treasury, basically, on this island called Delos. But it enabled them to have.
Oh, that was Kaileni, and just couldn't get his rail engaged, and it looked like there was a little bit of backwash maybe on the takeoff that affected the way he got to the bottom of that wave, and let go of his board, and did not grab the rail. Yep, broken board.
Yeah, let's see what Rocky's talking about here is this
right
rail
there.
Couldn't engage. That little bump, maybe a little backwash, tossed him over.
Yeah, anytime you lose traction with your fins on these drops, it's going to be a recipe for something damaging to happen. As we watch Kala Grace, and oh wow, what a shot into that barrel.
Wow. Some carnage out there.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the helmet hopefully helping out there.
Well, getting some messages that the history and the entertainment, the combination is really making for a good show.
Right
so,
on. I've been telling, I think last time we did this, I told our listeners maybe if you watch the entire show, we'll give you some sort of college credit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, getting you can send your donations into IsaiahWalker.com.
No.
And, you know, it's normally this costs how much at BYU
Honorary
Hawaii per
the
semester?
Hui degree.
Honorary the Hui Backdoor Shootout degree.
There we go. Sorry, I don't know
Yeah,
how I
so
got
far
off onto Athens.
I'm hearing from Sean, Connor, and Skip. You guys hopefully doing well. Thank you for tuning in, checking it out. But, yeah, man, we've gone from Hawaiian fish ponds to Athens, Greece. I love the connections.
Well, I mean, it was just to accentuate the point that Athens is known as sort of this center of culture, right? From sculptures to architecture to paintings and just mosaics and so many different artistic expressions. And that, like, golden age of that Greek period is the result of this affluence that that particularly Athens was able to control. So in Hawaii, because of the Ahupua'a system allowed for so much stability with food and with that system that they had, people had a lot of free time on their hands.
Yeah.
And I think, it's important to note that oftentimes, free time can be more valuable, I think, than wealth.
Right. Yeah. The time versus money, thing where you can't ever get that time back. There might be another day to make another dollar, but man, the time that you get to do a certain thing is never going to be the same.
Wow.
Makua on screen, paddling for something. He's got his eye on this wave here. You can see the amplification and the paddle strokes, and looking at backdoor with a huge late drop, but another one that he had to focus so hard on making the drop that there was no other time to really set the rail and do everything else you need to do to get in the barrel. As we watch Billy Kemper, Billy's got it dialed right now. He's in the zone, as we say in sports.
Yep. He's also, in rhythm. Oftentimes we'll call it like wave magnet.
Yeah.
Right? Sometimes if the ocean just gravitates towards you, and that's what we're seeing Billy right here. He's caught so many good waves, getting yet another barrel in this heat.
See some of the technical operating by Hawaiian Water Patrol, using that reverse lever in the surf to control your brakes and forwards and backwards. But look how late that drop was, and took all his focus and attention just to make the drop that the barrel kind of snuck away from him and ran on down the line. But
it's hard to get at bottom turn in when you're on your tippy toes.
the guy that did it the best rode that same kind of color board.
Yeah.
Being able to airdrop and still bottom turn was the forte of that surfer, tributed by Makua's airbrush, Johnny Boy Gomes. But man, it is hard to get your rail set when your feet are either detached or barely touching the board.
Ooh. That feeling of weightlessness.
Yeah, and that's
just
one
that
thing.
moment of like, am I going to make this drop?
It's such a vulnerable feeling, man. It gives you butterflies just thinking about it. There's the scene on the beach right there, and some of those fixed landmarks we've been talking about for positioning and lining up with a certain house or a porch. And here's Billy Kemper, live action, letting go and then re-grabbing and then coming out and almost trying to body surf back into it. But I'll consider that a make.
At the shootout, their definition of riding out, I think, is a little different. So I think we would call that a make too.
So what a great stall, and then the timing to let go and then to re-grab. I mean, all that happens in such fractions of seconds.
Right.
Here we are. We're at the small Volcom House. Normally, in past years, we've been up on the balcony, which was great for the view and everything. But we felt a little detached here. I feel like more ground level, and we bring the viewers like down to the, where we get people walking by us right here, and we can hear Kainoa nice and prominent. We're super courtside, and I like this view or this position, I think, a little better than being detached up on the second or third floor because, you know, it brings you a little more into the action here.
Right. Yeah, so those are the two Volcom houses, A and B.
Yep.
And Makua up and riding. See if he can come out of that.
And
he
Makua.
Does.
Maybe after his heat, we can get him into the rotation up here.
Right.
I know he did some.
He's done some good work recently.
Analyzing during the Haleiwa contest.
There's the replay, backdooring that, and then gets shoot out right there. That was it was a smaller wave, but it was a deep and a long barrel, so
and
it
had
traveled.
a couple of those chandeliers that are not easy to negotiate.
Right.
So being able to stick with it and, you know, kind of basically get your legs and feet set in the board to not knock you off. Those chandeliers can be sometimes tough to break through, but he had no problem on that one.
Right. Seems like the action comes in waves of flurries, right? I mean, of course, waves, because that's what we're riding today. But
was that pun intended or not?
But it's interesting. Seems like all the heats, like there's a lot of, like maybe waves that aren't good, and then all of a sudden, within a period of like 5 minutes, like we've seen in the last 5 minutes, just a lot of waves being ridden.
Yeah. Makua was paddling out at backdoor, barely made it under that one and back out. But the Kala Grace now kind of in the position for this one. And Kala's going to look this one over and say, no, thank you.
Wow. So I got a message here from Uncle Chuck Andres, legendary surfer and shaper on the North Shore over here. Really cool guy. He says, the only mainland I know is Moku Okiawe, the big island. Says, so maybe use continent. But anyway,
the United States continent.
Yeah. Mahalo, Uncle Chuck.
Stateside.
Stateside.
But yeah, there's definitely been a flurry of action in this last few minutes where Billy and Makua seem like they've just been, you know, on a little bit of a roll here. We'll see if Kai can get back out. Kai Lenny's on his backup board now. He broke his board earlier in the heat. And Kala Grace has a couple of waves, but, you know, I think he's been really ultra selective in looking for that right pipeline wave. We'll see if he gets himself into the mix because there's only a few minutes remaining. I see Team Japan, who's coming up next, in the lineup right now, waiting their turn. And all of our surfers are quite far over towards that backdoor section. And these sets of waves right here are going to kind of all be straight-handers, and they're not going to even look twice at these waves, knowing that it was that northwest combination that were creating those long walls that are basically unmakeable in either direction. But back to that feeling of the late drop, you know, and watching Makua's wave. And that's something that all surfers at any level, at any surf break can relate to.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just one of those things that it's fun to point out. You know, of course, these are the elite of the elite surfing a very elite surf break. But, you know, and everything is amplified as far as like the size of the waves, the feelings and everything. But as, you know, your everyday surfer that, you know, is either, you know, at in San Clemente somewhere or somewhere on the East Coast or, you know, what have you, you do get those moments of, and we talked about the vulnerability, and that there's nothing like being late on a wave and having that airdrop feeling, no matter if it's 2 feet, you know, or bigger. But what a correlation to, you know, relate to.
Right.
And We've all been there as surfers.
I mean, is this Billy going for this one? Oh my goodness.
And Billy almost got sucked over the falls in one of the most unfashionable ways possible. Not even riding a wave, but he was able to hold on. I guarantee he was scrapping to not get sucked over as Kai Lenny sets the rail nicely, lets go, and poses in the pit. And hacks one off the top right in front of our jet ski camera. Back to our beach cam, and just a couple minutes remaining. He's going to probably ride this one to the beach.
I don't know if many have made this correlation with style, but Kai Lenny has a little Kelly Slater kind of flow to him. Just the arms, and that's another thing we talked about, how you could see. Here we go. Replay, drops down, tries to stall. That's just his wave in. But just as a wave has its own kind of identity, surfers do too. And if you're a surfer and you see somebody on a wave, you recognize, oh, that's who this person is, or that person sort of resembles this person. It's your own stamp or mark. Well, that's the end of that heat.
Man, there's a lot of backwash on that right there. You just see the contour of that approaching wave being affected by all that reverb that's coming off the beach. But checking out this heat recap of the Hui Wax team, Billy Kemper definitely felt like he was in the right place more often of the time, but Makua Rothman was also getting his share of backdoor barrels. But Billy got this one that was probably the wave of the heat right there that enabled him to get a big reaction from the crowd and a good score. He made it work at Pipeline as well, also putting some good maneuvers on his backhand, but was in the zone, got back-to-back barrels, lefts, rights, complete heat for Billy Kemper. He did it all.
Yeah, he ended up with 19 total points as far as their top two waves in that heat.
Wow.
A 9 and a 10.
So we'll be right back with our next heat. Team Japan coming up next. Don't go anywhere. More shootout coming your way.
Welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout. I'm Isaiah Walker with Ezra Rodriguez.
Welcome
We're
back,
here,
gang.
right here at the Volcom House on the beach at Pipeline. We've seen some amazing surfing action so far throughout the morning, and lots of cool scores, some 10-point rides, even one 11-point ride. So right now we have live action here on this pipe drainer from Team Japan.
Team
Makes
Hui
it.
Japan spit out right after the horn blew. Wakita, good stuff. You guys all know Wakita, the Hui Wax Japan rider, and this is Team the Hui Japan. Shinpei Horiguchi, Taiichi Wakita, Gai Sato, Daiki, Matsunaga, and Ryu Ito. Unreal.
Amazing. That was a sick one. First wave of the heat, and right off the bat.
What a way to start a heat. I mean,
yeah.
How's that last heat you guys watched of the Hui Wax with Billy and Makua
Oh,
and
yeah.
the others?
Yep, and Kai Lenny, and they were like catching so many waves, especially it seemed like Billy was wave magnet that he just
Did
kept
you see those
getting
waves?
barrels.
The ocean is forever changing, but the way that A-frame came into Billy, I mean, that was just textbook Bad Billy at backdoor.
Yeah, I love
that was
his,
a good one.
His style and his swag, real steezy, comes out of the barrel.
Super steez. Flying out of that backside one, that was really admirable. I've seen a lot of competitors look at that like, wow, this heat just turned on.
Yep.
It just takes a breath of wind and some action.
So that wave, I believe, was Taichi Wakita, which is the son of the usual Wakita that we talked
that's
about.
right. And a lot of pipe surfers talk about this guy's father. That guy surfs deep in a bowl of its own, kind of like a lot of some of the pipe surfers. Like, you know, I'll throw one out there. Randall Paulson used to sit super deep over at pipe. Rocky knows him really good, and Wakita, the dad, used to sit super deep, and they're really hard waves to make.
Right.
And
we'll have to wait to confirm. I don't know if this is junior or senior, but the Wakita family is definitely represented well here on North Shore. Even Sarah Wakita, one of the daughters, is also a professional surfer, and we saw her a lot at Haleiwa this last event and so forth. So the Wakita family, it's kind of cool how here on the North Shore and even in other places in the surf community that you have these family of surfers, right?
Yeah.
That seem to all have a talent within just one particular nuclear family.
There's a bunch of different legacies, and we're all one big Ohana, you know, the big surfers union. And we got action out the back. As you can see, our 4 surfers, Team de Hui Japan, paddling out from live visual action here on the balcony. They're paddling out because there is another one in the back, so they're trying to get in position. Thank you again, Pupukea Grill, one of our sponsors. That was unreal. Right after this heat, Isaiah, you're ready to grind.
Yeah.
But thank you. Keiki Bungalows, Da Hui Wax, Autumn Corporation, Sinaloa.
Yep, Sinaloa. Actually, interesting, we got a bag of Sinaloa chips here. I didn't realize they're surfboard shaped. So you have
I dug that. I don't know if this is
a bodyboard.
Mike Stewart bodyboard or a bully board.
yeah.
But they definitely look cool, made out of chips here.
Oh, there's the chips. They're surfboard
Thank you.
shaped.
One of our sponsors this year. Along with Body Armor and Kona Brewing, Hawaii, Monster Energy, one of the best energy drinks around. Why drink something that gives you wings when you can smash like a monster? Thank you, Keala Ewohi, and Defend Hawaii in collaboration with us this year, Chris and the crew. Oahu Golf Apparel, thank you very much. We are styling today in our golf apparel hats and shirts.
Like
I mean, these
lightest shirt I've ever worn.
Honestly, Isaiah, you're a full-on surfer. I would surf in this thing. You know what I mean? Maybe
like
summertime, aloha shirt,
Yeah,
catch a wave
like
into Duke's, Waikiki. We're also, this is in memory of Duke Kahanamoku, and something that you're going to give us a lot of education about throughout the event. Isaiah, Professor Isaiah Walker, always giving us insight and mana'o about our culture and our prestige Hawaiian Islands. And good job on that Duke film. That was really good.
Yeah, Waterman, check it out. It's a really good film. Recently has gone to different, film festivals.
Good job on that,
good
guys.
one. Yeah.
A lot of stuff that as a surfer, a lot of us are fans of Duke Kahanamoku, but some of the stuff you guys touched on, I had no idea. It was really heartfelt and a tearjerker for sure.
Right.
For a man to hold everything in his heart is,
Right.
very humbling. Ha'a ha'a, as I would say,
Yeah.
as you say.
Yeah, Duke, amazing legacy. I mean, he's often referred to as the father of modern day surfing. Also, some call him the Moho. Moho is like the champion, and kind of cool. He teamed up with Cliff Kapono and Daniel Kaika Ito and some others. They put together this short film called Moho.
Oh, okay.
And we kind of showed, it's a short animated film clip.
Yeah.
And does a really good job of talking about Duke as our champion, as a Hawaiian Moho or champion. So check that out as well. It's available online.
Wow, I just heard our beach announcer, Kaino McGee, off the wall, absolutely blew its guts all over the place. And there goes Backdoor running off into off the wall left. Woo, we got some surf, Isaiah, today.
Yeah. Yeah, so the father of modern day surfing, we're celebrating him today, Duke Kahanamoku, born in 1890. And he was named Duke after his father, so his dad was also named Duke Kahanamoku. But actually, his father was named after Queen Victoria's son, who is the Duke of Edinburgh. So
okay.
interestingly, when Duke's father, Duke Sr., was born, the Duke of Edinburgh came into Honolulu, and Bernice Pawahi Bishop, who in Hawaii we know her as the founder of the Kamehameha schools. So she had a relationship with them. It's interesting how the British crown, the British monarchy, had a really close relationship with Hawaii, starting with Hawaii's first monarch, King Kamehameha I, or Paea. So it's interesting, this relationship between those, and even that Duke Kahanamoku himself, his namesake comes from a British royal.
Interesting.
And so his dad was named
Stuff
after
we're
that.
not taught or learn. Who's this,
late
Isaiah?
drop.
Whoa,
Oh.
very dangerous, straighten out into the pipe depths. Team Japan going for it, Isaiah.
Going for it. Look at that late drop. We talked earlier
Just
about your
missed getting under the hood. Actually, a smart decision. He might have been guillotined. We got the best Hawaiian Water Patrol out there.
Here's a paddle.
But surfers and their split-second decisions. Was that a Hanaho ride for the guy that went down? Because back-to-back waves at pipe. These guys are
It looked
definitely
like he was
reaching
doing
deep.
the cockroach on the bottom of the wave there. It's really frightening when he fell, he's laying on his back, and then all you can see from there is just looking up.
Scary place to be.
Cockroaching on his back, watching the
That's
waves.
exactly what Turtle tells you. Don't beat down. We're at the classic bonsai pipeline at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Starting off the new year in high fashion. Beautiful pipeline, is a little bit brackish today, but it is offering its thing. Before we go too far, where do I find that animation, Duke?
Yeah, it's online,
Okay.
moho.com.
I can't say that I've seen it, but that sounds
Yeah, it's
interesting.
really cool, and it came out right when the Olympics was happening in Japan, and it was just a celebration of Duke as an Olympian and as a champion. And Cliff Kapono is a doctor also.
Very good surfer as well.
Another PhD.
Yes.
Pretty cool. Also from Hilo.
Yep.
And so he worked together with a team of other folks that put together that film.
Good thing, Cliff Kapono, yes.
Yeah, so Duke Kahanamoku, born in 1890, named after his dad, Duke Sr., but most people called him Pa'oa. Pa'oa is his middle name, but it's also his family's, his mom's side of his maternal side of his family, their last name. So the Pa'oa clan lived in Waikiki. The Kahanamokus lived in town. That's where he was born. His dad was a sheriff and other things. But then after the overthrow, and maybe I mean, I'm guessing maybe because of the, what was going on in Honolulu was maybe a bit much to handle for the family. They all went and spent more time with the Pa'oa side of the family, living in the beach in Waikiki, and then the ocean became that respite for them. We know that Duke was a Olympian as a swimmer, but he wasn't the only Olympian in his family. Brothers that swam in the Olympics as well. So a very talented, athletic family. We're talking about families here today and how you have a lot of them competing on the same level. And likewise, Duke's family was also a group of surfers,
the same
and swimmers,
thing, yeah.
Same thing.
Just different times. Yeah. Duke, such a humbling, awesome man.
Yeah, so Waterman is a pretty cool film that really tells the story of Duke and his life.
It does.
And it does a good job of explaining like how, Duke
and how he got
face some
pushed
struggles.
out. Oh, big kind struggles. I mean, and with all the struggles going on today, it's a great film to watch because, things were happening back then and then you can translate them to now and just, everything piece it together. The bigger story of what goes on here in the islands.
Right. And the aloha that he had was very profound, and he had a way about him that everyone really loved him, which is interesting because he's a very soft-spoken, dare I say, shy person. And it's interesting in a surf community, there's some people that we see as larger than life. Duke is one of them. Eddie Aikau is another one. But both Duke and Eddie were, they were very soft-spoken people. I mentioned the word ha'a. They're very humble.
Yeah.
They're humble, respectful. So they weren't boisterous at all, but their surfing did the talking. Yeah,
but they also spectated a lot. Things would bother them in their island, and they just held it deep within their heart, which is something we don't see nowadays.
So it's great to be
two
honored.
Very interesting men, and that's great. A company like this, the Hui, celebrating Duke at a really high level.
Certainly.
Here at Pipeline.
Yeah, it was really cool to see too, that with the Olympics having surfing in it, and with Carissa winning gold on the women's side and being from Hawaii, kind of cool to revisit that history. I mean, it's interesting. We talk about Duke as if we know him.
Yes.
In reality, he was gone before most of us were born. He's born in 1890, and yet because he was such an influential person, especially on the surfing world, he's so relevant and relatable that we still feel this kind of attachment to him. And I appreciate, like you were saying, Ezra, that the Hui Backdoor Shootout is continuing his name and his memory and his legacy, by sharing stories about him.
Yeah, he's a god now, a surf god now. And it's just, as years go on, we, as students of surf and the culture and stuff, we learn more from people like you. I mean, there's so much about Duke.
Right.
Very exciting.
And interestingly, these guys, the early Beach Boys and stuff, they didn't only surf in Waikiki. And I think that's an important point to make. Oftentimes people think that, the Waikiki Beach Boys and guys like Duke Hanamoku only, experience surfing in Waikiki.
I heard the waves were better. They're way outside.
But they traveled. I mean, Duke would definitely come around to this side. They surfed in Ali'i Beach, Haleiwa quite a bit. So for sure, Duke
Have you got to see any footage of that and stuff like that? Or is that way too...
I haven't seen footage. These are just from...
the stories.
What stories have told from the Beach Boys. Rabbit Kid Kai talked a lot about it, in fact, that how he would come out to the North Shore.
Oh, I love me some Rabbit. Go play on the freeway, kids. You guys are bothering me. He would run all the contests when I was a kid. You remember Rabbit, Rocky.
Uncle Rabbit.
Uncle Rabbit.
But he grew up with those guys, with the Kahanamokus, and he told a lot of stories about how they would surf on, all over, not just in Waikiki.
I loved it. Uncle Rabbit was a very competitive guy, too. Even when he got to the senior Grand Masters, him and Makalena would just be battling it out. I mean, serious kind.
Right.
And, Rabbit had, growing up around the Beach Boys of Waikiki, because I am from town, Rabbit's brother, Uncle Jamo, was a legend to me, man.
Exactly.
I mean, almost to where we would joke, hey, what, you're getting overshadowed by Rabbit. Rabbit's everywhere, but what about Uncle Jamo?
Right.
Uncle Jamo was the kind of guy, if you were out of high school and you were by the snack bar and it was a Monday morning, you better watch out for him. You know what I mean? Like, that was old school Beach Boy. You're going to get an open hand slap. You know what I mean? There was discipline still there. What you not doing in school? He'd follow you, you know?
Which is interesting because most of those guys probably dropped out of school themselves.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, you know, like, once they're adults, it's like, hey,
Right,
they're not
gotta,
doing like me.
Yeah,
they're not going to do like me.
Right.
And, you know, it's cool, you know, just seeing generations, you know, North Shore, South Shore, West Side, all grow up together. It's such a great collaboration.
Right.
East Side. You're from the East Side. You have some amazing spots, but a lot of people don't venture out there. It's all on the hush. Yeah.
No more. So we have Team Japan, Team the Hui Japan. David Stan, who's one of the founders of the Hui.
Yes.
And, you know, longtime pipeline surfer.
Did he make it over this year?
I saw him the other day. I don't know,
good.
I didn't see him today, but I saw him surfing the other day. And he's a legendary football player and a football coach.
Amazing.
He's one of those guys you wouldn't want to get a slap from either.
And ran one of those spots with your brother out on, with his brother out on the East Side, one of those spots I will not mention. These guys would surf there every day.
But he spent a lot of time in Japan.
Yes.
So he lives there coaching professional football in Japan. And so I think a lot of these guys are maybe the result of
under his
relationships,
wing,
maybe.
Because they go surfing with Uncle when they're up there,
right.
yeah. And you can tell Team Japan's frothing at the bit. The ocean calmed down a little bit. It's not slabbing all over the place. They're also spread out, taking all 4 seating areas, as you can see on the screen. 1 out, 3 in.
I mentioned earlier in the monarchy period, we had relationships with the British. We also had some interesting brief moment with relationship with Japan as well. So King David Kalakaua was king of Hawaii in the 1880s, and he had a very interesting approach to the monarchy and to preserving the sovereignty of the Hawaiian kingdom. And one of them was reaching out to the international community to try and forge these relationships, because he saw that the United States was becoming a bit too influential in Hawaii's politics and in Hawaii's economy.
Oh, interesting.
Particularly with the sugar industry.
Okay.
So he started, like, he was one of the first monarchs to tour the entire world. So he went on this world tour where he visited all these different countries, and one of those countries was Japan. And he was interested in forging a relationship with the Japanese empire and with the Hawaiian kingdom. And one of his plans was actually that he wanted to marry one of his nephews to a royal member of the Japanese family. And that person was Prince Jonah Kuhio, who was a surfer. And so he sent Kuhio to Japan for a year, in many ways with a hopes of, first of all, continuing that relationship between Japan and the Hawaiian kingdom.
So interesting.
And also he hoped that he would marry a Japanese princess. Kuhio
stuff you don't even know.
And Kuhio ended up not marrying a Japanese girl. He ended up marrying a Hawaiian named Kahanu later. And but when that didn't work out, Kalakaua hoped, well, maybe my niece then. So Princess Kaiolani, he also hoped to arrange a marriage between like the Prince of Japan and the Princess of Hawaii. That marriage didn't happen either.
This is the first king, too, right?
This is King Kalakaua. He's the last king of Hawaii, and so yeah, interesting relationships between Japan and Hawaii. And oftentimes you only hear about the bad story, like Japan.
Yeah, you don't get to hear this story.
Yeah, but there's a lot of
that was all after.
Yeah, there are a lot of other relationships. Here's a sick wave coming in, very deep. Oh my goodness! Let's see if he packs this one. Goes for the closeout.
And that was an early chandelier on top of him. I heard you and Rocky talking earlier. There was a heat that guys were busting out of clampers and chandeliers, but he ran straight into one. Just a split second, 2 behind.
It takes a lot of courage, too, to pack a barrel that you know has no exit, but you're going to go in anyway.
Man.
Here's a
I don't know,
replay of
paddling in. I don't even know if he knew there was no exit. He was just going to go for the gusto. Nice pump, and then that thing clamped a little way earlier than I thought. Yep, I believe we have 1 broken board so far. That was this morning.
I think Kai Lenny snapped a board also in this last heat.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. Although I've seen Kai Lenny's surfboard collection, and he has a lot of backups.
I seen that nice wave he didn't come out of, and he was flying. He made a good slowdown.
Right.
To almost getting spit out.
Also, Japan after World War II, there's a lot of, I think, respect and appreciation for Hawaiian culture in Japan. You see a lot of hula.
Yes, I wanted to ask that. Yeah.
So I don't know if some of that is just a sense of kind of restitution, maybe of Pearl Harbor, or if it's just there's a lot of similarity and commonality between some of the cultures of respect and some of those traditions of family and a variety of things that are similar in Hawaii and Japan. But Japan definitely has this appreciation for Hawaiian culture. We see.
I do, and I see that too. Particularly. I love it. Yeah.
I mean, there's even some hula halaus that come to Hawaii for. I mean, the premier hula competition is in Hilo, and it's called the Merry Monarch Festival, dedicated to King David Kalakaua, and it's in the Edith Kanakaole auditorium there, and you'll have groups from halau from Japan that will come and participate in there as well. So it's cool to have Japan in this event, Team Japan, the Hui Japan, and that there is a branch of the Hui in Japan. And I was mentioning earlier, David Stant certainly has a hand in that.
Yep, the Hui Japan got their style and swagger going on up there.
And so awesome to see them. And at the last backdoor shootout, our top scoring wave went to a Japanese national, Keito Matsuoka. Got a 12-point ride. That was an amazing wave. I still am blown away by the way that he was spit out of that thing. The spit on that barrel was just, I mean,
the kind
so
of spit
memorable.
to knock you off.
I swear the spit flew all the way down the beach to Pupukea or something. It was so heavy.
Wow. Yeah, in this Hui Japan heat, I definitely recognize all these names. They've definitely been putting in their time, making their mark. You know, to be in the Hui Backdoor Shootout, definitely got to be a pipeline specialist. There isn't no like, oh, can I get in? It's all real guys, real time. And in this heat, the Hui Japan got off to, you know, first wave, blown out of the first wave. Good stuff.
So again, we have on the list here Shinpei Horiguchi, Taichi Wakita, Gai Sato, Daiki Matsunaga, and Rairu Ito.
You know, but even though this heat is slow, Kaino McGee just said 36.60 on the clock. That's like a whole nother heat, and here we go.
Oh, Taichi.
Taichi going to pull up underneath the hood.
Oh.
As he grabs and slows down. Oh, great water angle that was, huh, Isaiah?
Yeah. Good
in
job
and out for Taichi.
Larry Haynes getting that shot in the barrel. There's the Spartan helmet.
Yep, he's got a little yellow there on his wetsuit, but this is a jersey-less contest, and you are watching Team Hui Japan.
You can see how he's really trying to slow down in that barrel. He did get under the cover, but not for you know, an extended amount of time. So I don't know if that'll be up in the top 4 waves, but it was still a really good ride and good wave that they'll chalk up into their team score.
But definitely he wasn't about to let that ride go. I mean, they've been sitting for a little bit, and that is nerve-wracking. Even though you are in a team event, everybody wants to get on the scoreboard. These guys are all heavy competitors, do it all year long, because if you're a pipeline surfer, I mean, if you guys know the pipeline pecking order, it's like you got to be on it. You got to want it. You got to wake up wanting it. And you got to be ready.
Right. So we're commemorating Duke Hanamoku at this event. We talked earlier, Ezra, about how they formed the Hui Nalu Club.
Yes.
Which is different from the Hui Ohe'e Nalu, even though they have some similarities. And that was, 1906, 1907, they were kind of just grouped together, but they officially were a formed club in 1911. And as I mentioned earlier, they needed that official club in order to get Duke qualified for the Olympics, and which was in 1912. So in 1911, Duke actually shatters the world record of the 100-meter freestyle in Honolulu Harbor. So then there's somebody that's there that's, that's a swimmer, and he was familiar with swim racing and so forth, and he timed Duke and was just couldn't believe that this Hawaiian guy who had no formal training in swimming had broken the world record of swimming. Here's a wave rider.
What a beautiful angle takeoff into this pipe pit. Ooh, I almost thought he was going to come out, Isaiah. He was going that fast.
You get these clamps on the end that make it a little more challenging.
But the way he took off to get to that point, if he did a drawn-out bottom turn, no go. That was a good splice into the tube.
Right.
Just too bad he didn't get out of that pincher.
There's that angle you're talking about where you really lean heavy on the toes.
He went off of that right peak almost. It was going right, and he just hooded it.
Chip shotted him in there, but unfortunately clamped.
So when this guy discovered Duke with his stopwatch in Honolulu Harbor, baffled out of his mind that this giant Hawaiian could swim so well, Duke had the club at the time. But after, just in human nature, when you see something like that, it's just like he deserves it. Did something like that give way for Duke?
Yeah, so at first, they formed the club after he, this guy timed him because he said, look, you gotta compete on this larger level to try and get to the Olympics. And it wasn't that easy, for Duke. There are a lot of hurdles. Like I said, there wasn't a club that would allow him to swim for them, so they made their own.
They were making a long face thing for him not to compete, huh?
Right, and then they also, the AAU didn't really believe that this was authentic, right? They were like, how could this guy swim that fast? But eventually, there were a lot of people who did support Duke and that were encouraging. And when he did finally get up to the mainland and, to the continent, the stateside, he ended up, qualifying and proving himself. And that's when, everybody realized, like, wow, this is the real deal. This guy's amazing. And what really helped is everywhere he went to go and swim, he surfed, right? And so in many ways, he became like this poster child for Hawaii and for surfing, and he took surfing to the East Coast, to New Jersey, to Australia, to New Zealand.
And that was the introduction, like the biggest introduction.
Right, here we go.
Oh, here we go, some backdoor. Always admire a goofy footer at backdoor. It's not easy. Now
in California, there were other Hawaiians that went surfing there previous. So in 1885, 1886, Prince Jonah Kuhio and his brother David and Edward Koananakoa were at school in that area, and they surfed in Santa Cruz. Here's that wave that we just saw of Tai Chi. This is what's called the pencil dive. Now, some people may think, why did he just
penetrate,
fall?
So you don't really want to skip and skate.
Right.
I still remember that wipeout a few years back of Cole Christensen coming in from second, third reef. He fell down and skipped and slid, and the foam ball took him. And when you don't penetrate,
right.
Very scary.
That pencil dive allows you to, like you say, penetrate the wave and get deeper underwater, so the wave goes over you rather than through you.
But I've seen the late pencil dive too, where it's like,
right.
Yeah, we're dealing with there's some moments where there's just a foot of water, like Volcom's heat earlier, Ballarm Stacks wave. That thing had no water on the reef.
Yeah, so Duke Hanamoku, he wasn't the first to surf in California. That goes to those 3 Hawaiians that were living in Santa Cruz, 1885, went surfing in
1885, you say?
1885, surfing in Santa Cruz. We also had some others that were, you know, that were surfing in California. But when Duke went around the world, he took surfing with him to places like Australia. Really cool story, and you can see it in the film as well, where he took this young woman tandem surfing in Australia, and she becomes kind of the first to kind of carry on Duke's legacy.
And is that when the world first seen tandem surfing as well?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, at least in Australia, because tandem surfing was a thing in Hawaii, especially in Waikiki.
Oh yeah, it's big too when we're at Uncle Buffalo's. You know,
Right.
you got some of the best tandem surfers up west.
So yeah, so Duke, you know, went to New Zealand, went to Australia, went all over and took surfing with him. And because of that, kind of the mystique of this man who could walk on water, there was this kind of aura about him that was so mysterious and so different and so cool.
You think Uncle Duke surfed Raglan left?
Possibly.
Yeah.
I know he was in New Zealand, and it was kind of cool, the stories of him in New Zealand, because the Maori people of New Zealand are basically cousins to the Hawaiians.
Yes.
Right? So, I mean, they're called Tanata Maori. Hawaiians are called Kanaka Maoli. So essentially the same, you know,
very close
words. And anyway, so there was a kind of a kinship between the indigenous Maori people and Duke as a native Hawaiian.
They're getting it on the head, Isaiah.
Clean upset. Oh no.
Wow, I didn't think that they were that far inside looking at the screen, looking off the balcony, and now look at that, little bit missed opportunities for Team Hui Japan. But mind you, we're probably in 28 minutes. You still have a full heat of competition.
I'm always baffled when I come and watch the pipeline on especially when I'm, you know, here at the Backdoor Shootout, because we spend all day watching the waves. And one of the things that I take from being here on the beach, and especially when it's like this size, 10, 12 foot, there really isn't much of a channel or an exit or even a defined peak. And you know, if you're thinking, oh, I'll just go sit on the shoulder at pipe when it's 10, 12 feet, good luck. You're gonna get caught inside.
I watch all my favorite surfers, and they all do something a little bit similar, but they're all different in their preparation. You know, I mean, I see people paddling out over there, but it's weird to watch the Florence brothers when they're playing in some heavy surf. It's like, how did he get a football field past that whole rip section? I mean, there is definite little secret hidden spots about pipeline and the way it circulates.
Look at this beautiful shot. You can see.
Because like I was telling Rock earlier, you know, an average Joe could get right there and boom, you're going to Rockies. I'm sorry, you're going to Rockies.
Right.
And it's good that you have some of the best watermen over here, because, you know, you don't just got the lifeguards looking at you. You got 100 frothy surfer eyes also watching you. You know what I mean? And everybody watches out for everyone.
Oh, it is cool. You talk about ocean safety, and Duke Hanamoku was one of the pioneers in ocean lifeguard rescues.
Yep.
And taught people how to do ocean rescues. He was the first person to use a surfboard. Well, I don't mean to say the first person, but
this is rich history right here.
There's stories of him in Newport Beach saving many lives of individuals who their boat capsized off the coast, and the waves were
just
massive.
Happens to be there.
And he saved all these people's lives. And in the film Waterman, that's one of my favorite parts of the film. It talks about that part of the story where nobody else could have saved that many lives, and fortunately he was on the beach and was able to do that. Here's a wave coming up. Nice drop in.
Beautiful bottom turn into that washing machine barrel.
Oh, no.
Wow, props to him, Isaiah. It looked like he almost got the rail in the face.
Oh.
You got Kaino McGee frothed. That was a hard pipe barrel to get out of. Nice and milky.
See the replay here.
Team Japan. Nope, and he made it happen.
Look at that, stand up tall, love that part, then crouches down low, and the board just flips on him.
That doggy door, though, that he came out of.
Here's live action.
Taichi. Beautiful wave, just a second or two right behind that curtain.
Apologies. It's hard because there's no jerseys. We don't know exactly whose name is what, and just
so
called
don't
that
mind us.
Taichi.
We just kind of wait.
So earlier I was calling our athlete with the yellow on Taichi, but Kainoa corrected. I think this is Taichi Wakita. So
Okay,
my
gotcha.
apologies to our athletes here, but
I think we might have a broken board, so someone's getting an exchange. Team Hui Japan getting up on the board. Guys are going to definitely have to elevate after Team Florence and Team Hui Wax put some definite scores on the board today. Also setting the bar this morning, our Peruvian Tubos team. Good job to them. It's always nervous being the first heat. I think they weren't all here as a team this morning.
Right.
I heard Uncle, where's the team? Where's the team? And they went out there in high fashion and got the job done.
Yeah, it was tricky this morning because it still had a little morning sickness to it.
Was.
And there was lot of big rollers from the outer reefs.
Because the morning.
All right, the judges are asking for a replay of the last wave.
Let's get a replay of that beauty. Thanks to Sultan Air, always on it. Something about the Hui Backdoor Shootout is we'll just keep replaying it. These guys aren't gonna, they're gonna give these athletes the exact score. They're gonna go over and over, wave comparison, how slabby was it, how deep was it, technique. You know, of course, speed, power, and flow comes into it too, but this is an all-barrel ride contest.
Now, what I'm thinking is that the judges are trying to determine if that was a make, right? Because he came out of the barrel, but just as he was coming out,
I believe it's
he
a
got
few
clipped.
seconds as you ride out, but I mean, that lip, that white water coming towards him almost gave him his rail in his mouth, so we'll see if that's a minute.
And it's tricky because that camera angle is pointed into the barrel. So from that angle, it's hard to tell if the surfer was already out of the barrel or still exiting as he fell.
Yep, and I'm glad they take the time to go over it a few times. Like comparing John John's 10 to Balaram Stack's slabby wave. They went over it and over it. You know, they want to make sure each pipeline surfer gets their score that they deserve, and we come up with the right outcome at the end of the day.
Right. And that's where having those extra 2 points above a 10 can come in handy, right? So that's where Balaram got the 11. Our highest score for the day so far. I believe we have 2 10s. John has one of those 10s.
An 11,
Billy
a 9.5.
Kemper has one of those 10s, and a 9.5 was from Eli Olsen in that same heat with John. Yeah, so our water patrol.
And those punchy ones from Eli, those ones are a little bit harder to slow down. You're traveling so fast backside, so
right.
A lot of technique and so much that the judges have their work cut out for them.
Our water patrol out here called the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Run
Uncle Terry
by Uncle
Hui,
Terry
an amazing
Hui.
waterman.
Right. Interesting story there too. The way that a lot of our Hawaiian surfers, and Terry Hui is also one of the founders of the Hui Ohe'enalu Surf Club. And
he doesn't get enough props sometimes. I've just seen some guy that used to run some of the industry reading. He wrote a long thing on Facebook. This guy, Terry Hui, he puts him up there. And I mean, yeah, he's Terry, part of that Duke legacy.
Right, and Terry's, partner, Keolana.
Uncle Brian.
Uncle Brian, Keolana,
the Watermen's Guild, those two.
They really kind of changed rescue with the jet ski.
Yes, they did.
Really brought jet ski into rescue saving, and particularly that sled that's now just part of the equipment for rescue and ocean safety.
Big time.
Those guys basically invented it.
Yeah. Yep. They did invent it. Some guys try to beg to differ, but they actually invented it for water rescue. And they're forever innovating and creating water safety. You know, it's not a day goes by that Uncle Brian and Uncle Terry aren't communicating with them and their men.
Right.
When I'm up announcing at Makaha, I really like to talk about, how much people that the jet ski has rescued out there, and they've made it a fundamental piece of equipment here in professional surfing.
Yeah, so life saving is also a part of our culture.
Oh,
it goes from
and the guy we're celebrating today,
to
exactly.
our watermen, our Hawaiian Water Patrol. It's cool because there's a legacy there, even with the Hui family, Terry's boy. Kamale is also part of the Hawaiian Water Patrol, and so kind of passing down that legacy.
He's a good boss. He's a good leader too. I like his crew.
Right.
I know every single one of them. So they're a wild bunch, and they're very smart.
Yeah,
they're very good at what they do.
To train a lot of other, folks around the world of how to do it, and so really pioneers at saving. So I guess if you're a competitor today, you'd feel an extra sense of security paddling into a big bomb.
I mean, imagine if they weren't here. You know what I mean? Like I was asking Rocky earlier, when the water's brackish, I know Pipeline's usually crystal clear and you can see those big ruts inside. And he was saying, as a pipe surfer, yeah, we all use those ruts in channels, but when they're gone, there's a different element of safety gone right there.
Right.
And I think about today sitting here with you guys, I've seen the jet skis maybe 3 times run away outside of Gums. We've had that kind of surf.
Right. Oh, here we go.
3 outer.
A bomb on the outside.
Oh, Mr. McGee's excited. This guy's on a bomb.
Oh, takes the high line, double hand drag, gets deep behind the curtain, comes out.
Real nice, elegant, patient pivot to stall underneath the hood on that one. And then he went for the double grab. Team to Hui, Japan. I'm not sure the time, but I reckon we're looking at maybe 20 minutes, a little less.
There's the replay. You can see him drop down.
Nice little patient drift into that open face.
Dragging both hands. I like that style.
Perfect heel movement, fit the contour of the pipe wall, to drop down.
Right.
So much elements to absolutely getting shacked here at Pipeline. It ain't easy.
Right.
Half the battle's getting out past the inside whitewater and not getting sucked to Rocky. So, these guys are frothing. We got a guy turning around on the inside here.
There's a bomb here. A little too far out. Watch how that just explodes on that first reef.
Definitely some barrel opportunity, but the kind of scores we're seeing today, these guys got to go look for the biggest kind of slabs.
So if you're just joining us, this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2022 here at Pipeline. In the Volcom House here on the beach. Beautiful sunny day in Hawaii. We've got the Hui Japan team in the water right now.
Oh, we got guys paddling. They're definitely in a bit of their they want to go right now situation. They must be watching the clock. Looks like there's some real makeable pipe waves coming in here. But only a few seconds will tell.
That big drone landing right in front of us. So there's 6 minutes remaining in this heat. And then after this heat, I just saw Zeke Lau catch a wave over
How's
here.
this?
Ooh.
Ooh.
So it must be Quicksilver team
Almost,
that's up in the lineup next. So our next heat will be the Quicksilver team.
Oh, nice.
Oh, here we go. Here's another
See
rider.
Oh! That was the kind of step off maybe you didn't want to step off right there.
Caught an edge there.
Well, yeah, Team Quick got some pipe specialists coming up next. Cole Rothman, Reef McIntosh, the Cody Young, and Zeke Lau.
Let's see what happened here. I think he hit a chop, and then also he slips off his board. Does a little cartwheel.
Wow, that slow-mo, he really went into the face of that wave. Oh, he's okay. I don't think I would take a need it that great, Isaiah. He's back out, paddling on his own. Hawaiian Water Patrol just asked him, what, you good? You good? He's good. Back out to the lineup.
Cliff Botello on that ski.
Always something you don't want to do at Pipeline, but it happens every day to the best of anybody that surfs out here.
Oh. One thing about being here in person that really the camera doesn't capture quite well is just the rumbling of everything that's happening when the waves come. That you feel the energy, what we call mana, and it's roaring, right? So in many ways, I think sometimes the camera makes it look a little easier than it actually is, because when you're here in person, there's just a lot of energy.
It's easy to judge from the TV. But when you're here in person, you can feel all the elements.
Right.
And the 55-minute heat earlier, it almost looked like we were getting some sea breezes, but nope, that went away.
Right. So there's our heat in the water, Team Quicksilver. You can see Koa, Zeke, Reef, and
Team
Cody
Quick.
Young.
Team Quick, always putting together a team since I was young at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. These guys are going to get ready to get spit out into 2022 in high fashion. Thank you to all our sponsors. Keiki Bungalows, the Hui Wax, Autumn Corporation, Sinaloa, Aloha Salads, Body Armor, Kona Brewing.
Right. We also have Monster Energy, Defend Hawaii, Oahu Golf Apparel. That's made me this. I'm wearing this killer shirt. It's super comfortable.
Super nice. I think you could even surf in it. Lightweight.
Right. Himiko Organic, Kenui Kitchen, Konos Hawaii, Pupukea Grill, Two Thumbs, Tattoo Hawaii.
And thank you for lunch, Pupukea Grill. Isaiah, right after this heat, you got your thing is so tasty.
Looking forward to it.
As you see everybody over here at the house, they've been grinding down. It's one of Kaimana Henry's go-to spots. I always see him over there, over at Pupukea Grill. Very popular place here on the North Shore.
Got some colorful spectators on the beach.
Defend Hawaii, good having you guys here supporting us. Super stoked.
Yeah, and looking forward to lunch.
2 minutes remaining in Team Dahui Japan. We got a paddler, and he wants it. He's got it. He's going to knife into it, and the thing just implodes. Good decision.
Oh.
Good decision, but it's worth a try. I've seen these guys make some impossible ones.
Right.
So you never know until you go.
So we have another wave here. We'll see if the surfer's going to get this. You can see it sucking up off the reef.
Beautiful drone footage. How was that epic vertical kind of soul arch into it?
Right.
Almost survival steezed out and a little bit sketchy, but he made it out of that one.
Pipeline is home of the barrel, so this event, you know, you're less likely to see turns or aerials or those other types of maneuvers, but we're really looking for the big barrel rides, and Pipeline is, of course, known for that. So up in our next heat, Team Quicksilver. So we have 8 teams today, and so at the Backdoor Shootout, we have an interesting format where we have a combination of a team competition and also individual. Here at the end of the heat on a deep one. Deep.
Beautiful.
Beautiful ride.
Definitely needed in their scorecard.
Right at the
Guy
end of the heat, we have one
Sato.
more.
Seeing his buddies looking for him. Oh, another one.
Come on.
Oh, and he does it.
Sneaks out the doggy door.
What
right.
a sneaky little
Before
one
the
at the
horn.
end, Isaiah. Well, Team Japan, they came here to play. Team Dahui Japan. Shinpei, Taichi, Guy, Daiki, and Ryaru. Hey, good job, you guys. Way to get it done.
So that's the end
Counting
of that
down.
heat. And the start of the next heat, our Team Quicksilver. We're going to replay this recap here. We had some bombs that came in. Coming out of that one with the
Yeah, that was
spit,
my favorite one from this heat.
pulling into the barrel, staying high, he was keeping himself busy. We'll also have rider up here. This is Team Dahui Japan. Standing up tall, out of the barrel, gets clipped at the end.
Woo!
Another bomb set. Big
I still
pipeline.
wonder if that was a make. Nice one.
Double hand drag. Awesome heat with heat.
Yeah, these guys definitely threaded the needle with the conditions that they had on offer. Wasn't
And we're going to take a break. We'll be back with more action at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Aloha.
Aloha.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Tide Islands this weekend. 40 to 60-foot faces and exposed spots.
E komo mai, e ho'i mai. Welcome back to the 2022, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Rocky Cannon, Ezra Rodriguez, Isaiah Walker here as well. Kainoa McGee on the beach mic, giving everybody the play-by-play live and direct. You're watching on surfline.com. We thank you for joining us. Mahalo. We've got some bombs to start this next heat. It is Team Quicksilver.
Team Quick.
In the water. You know a lot about Team Quicksilver.
Oh,
You've
yes.
been with Quicksilver
23
for
years
decades.
With that team. These guys, wow, you got them. Cole Rotman, pipe specialist, Reef McIntosh, Cody Young, and Easy Kill Lau. This is an exciting one, most definitely. Companies are battling it out for the Covenant title of the Hui Backdoor Shootout champion.
Well, just a quick replay of what happened in the previous round.
Yeah, they didn't have it easy, Rock. They really needed to thread the needle, and they had some difficult barrels thrown at them, and they did great with them.
Yeah, Team Hui Japan. That's
Chargers, aren't they?
a great team that has been assembled here, and their first round is all POW. We're down to a couple teams left. We got Team Quicksilver right now. Then next will be Team Snapped 4. That'll be Mason Ho, Benji Brandt, Baron Mamiya, Parker Coffin, Eitan Osborne. And we'll cap it off with our very courageous and brave Wahine.
Yes,
that'll be the
first time
final
ever,
heat
Rock.
of the day, which is incredible to see. Excited for that. But right now, we're going to check out Team Quicksilver. There's the drone shot of their position in the lineup. See a little bit of that movement on the water surface there, little backwash and cross waves. It's, you know, for sure a challenging day. And, you know, there's not many days out here that are over 8 to 10 feet that aren't challenging.
Yeah.
But it still has, you know.
The new crowds are challenging on its own.
Yeah.
I'm like excited for this. Team
Yeah,
event.
quite different when you're surfing with just 4 of your friends.
Oh, yes. I mean, mind you, these guys are very competitive amongst each other. It doesn't matter what company they're surfing for. But these guys want to win as a team, and they're going to make it happen. And
yeah, there's still the individual prize.
Yeah.
So just to recap on the format, it is a team format with multiple team members, but 4 surfers in the water. Some of our teams have competitors,
alternates,
but they will sub in and out. But only 4 surfers in the water. Your team will be amassing those scores as a team score, but you also have an individual potential for winning and champion. So your scores are kept for you individually, and they are kept for your team as a whole. So at the end of the entire event, we have an award ceremony where we award the winning teams.
The teams.
And then we have an awards portion where we award the individuals first through 6.
Pretty much took the whole show.
And so, like you said, there is some individual competition at stake. But in a sense, everybody's cheering each other on.
Yeah, it's designed to where they're not going to, you know, go for the greed right away, you know, and someone's hogging the basketball. So... But these guys always have, you know, surfing is an individual sport at times, and it can be very selfish. People see us traveling all over the place just to fulfill that fix. But it's more than that sometimes. It's also a job for some.
And the scores that can be attained surpass the conventional 0 to 10 point scale.
Yes.
We operate on a 12-point scale, which I think, you know, for this spot at Pipeline, that is justified. Also, the scores can be bumped up if there are replays that are watched and an initial score comes in, let's say at a 9.5, but it actually was a lot heavier when you watch it over and over again.
I
so
watched
the scores
that with you. They went over and over, and that is very rare in competition to where they're going to give the athlete, they don't want to make a mistake, yeah?
Yeah, and so the scores can be moved up. From what I've heard in the breakdown of the format from Kainoa McGee is that the scores won't be moved down. There won't be any adjustments downward, but there could be adjustments upward.
They will reassess.
So that is another thing that is unique with this format here. Another unique aspect is the advantage of having Hawaiian Water Patrol do the assisting back to the lineup, which definitely all surfers will gladly take a ride.
the best of the best.
No matter how tough you are or how in shape you are, you're never going to turn down the Hawaiian Water Patrol assistance.
Oh, no.
When
They
it's,
want to give
when
you a
it's
ride,
available.
you go, yeah. And, you know, some other guys, they'll be amazing pipe surfers, but they don't paddle as hard as the other guy. To get jet ski assist and save your energy and save your arms, that just gives you more performance.
Yeah,
right?
we'll take that all day long. So just giving you some of the format and uniqueness of this the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Good stuff. So these guys are just sitting out there. There's a bit of a lull, but Pipeline has been providing, and we did see some backdoor. And there is an 11, a 10, and a 9.5 on the board.
Yeah,
And
we've seen some great rides.
No 12s yet. Who got a 12 in 2019?
So it was our Japanese surfer, Keito Matsuoka.
Okay.
Got a 12. You know, in years past, one of the more memorable 12s I've seen was Koa Rothman.
Oh, Koa Rothman.
With an epic pipe wave a few years ago. And Rocky Cannon, Ezra Rodriguez, bringing you the action right here at the Volcom House.
Volcom House.
Ground level. It's kind of nice. We got Sister Mahina right there. Mahina Chillingworth, thank you so much for everything that you're doing for this great event. And all the Hui team and club members putting together a great year once again for 2022. Thank you to Volcom for the hospitality right here. Can't beat it.
Always.
I mean, they've you know, been the pioneers of home ownership at Pipeline.
Oh, yes.
Corporate or company home ownership at Pipeline for some decades now. And
long time now.
Man, they really kind of set off a trend. You know,
They did.
Other companies started following suit, and it's a very unique type of investment.
Yeah. They came. They started their company in 1992. They planted a seed, and everybody kind of took off from there. Like, oh, the pipe houses, the pipe houses. But this is the original.
The original.
This is
it's pretty quite nostalgic to be in the very first one as we watch a replay.
young over here in this yard, Rocky.
Oh,
a lot has happened in this yard.
Man, you know, I remember the previous occupant or occupiers of this house, the Weatherly family, and you know,
Weatherlys, yes.
there was the trampoline in the front yard here, and you know, it was just that momentum generation hangout.
Yeah, so
we got
much
Ross
rich
Williams
history.
hanging out to the right side over here with us. He's just cruising on the porch. I'm sure he remembers so many days being in this yard, going back to those momentum days and prior to. But yeah, a lot of surfing history in this particular house itself.
Oh, yes.
You know, and this property right here that we're on. We're not in the big Volcom house like we've been in last year. Of course, that Jerry Lopez house, a lot of history there. But quite the unique history right here at the Weatherly / original Volcom house. As we watch Reef Macintosh.
I forgot that it was the Weatherly's house. So much rich history over here.
So you see a little bit of that current running through the lineup, and that's concerning to see. Yeah, and Reef, you know, rarely will you see Reef going for those kinds of maneuvers.
And going for a hit. That guy like catches absolute. That guy's a wave of the winner kind of guy.
Yeah. And check it out, a right-hander backdoor navigating the chandeliers.
I believe that was Cody Young.
Young Cody Young.
Wearing his helmet today, being safe, being smart, team quick. Out the back, you got Easy Kill Lau, Koa Rothman waiting to get their feet in the wax. Always good with some of this brownish, brackish water. Can this stuff make your wax slippery over here, Rock? Is there some river dust out here
You know,
with the color, or not as
not
bad?
on a day like today, not as much. You know, it's that just a little hint of greenish brown. It's not the full, like you said, not the full Willy Wonka.
Yeah, the
not
thing
the
that
pure
can
chocolate.
make you slippery. You can
But
blame
that
it on the Willy
bug-a-hole,
Wonka.
man, you can step on that like a banana peel. Slip right off your board.
I've seen a set like this come in. I can't really say it's like a really good angle, because last time I thought it just closed out all the way across gums. But it does look like these
This one
surfers are going to get something choice.
Might have potential, but
And you would know, Rock.
I am a little concerned with the texture on the
You see
surface
Reef,
of the wave.
interesting that he's taking a look on this inside. I think he knows that he's going to grab a detonator on the way inside. Okay. Kainoa McGee is warning the photographers. As you can see them all dive under that one slab bowl on the inside.
Definitely
Look at
doing
Reef.
the
He's taking a
concern
look.
of safety.
Wow, he's so late.
Wow, yep.
So smooth. Right off the bottom. Oh, big boy Reef in a...
Coming out.
That was so Reef McIntosh, Rock, huh?
That was so Reef.
No joke. So Reef. You know, I forget how
just
big
set
Reef
up
is.
so
and-
nice for him,
Oh,
too.
that was beautiful. Look
Watch
at how
the-
mellow he paddled into that one.
Yeah,
I thought he was
super
too much on
casual.
the top. Drop
Really
down.
did well drawing the perfect line.
Beautiful. Oh, blows us a kiss. Sacre blanc, Reef McIntosh.
I like the blow
Good
kiss.
stuff, buddy. Got Mr. McGee excited up there. Reef
Yeah.
putting his team quickie on the scoreboard.
And Reef's about, it's like 6'2", 6'3". He's a big boy.
No joke.
And for him to squeeze himself into a tube like that, I mean, it was a
You know,
pretty big wave, but definitely not the,
Yeah.
the biggest wave we've seen Reef
Yeah.
on. But, man, like just athletic ability,
Mm-hmm.
flexibility to get in that wave and then hold that position to come out.
And you know the Kauai boys, Reef, they don't grovel. They don't paddle into anything they don't need. That's why it was a
Yeah.
little bit untraditional of Reef to go on that foamy one, do a little snap. But look at that. He just wanted to feel his blade, I believe.
Yeah. Get the hips warmed up.
Sheesh.
All the other three Quicksilver team riders right now, they heard the cheers from the beach. They know team captain
Yeah.
Reef McIntosh
He's
just
been
got it done.
Quicksilver daddy for so many years. Good stuff. You're watching the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We're blowing it out into 2022 in high fashion with Rocky Cannon and Isaiah Walker. We had a few
Bethany
backdoor
Hamilton
slabs.
cruising on by with
Yeah.
Junior Boy right there. How's mom life, Bethany? It's fun, yeah? Our Wahine are getting ready, coming up in heat number 8. But
Yes, I got to spend some time with Bethany's brother over at the Waterman Challenge of Mills at Makaha.
Okay.
She has a brother named Noah. He's a waterman. Comes
Yep.
over with Scooter, Kawila Boy.
Yeah.
And these guys canoe surf, sub squatch, do whatever they can, and they love playing in heavy waters.
yeah. That's
Bethany
so fun to
Hamilton
watch.
coming from a talented family.
Well, you see that wave sneaking through. All the Quicksilver boys pass it up. I know.
Yes, so I believe the old Quicksilver house, did it move or is it no more?
You know, I'm not on the super ends on the quick logistics.
Yeah, I dropped into the yard and noticed a couple things have changed. I've seen
Okay.
Reef right away, but I know
Yeah.
forever changing industry. But the Quickie boys have been here for some years.
T. Koa trying to talk story with Reef, get the lowdown on
Yeah.
what was going on that wave.
So
and
what was your individual score?
Yeah. Oh, no,
Koa's
that's
no
Zeke.
joke.
That's,
This guy
that's Zeke
drops
right
into
there
some
talking
stuff.
with Reef, and then Koa's over to the left right there. But what a strong team With,
yeah, that is a strong team.
You know, Cody Young's been making some big strides as a young guy.
How long has he been on scene? I've been watching this kid. This guy is strong, young man, isn't he?
He's still, you know, just fresh into his 20s, I think, and
from here, Oahu?
Maui.
Maui
side.
Oh, Maui, always producing.
And you know, with Koa and Zeke, you figure, you know, the
right?
goofy foot and regular foot kind of got that nailed, and then Reef can go either way. All those guys go either way, but it's
you know, you're
definitely one of the
somebody
strong teams.
When the Quicksilver team invites you on to the backdoor shootout, you know you're doing something right.
Yeah. Here's Koa. Oh, he's going for it.
Guy for a goofy foot, no joke. Huge backside barrels, and he's good at it.
Yeah, he's got skills, that's for sure. And check out the replay. He thought he was going to kind of get that high line entry, but the wave just denied him. And, you know, if it's denying a guy like Koa Rothman, you know it probably wasn't doable.
How many yards to ride that whitewater so he gets, you know, less resistance, because right now, even though you're in a team, you want to play it smart, yeah?
Yeah, you know, and he's charges off his brain, but seems like a guy who doesn't usually, like, take too many unnecessary risks.
No,
he's calculated with it.
Yeah, he's calculated, yeah, that's...
But, man, the pipe wave that he got a couple years ago, man, was just one of those ones that it looked like there was nobody even on the wave when he pulled in. He was so deep.
Wow.
And it went for so long. And then where the point at which he came out and exited that wave, I thought that he must have went through some kind of like time travel wormhole or something to get there. I was like, there's no way he got from there to right there. But we watched it tons and tons of times over and over. One of those waves that never got old.
I don't know how they slow down on the front side sometimes. And I mean, it's just like, you know, you don't have that backside, you don't have your butt, your knee in it, or your hand gripper, but then you're taking off goofy foot.
Right.
Shoves their hand in, but these guys somehow just seem to slow it down. Another one I've been watching over the last few years making a mark is Kala Grace.
Yeah.
Flying through the barrel, but then slowing down in these parts of the wave. Like, how did he just disappear?
Yeah, to somehow like stay in it longer, kind of maximize
that's you guys
that
also
tube time.
Taking it easy. I mean, not taking it easy on your paddling, but timing everything from bottom to knifing it in there to letting the, you know, backdooring pipeline.
Yeah, it is that great flow of timing from pre-takeoff, you know, and sizing it up and paddling and being in the right spot to then put yourself in the position on the wave to be in the right spot. And it does go even before you get to your feet.
Yeah.
From you know, at least to your best calculation, that's what you're trying to do.
Oh, I love surfing so much, and right here at this place, it can be so difficult. There's so much technique. Our professional surfers make it look so easy, but you know what? I look at other sports, and you know, you look at the risk of this one.
Yeah.
You can drown.
Yeah.
You can easily hit your head, rip your arm out, rip your leg out of your socket.
Yeah, and we've seen, you know, some of the heaviest stuff go down. You know, not only
you're riding
during
Pacific
this event,
Ocean, grinding on the reef live, you know, and it's always different. It never feeds you something the same.
Yeah,
I guess that's why we're such frothy groms like over here, Rock. Out the back, I hear Kainoa McGee getting excited. Oh, they let this one go, Rock. Deep, beautiful.
Man. Look at that
pipe.
shot.
Wow.
Looking from the jet ski into that huge
that
barrel.
was when Uncle waved. Just went.
I mean, that's almost like if you're watching somewhere in your office or your home somewhere, and you looked at that wave, it almost felt like you were going to get a spray in your face.
that was
through
great
the screen.
Camera work. Yeah.
Feeling that one.
What a great transition from the drone down low. Boom.
Yeah.
Poof. Because that's what we're doing. We're getting spit out into 2022 high fashion. The Hui Shootout.
Well, there's all four
Nice
guys
to watch,
hanging out.
Uncle Eddie.
And on the move now. They might see something that could be potential opportunity.
As you can see, Boss Man frothing watching his son's heats.
Yep.
I love watching that. It's never gotten old since we were little kids.
Yeah.
He was there. I even remember when we were stuck in Oceanside. He came with Buttons, Johnny Boy Gomes, everybody to come watch Makua's heat at the Oceanside Jetty. The whole
Pretty
team
classic.
was like this. Shroop! Everybody's here.
Yeah.
Always good times at Pipeline. Team Quick. You are currently watching Cole Rothman, Reef McIntosh with an amazing blowout earlier, Cody Young, one of the younger guys on the Quicksilver team, and our Easy Kill Lau. I believe Zeke's back on that tour.
He is back on the tour.
Gotcha. Good
Yeah,
stuff.
He
That's
did,
where I want him.
You know, had a good finish to the year, and during the Challenger Series, of course, he won the Ultimate Surfer, that TV show, which also would give you a.
But that wasn't enough. He
berth,
went Challenger Series
but-
just to, you know what I mean?
But he qualified the
Yeah.
conventional way.
Yeah. Yep, the Lau family. You know, they're a sports family. You know,
Yeah.
you're not going to get an easy one onto the tour. His dad, his family going to make him work for it, and he's a workhorse. Here we go.
That's Koa.
Koa with the arm drag. Watch this guy. This guy's going to backdoor Pipeline in the heftiest of ways.
Well, you know what I like about Koa? First, like we talked about, you know, his calculated risk and everything, but that guy is so humble too. He's just a
Quiet, humble,
classic.
everything that what
lets your
Isaiah-
surfing do the talking kind of guy.
Yeah, ha it is.
Yeah.
He's always been like that.
And there was Zeke Lau. First glimpse we get of brother Zeke.
Zeke
and
Lau
he
on a
just,
foamy one.
Just right under the hood right there.
Yeah.
Checking the washer fluid. Just making sure.
Yep, these guys are exactly know what to do. They're not going to let any missed barrel opportunities go, yeah? Even if it's not the one they want. I mean, you're going to get a barrel, you're going to get a barrel. But these guys all know what they're looking for. And, you know, it happens to be not all luck, but what comes in on that 55-minute heat. Don't forget, we got 55-minute heats. Earlier it was 50, and then
Right.
Uncle added another 5.
He's kicked it up a notch.
Yep, before we did the math to see where we end the day, but it's all good. This is a prestige local cultural event, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, one of its kind team event. I put this event up there with the Eddie Aikau, prestige, local. And
Yeah.
we're also celebrating.
A unique format too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
really neat format.
celebrating Eddie Aikau at the Eddie event at Waimea, and celebrating Duke Kahanamoku here at the Backdoor Shootout. And here it is. Koa
Oh, there's
Rothman
Koa.
on a driver and
Textbook
weaving through
Koa.
that one. So pretty good pipe wave right there for Koa Rothman. Series of waves approaching, but
Yeah, what is he, just
Here
right
we
back
go.
around?
Zeke.
Oh, Zeke, right on the
Yeah.
inside.
oh, you see that little foot
Oh.
adjustment that he did.
Beautiful.
So technical.
Yeah. His feet were really close together, too. So finesse for a big guy.
Yeah, he kind of did a little foot
Yeah.
scoot.
Right
and
there,
then-
that's barrel enthusiasm, yeah? Like,
Yep,
I
yep.
got this, guys. Love it. He even had a hand jibe. I almost want to see the did he drop his other hand down on his rail, like double rail? Right
So
here.
he grabbed it, and then it looked like he put his foot a little, or his knee a little further down. He definitely did a lot of
Yeah, it's like
little
his hand
subtle body
yeah.
adjustments in that barrel. And, you know, that's when you have achieved that level of, you know, comfort, but also technical ability in a situation that is as fast and fluid as being in a barrel. There's so many little things going on.
Yes, well set. That's a good score, actually. Every team's lucky he didn't go for the double.
Yeah.
Cole is no stranger to getting into gums on some winter swells.
Oh, bro, yeah. He'll ride those westerly extensions to their bitter end in front of the lifeguard tower over there.
The John Florence, the Team Florence first round heat, John flew out of the sky so hard that he did something funny with his hand for the first time I seen. It was actually his hand that goes into the wall that does his grab was actually free-falling with him, and he actually like rainbowed over and then stuck it in, and that's just like, oh, that's just skill.
That's next level.
Yeah. I mean, you know, he was almost surprised. Whoa, I'm airdropping. Okay, I'm going to stick it. Doom, he stuck it. I think that was his 10.
Well, here's some sets approaching. See the waves on your screen coming in outside of our surfers, beyond them. And Zeke kind of looked at that first one and thought about pulling the trigger, but he decides to wait for a better one. Knows he just got a pretty decent score right there, so he'll cruise on the side and let his teammates figure out who's going to go next.
Yeah, I think Zeke and Cole were on the same text thread, huh? What are they wearing, red boardies?
Yeah.
Or no?
One red, one black.
Oh, Zeke paddling hard, not to get caught inside this thing. It pays to hang on the inside, but you got to make sure you get out of the way, huh?
Yeah, that's where you're kind of playing a little bit of cat and mouse when you're sitting inside to get those ledgy ones, but then you got to watch out for the big mackers on the outside that can force you to bail off your board. I want to say thank you to our sponsors. Mahalo to Keiki Bungalows right down the road, the Hui Wax, and Odom Corporation. Sinaloa, they make tortillas and tortilla chips.
Great stuff.
You got Aloha Salads. Brother Chris Lufrano. These are the Sinaloa chips.
Yeah.
Oh, they're shaped like surfboards
Body
and stuff.
armor. Thank you for
and
keeping us
body
hydrated.
armor.
Awesome.
Refreshments. Kona Brewing, Hawaii Monster Energy, Defend Hawaii, Oahu Golf Apparel.
Thank you
as
for the
well
gear.
as Himiko Organic, Kinui Kitchen, Kono's Hawaii, Pupukea Grill, and Two Thumbs Tattoo.
Good stuff. The Hui Backdoor Shootout, live and direct. You are watching Team Quicksilver, Cole Rothman in the water, Reef McIntosh, Cody Young, and Easy Kill Lau. They've all had a take. Reef with one of the better waves out of the heat.
Yeah, Captain Reef started off really well with that.
Cole got a good one on the
pipe
board.
barrel.
Zeke looking for a bigger one, but got a really good.
Well, and we've seen the conditions, you know, for all intensive purposes, compared to what we saw earlier in the day.
I want to say it mellowed.
It mellowed a little bit, and we see the wind become a little bit more of a factor as Zeke floats over that backdoor section. But, you know, we've seen the current come into play a little bit, so just a little more texture on the wave. Not as silky smooth as it was, you know, first couple heats of the morning. So definitely the conditions playing a factor.
Yeah.
But it's all done with the draw of a number out of a hat of when you're going to surf throughout the day.
I seen that this morning. Nathan had the tickets in his hand.
So there, you know, that is part of the format here as we watch Cody Young.
Cody Young. Up, and he's ready. Wave just didn't have much on offer. Zeke's wave earlier, a small backdoor wave. Not too bad. Not too bad. But, I mean, you know, from what you've seen in the scores, the 11s, the 9.5s, that's not going to factor in on his leaderboard. So
no.
I just love watching all the approaches too. Like one that wasn't a big score on John's one. It was just a really nice layback. He didn't get pitted, but just, you know, everybody's doing something different. Even Eli slowed down with a nice layback earlier.
Yeah.
You know, Reefs in this heat was a great one for how big of a Thatcher that guy is. It's
Yeah.
just like, boom, here's my bomb. Guy's definitely been spit out of some beasts.
Yeah.
Along with these other guys, but
I mean,
Reef, you know, I've seen some.
Some of the waves that Reef catches from the outside and pulls into just these gaping caverns and standing straight up at how big as he is, you know that wave is huge to be able to house a guy like Reef McIntosh. And I think that was Koa looking over the ledge.
You could hear Mr. McGee is,
And Reef on the outside, he's gonna let that one go. But
they let it go, huh?
I don't think he could quite get into that one. He paddles hard. He's got strong arms, but
but
there's
to get
just
under
a
that
certain
lid,
point where you can't do it, and the more you force it, you're going to put yourself in a bad spot. So you kind of got to know a few strokes in whether you can or cannot, and if you can't, it's best to pull the rip cord early.
Wow. Here we go again. Whoa, there he goes.
That's a beautiful shot.
That was beautiful.
Just not much happening, for the quality of the score on that one, but what a great image of Reef just casually cruising down that pipe wave.
You can see his knowledge, though. He totally skipped by that grab part, and he's like, nah,
yeah, he's like, no, it's not going to happen.
The second half might happen. Maybe not. He knows. I'm surprised he didn't float that thing. Because he can. Zeke floated his backdoor one. The thing almost grew into 6 foot. So he knew to kick that thing away. Season's just starting, so we want all these guys, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we're going to get through this.
The best they can in the backdoor shootout, but also represent Hawaii totally 100%.
Yeah, we're going to start that year here pretty soon.
Your season's
at this
coming
venue
up. You and
right here.
Rock, you guys are on. Busy. Definitely going to be watching you, cool. Kaipo, and the gang when I'm stuck in the wood shop sometime.
I think that's pretty cool that, at least starting, the year with 2 events in Hawaii, Pipeline and Sunset for the WSL, just gives an advantage to the Hawaii guys to get off to a great start.
Just glad to be back.
Get that momentum.
You see our Uncle Wendell's back running the Hawaii Amateur Surfing Association. That's great. I got to go see some of the boys down at Kiwalos a couple weeks ago. I'm glad that our amateurs are back competing.
Well, and then, there is a little bit of a bummer that, we won't be like ending the year at the Pipe Masters. But, I guess for whatever it's worth, having either the beginning or the end, it'll happen here in Hawaii.
We're so set in since we're kids, how it would go. And now that you're working these things, it must be a little bit different, It's going to be a different crowd in February, huh?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. When we always usually joke at Good Sandbar, hey, it's local time, it's the season. But all good. I'm excited for the rest of the winter.
Yeah, should be interesting. And we'll look forward to bringing you guys all that action, too, when it happens.
Hopefully these guys
down the road. But right now we're focused on the Hui Backdoor Shootout with great day number 1. We've had some 11-point. We had an 11-point ride. We had a 10. We had a 10. Had a pretty good collection of 9-point rides. I know Jack Robinson, Billy Kemper, Eli Olson.
Mr.
All
Stack
in that,
is the one with the
range,
11.
But Balaram Stack with that 11-point ride, John with the 10.
Yeah.
And then we had the Peruvian surf team get us kicked off with a good score into the 8-point range.
That last 15 minutes.
Team Japan had some pretty good scores, too.
Team Tubos, though, in that last 15 minutes of the morning, they got some pipe shacks.
Yeah.
Team Florence, that was very exciting. Hui Japan, some rough barrels, but they threaded it for what they had on offer. That showed their talent.
Right.
Kaimana Henry and them and Team Volcom. That was amazing. And we got Snap 4 coming up. And you are currently watching Team Quicksilver with Cole Rotman, Reef McIntosh, Cody Young, and Ezekiel Lau. And if you're just joining us, not knowing what's going on, this is a non-jersey competition. You are seeing a team in the lineup competing for to get on a bigger leaderboard. Correct, Rob?
Yeah, and we got team scores that we'll be calculating and totaling together before the event is done. We've got individual scores and individual awards to hand out. We're going to have some longboarding coming up later in our event. Not today, but on other days. We have stand-up paddle surfing at Pipeline.
Yes.
That'll be coming up. So
but think about
entertaining ways to ride pipe.
You're surfing in a team, but you also can win the event all the way around. I mean, where do you get that anywhere?
That's pretty much the best of both worlds when it comes to surf competition. You know, the threat of elimination is non-present.
Yep.
It is all about surfing your rounds and getting your waves, your team getting their waves.
Yep.
But
to win as a team already, that's big. But then for them to accumulate your points and go, hey, by the way, you won the whole overall. Cha-ching! That's amazing.
Well, they're on to something right now. You see the scramble. And
I've been
it
using
looks
Cody
like,
Young's helmet as a beacon.
Yeah, Zeke Lau is
Zeke,
the guy in position, but he's going to back out.
He's almost smart. It's not that open, is it? Oh, right there.
I mean, there was an opening, but, you know, from the viewpoint of where he was looking down that angle,
that probably would have shoulder hopped that one.
Really hard to tell.
It is hard to tell. And, you know, nobody really knows watching. Well, you know, people that surf, but on the TV screen, I mean, every time these guys stick their arms in the water, they're not just, you know, they're pulling some current. That's the Pacific Ocean moving around on the Pipeline Reef. It ain't easy.
Yeah.
As Zeke is just pulling some yardage into this one, just taking a look.
One of our Hawaiian Water Patrol team members cruising down on the ATV. Got to say mahalo to our city and county lifeguards, too.
Of course. Some of the best out here.
Guys just putting themselves in precarious positions to save and rescue all of our surfers and beachgoers. And got to give a shout out to my boss at Hawaii Seaside Realty.
Oh, hell yeah.
Mrs. Cheney Padaka. And if you guys are looking for stuff to purchase or to sell, please give us a call.
She related to famous surfer Miles Padaka?
That is her husband.
Oh,
yeah.
what?
He is, you know, of course, a longtime Hui team rider.
Oh, amazing surfer.
Has been doing great things in the ocean here for many years. And they got linked up. And,
good stuff.
You know, she started her own company. And we get to work with her and alongside her.
Good.
Yeah, Hawaii Seaside Realty. Check out our website, hawaiiseasiderealty.com.
Nice.
And you know who else is joining the team? Cliff Botello is getting a real estate license.
Botello? That's one of my favorites.
So
I love all Hawaiian Water Patrol, but then you can see that guy tries to hypnotize you with his eyes.
Yeah, right.
It's like right before Luke Ferrigno turns into the Hulk.
We're such a community of multitaskers and achievers around here that we got to get our hands into everything.
Oh, everybody's connected. So much rich history between everyone all.
And
it looks like a crowded pipe right there.
There's waves coming in that are really huge on the outside.
Oh, wow. Yeah, what you can't see on the webcast, there's some lines, giant lines coming in off the wall, or I believe that might be rock piles from where we're sitting. Way
down there is rock piles. Yep, on your screen, at the top of the screen right there, that's the rock pile area. And then focusing more in where our surfers are at Pipeline, we'll have someone spin, and that is Big Reef. And Captain Reef just on a frothy one, bails out there.
Backside reel. So this angle coming in, Rock, what would you call this angle?
It's northwest for sure.
But this one's just going to probably not detonate on the reef the way you would like it to, right?
You know, it'll blow up, it'll detonate for sure, but just not with the angle that you're looking for.
And now I see the treadmill, the current just rip through it and change the whole outlook of it.
Yeah, and there's, you know, a little bit of texture on the water from the wind, and then that little bit of, you know, the current kind of just randomly pops up sometimes in different places in the lineup. And thankfully right now it's kind of staying more over towards the off-the-wall section. But there are times it will sneak over and kind of tail in and creep into pipe, and that's when we don't want, you know, that current affecting the wave is when it comes into the pipe lineup, and you'll see the surfers start having to paddle like, what, am I at Haleiwa? Like, where's this current coming from? But right now the current seems to be sparing the pipe lineup for the most part at the moment, but we did see little hints of it sneak in there in the last couple heats, you know. So obviously everybody's eyes are on the conditions here. I mean, we want nothing but the best for these competitors. But there's also something to be said for when you get this far into a round. You know, I've seen this event start in the morning. Okay, it's epic. It's pumping. Send them out. And then 2 heats in, the onshore wind comes. You know, something happens. It turns to crap, and then it just gets shut down. So we're into it now where this is heat number 6. No turning back.
No turning back. Nope, we're there. There's
past
still
the point of no return.
Walking in the gate this morning at 7, the peanut gallery, all the banter, talking to Dwayne DeSoto. He's all, well, I haven't seen anybody get barreled out there yet, but it's big, and then, you know, it happens. And then a couple guys out there practicing. There was some ho-ho-ho-hos. The rumble of the beach. You know how that goes. It's your home. But, yeah, very exciting. And next up is...
It'll be Snapped.
Yeah, Snap 4. That's a very enjoyable surf video.
Yeah, you know, I'll have to watch it. Isaiah was talking about it earlier, too, and I haven't seen it yet, so I'll have to check it out.
I think, too, yeah.
That was something.
You know, when we grew up on the
surf
VHS
movies of
surf
old,
movies, and, you know, they're so good, and then, you know, you got to pick and choose. But there is some good ones out there, like Vans' Pentecostal is a very enjoyable, dark, ominous, but very good. You know, actually, after watching that movie, a fan of all those guys, but I never knew Wade Goodale had that kind of action in his bag.
Oh, yeah.
Almost like being local, you know. A lot of our favorite surfers, Scotty Fountain, he rips. That guy has a little esky creature style about him that I fancied. So that was also a good flick. But at my old age, I like watching really good flicks like Snap 4. It gets me totally pumped. I don't make excuses.
Here we go. Cody Young in the barrel, grabbing it, traveling, coming out, and
nice strong backside pipe wave,
Yeah.
Not as big as he would want it, but that was a perfect textbook pipe backside wave.
Yeah, and I think for this first round, you know, if you can get out there and get something under your belt like this, especially in a guy like Cody Young's position where you're the young buck, you're the new guy on the squad, basically, and you don't want to get in those guys' way.
No.
And they're going to give you waves when your time is there. But just to come away with something in this first round that gets you some confidence and some points on the board, you got to feel satisfied.
But also in a team, if all you guys get, you know, 2 consistent in and out barrels, your whole team kind of scores. You know what I mean?
Right. So there is there is that aspect of, you know,
so I believe,
I'm also getting barreled for myself, but I'm also helping my team.
Right. So, like, we've watched all the teams. So let's talk about Team Quick. All 4 of them got in and out barrels.
Yeah.
And 2 each apiece. Maybe Reef needs 1 more, but his one was probably the banger out of the whole heat.
Right.
But that's great. So to see them go into the next days, we'll see where everything lands. But
Yeah.
talking about team criteria, I think if all 4 guys catch 2 amazing pipe waves, in and outs, here we go, Mr. Zeke Lau, Rock.
Oh, he
Right
lets
in the
go,
chamber.
pumps it, and comes out.
He definitely wove into the chamber.
Yeah, it's so great how we're able to switch views and watch his entry straight on, and then watch his exit from the water
It's just
cam.
what you did right there. It's like a cock the shotgun and just bah, out.
Good
Easy
stuff
kill
from
out.
Zeke.
And that's kind of what he was looking for. But, you know, these guys all wanted big and girthy, but that was a good score.
Yeah, and the technical approach, you know, coming in, no grab.
Weave on the lid.
Weave, do a pump, and then grab for the exit just to be sure. I mean, I don't know how those decisions are being made, you know, if they're just on the fly or if like you're going into it, planning it that way. But man, it is just being so in tune with your body and so in tune with your equipment, and then doubly in tuned with the wave. And I don't know if there's any other sport where you have so many different variables and factors coming in to be aware of and be in tune with.
Oh, don't even get me started, you know, when I take NFL football players surfing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They are amazing athletes, but when they touch the ocean, you know what I mean, at 30 million, I was like, brah, come on, brah. Let's keep going.
Yeah,
you know, you give a surf lesson, then you appreciate you as a surfer, how much things you know and can do in the ocean.
Yeah.
That goes, you know, unnoticed to yourself. Zeke, again, getting busy.
Yeah.
The conditions just turned beautiful with some patina. Look at the camera.
Yeah.
Oh, and that was the first cutback rebound I seen all day by Zeke. Good job.
Complete wave.
I'm always a fan of getting spit out of the barrel and just do something white water rebound with all that speed. It's kind of admirable. You know, sometimes they lose the tail and fall back. But I love it all.
Yeah, back to the replay right here from the drone, just looking into the eye of that little barrel. That was further on the inside, but beautiful gaffing roundhouse off the top, and then finish with the little layback into the white water. And he's feeling good.
Zeke's inner Grom just seen that thing on the way back out. He just caught one.
Yeah.
So,
but the athletic ability of these surfers and the talent, you know, and like you said earlier, you can drown. You have to hold your breath. You got to work with your body under duress. Not much other sports like that. And during the HIC Pipe Pro, I think I commented one time of, you know, just the amazing athletic ability of these guys. And I was talking to the beach crowd, and I was like, you know what? I like watching football, you know, but like the best athlete on the football field, he'll show up to the beach today and he won't even, you can't even get him in the water. You can't even, you got to stay on the beach. I said, LeBron, sorry, bro, stay on the beach. It's not for you. And it's just so unique. And
it is. But it's beast. Like, nobody knows when you're in the water, when you alleviate the oxygen out of your legs, you are in trouble. And then you turn around because you're in a heat and go, oh, man, I'm going to go get this other pipe wave. Like, just say that Zeke turned around on the inside with a couple, you know, panting and panting. He made it happen. You know what I mean? These guys know where to get extra oxygen from.
So we're just getting indication that this heat is almost done. So we'll see if they can get something in the final moments. There is a set on the way.
Did he give us the minutes? Because this set looks beautiful. Zeke looks way inside. His team is out the back.
And there's Big Reef, the wingspan. You see the windmill paddling into that one and setting it up, grabbing the rails, stalling, and coming out.
28 miles per hour stall, and he actually got the lid over him. I was totally just watching Zeke, thinking they were going to get cleaned out, but you got Cody Young out the back, Team Quicksilver.
Here's Koa. And
Koa.
cannot get into the barrel. Wisely.
Not really the wave he wanted
just
at the
straightened
end of
out.
the heat. He's got 3 good completions. But Koa's a beast.
Yeah, look at Reef's wave. Just stalls it right in the perfect position and gets
Such
a little.
a tube rider, man.
Yeah, gets a little lip on the head, but doesn't phase him at all.
No.
Kind of
With a guy that big, when he gets lipped in the head, it doesn't look as much as, you know, when you're a smaller guy. Oh, he got lipped in the head.
Right. And
he just got a little.
Any other person probably would have got thrown off their board. But, you know, I think he wanted that little hair whip on the end so he could fling his hair back and look all modelish.
Yeah. Oh, perfect side comb on the way back out.
You see some photographers right there now.
Really
so
busy
15
on the
seconds.
15 seconds?
Counting it down for this Quicksilver team. 5, 4. There's Mason doing some body antics out there.
Oh, he's like a Doug Silva. They talk with their hands.
Yeah, Mason was showing Reef's
Quicksilver
posture.
shaking hands with Team Snapped. Next up, Mason Ho, Benji Brand, Baron Mamiya, Parker Coffin, and alternate Ethan Osborne, I believe.
And checking out Cody Young, had a backdoor wave for Team Quicksilver. Reef McIntosh, that was one of his incomplete rides, but he had this one that really put some big numbers on the board for Team Quicksilver and for himself. And he blows a kiss to the crowd.
He usually never claims it, but he knew that was his wave right there.
And Zeke Lau had some great rides along with this guy, Cole Rothman, who was doing some work at Pipe. And Cody Young, that's his second barrel. So he had the backdoor wave and the pipe wave. And then Zeke had this beauty launched out right there. And another little inside sneaker for Zeke and put some great numbers on the board. We'll be right back with Team Snap at the Backdoor Shootout right here at Pipeline.
Team Snap. Good job, gang. Good job.
Aloha and welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Isaiah Walker, Rocky Cannon, Bethany Hamilton strolling by. Yes, we're surrounded by greatness. And we're chilling here at the Volcom House, watching the live action. You guys are watching on surfline.com. Thank you so much to Salt and Air Studios and Surfline for putting this on and having a great show for all of you that can't be right here with us in person, but maybe someday you will. But we're trying to bring you the action as best we can. And right now we got Team Snapped 4 in the water. Mason Ho, Benji Brandt, Baron Mamiya.
Oh my gosh.
Parker Coffin, and Eitan Osborne. Not sure which exactly of the 4 are out there right now.
Cow.
I believe that's Mason Ho. Oh, Baron Mamiya. We're getting the call from our amazing beach announcer, Kainoa McGee. So that was Baron Mamiya.
Oh my
Here's
God.
Mason Ho.
Oh.
And it just seems to be turning on right now. I mean, that last heat we were talking about with the chop hop on the 710 or whatever that board is. Just entertainment to a T.
Entertainment. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we've just got that heat off with a bang with those bombs. Baron Mamiya had a mean one, and then right behind him, Mason Ho. This is entertainment heat right here, and I think everyone loves watching Mason Ho surf.
Yeah.
He's such a showman.
I think they like him. They like watching him doing anything.
There's that late one. This is Baron, who's traveling deep in the barrel, covered by the hair and the lip, comes out clean. And right behind him on this bomb, Mason drops in on a longer board, stands up straight, classic Mason style, giving a little aloha to the barrel, then the chop hop, spin around, make it, hand jive, master.
Just such a master.
You know what's interesting? I mean, I think showmanship runs in his blood. He's related to the great Don Ho.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I know there's been probably a lot of folks wondering. You know, you see the last name, it's quite unique and so prevalent here in Hawaii, you know, because of the great Don Ho. But there is some relation.
Right? That's why I asked him myself personally. I said, bro, what? You related to Don Ho or what? He goes, yeah, it's my uncle. So for sure, entertainment. If you don't know who Don Ho is, he's a classic entertainer here in Hawaii for many, many years. In fact, used to, some connections here. He used to, for a little while, he'd perform at Duke's restaurant. So this was different than the Duke's restaurant. It was a nightclub that Kimo McVeigh had put on. Here's another rider up. This looks, is that Benji Brandt?
That is Benji.
Right. The Snap 4. So Snapped, if you're not aware, is a film series. So Snapped 1 and 2, those were like pretty OG, like the Bruce and Andy kind of days, and then Snap 4 is bringing back that old film genre, and these guys are some of the top performers in that film. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's pretty amazing. A lot of good surfers in it.
It's S-N-A-P-T.
T.
Snapped.
Yeah, like
not like snapped your board like S-N-A-P-P-E-D proper, but it's abbreviated with the T.
The T.
Abbreviated to a T.
There you go.
But man, some big waves approaching again. You see the surfers looking towards that horizon to eye up these waves and see if there's anything of potential. Meanwhile, our Wahine are getting ready for their heat. They'll be the final heat of the day. And we got Bethany getting ready right here. Moana Wong has been hanging out on the deck with us all day as we watch Baron Mamiya. Just a little too deep. And I'm wondering who else is on the Wahine team. Let's maybe find out from Bethany right here. Hey, Bethany, who else is surfing with you guys? It's Moana, Bianca, and Kiala. Oh. Thank you.
So that'll be exciting and historic, right? So we're first
Yeah.
women's team in the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and
You know,
it's not small.
I almost, after watching the girls perform at this recent HIC Pipe Pro and coming into this Hui Backdoor Shootout, I wasn't part of the format, you know, administration or anything like that, but in my head I was thinking, now, since the girls are getting so good at pipe and they're coming into, you know, this new year and this new season having all the same events as the men, I was thinking in my head, should the requirement be for the shootout for every team to also have at least have one wahine?
Right.
Lo and behold, I did not know this was happening, but now we have a team of all wahine, which is totally amazing and awesome.
Right.
Because, you know, they've obviously proven they belong out here, especially with the performances we've seen from Bethany, from Moana, from Carissa, and Coco, and all the girls in Keala.
Yeah.
So it'll be Bianca and Keala joining Moana and Bethany for the historic heat coming up next. But right now, we're going to get through this one with Mason and Barron already getting a couple of good waves off the bat. And we were talking in the last heat just about the overall team performance of that last heat of Quicksilver. And it might be one of the more better spread around quality team performances.
Look at Mason here, grabbing the rail with his front arm, putting some old school steez, still traveling over the foam ball, comes out.
Whoa! He switched arms while in the barrel from the front arm to the regular arm. That was crazy.
He basically kicked out at Ehukai Beach Park.
Bruh.
Look at that replay.
Are you kidding me? Look at the front grab. And then switches to the conventional grab.
In the barrel.
In the barrel. Oh, I thought he was going to get sucked up the face and go over.
Looked like it.
And the camera work of getting that shot from the drone down to the jet ski cam, looking inside at Mason, just captured one of the most amazing transitions you'll ever see inside of a barrel.
Right.
Holy moly.
I love that too, because the water angle really shows you how he had to climb up over that foam ball, whereas most normal human surfers would have fell at that point because you wouldn't really
or got sucked up over
the falls, and to be able to ride through that tricky section was really impressive. And the showmanship again, right, with the different grabs. Amazing.
I mean, I thought pretty soon there was going to be like a rabbit coming out of his back pocket or something. Wow, Mason. I mean, for technical skill and technical approach, that's got to be one of the more impressive things I've seen in a long time here.
Right. Something I've come to learn about Mason, I was able to work a little bit. They're making this film about Through the Doggy Door, and just in kind of interacting with them on that film project a little bit, I got to realize that he comes across as very kind of carefree, just his surf style, and like just kind of like maybe, you know, kind of casual, laid back, cool, nonchalant. But Bretta is very intelligent, and he's also very methodical with his edits in particular. He wins all these awards with these edits, but what I don't know if most people realize that he's personally involved with these things, like from selecting the music to doing the edits and everything. He's very hands-on. So showman, but also very intelligent guy too. Look at this one.
Yeah,
so
I think he. Oh, that was maybe A-Town Osborne
or Parker Coffin.
Parker is regular foot, pretty sure.
No, I think Parker's goofy foot. His brother's regular foot.
Connor is regular foot. Parker is goofy foot. So that could have been Parker.
So
another cool little adjunct or feature about this contest. Nobody's wearing jerseys. Nobody's got colors on. It is all about, you know, style and stance identification.
Right. And even though, you know, if you watch a lot of surfing, you get to figure out who people are by their style, of course. And they just drop in into a closeout. Kind of hard to figure
Right.
who the guy is.
Yeah. And Eitan Osborne kind of coming onto the scene as, you know, of lately a younger guy. So still kind of starting, you know, trying to get a feel for his style. And we can tell you that is Mason Ho on the right of your screen right there. That's for sure.
And Baron and Benji.
And then Baron and Benji also out there with Mason.
Boy, in that Snapped 4 film, Benji Brandt is packing some massive pipe barrels in that film. Just incredible. And Mason, of course, I mean, he's his usual amazing self in that film. Really enjoyed watching that film. Everyone really performed really well. Here we go.
So it is Parker. We're just confirming from Kaido McGee.
Right.
And nice little in and out tube ride right there at Pipeline. And for guys like Parker, you know, and other young competitors in this event, I mean, how blessed and lucky do they gotta feel to be able to surf pipe with just a few guys, and Parker making his time as worth it as he can.
Yep, for sure. And that's how it often is. Like I have 5 kids.
5 kids?
5 kids.
Have you, do they play basketball? Because you got a team right there, bro.
And, but all of them surf, you know, since they was little. We'd take them to Makaha, for example, an anti-rail sons event that they would have them in, over there at Makaha. Just real cool vibes, you know what I mean? And I would always tell them the kids would be stoked too to be able to surf someplace with just, you know, their friends in the water, catching whatever waves they want at a place like Makaha. And, you know, that is kind of the perk of signing up for a contest. You know, same with Queens when they have the TNC Grom event and these different events where it's like, oh, your kids get to surf by themselves. Likewise, when you're in the pro events or any event, you have the privilege of getting the lineup to yourself. And having 55 minutes, not too bad
55 minutes at Pipeline.
Right.
I mean, that is a treat.
I mean, that's
and a stress-free situation. You look at the normal contest, yeah, you get it with a couple friends, but little bit pressure, you know. You got to advance, you got to catch your waves. You know, even at spots like this, you know, at Pipe, Sunset, you think, oh, wow, I would pay that, you know. But actually, you know, that situation in a heat, in a conventional heat, is a little bit stressful.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of pressure. So this 55 minutes plus your friends, plus you don't need to worry about losing.
Right.
It's like, wow.
And you get
these
the water
buggers
patrol
is lucky.
watching you.
And you get water patrol watching and giving you ride. Bruh.
Oh, here comes some waves.
Now I got to stop because I'm getting jealous.
Here's Benji.
Oh,
He's got that low center of gravity that helps keep him stable on the board. Unfortunately, that wave just closed out on him. Looks like Baron paddling for this next one. Holy smokes, there's a gaper. Let's go to the rail, over the foam ball. Gets swallowed.
He got pounded. And this is Mason Ho. Mason on a screamer in the position.
Yeah.
And he is coming out. I think he was on the upper 2/3 of the board.
Right.
Like full on old school style. Kainoa likes it.
Amazing.
What a great ride again for Mason Ho. So he's got 3 in this heat. The first one, he was kind of just looking back, posing in the pit, nothing too radical. The second one did that crazy front hand grab to conventional grab transition. And then this one, man, we'll watch it again. He was just in the perfect position.
I love the water camera angle from that one too. You just see him let go of the rail, stand up, pump down the line in the big tube.
Right there. Then he like moves his back foot forward a little bit and is like kind of more in the middle of the board. Like making that board. I mean, it's what, I don't know, like a 7.2 maybe or 7.4, but he just rides it like it's a 6.6.
That's what's so cool about Mason too, is that he can ride a 5.0 or an 8.0 at 10-foot pipe and still make it look awesome and easy,
Right.
regardless of the board.
Well, nobody. If the classic old adage of the winner is the one having the most fun, he's hands down the champion.
Right.
He's having so much fun.
In many ways, it was a smart decision, I think, for him to ride a bigger board, because today it seemed kind of difficult to get into those bigger ones. And so, on the smaller boards today, because you had a lot of those second reef ones, and it's kind of tricky to get into them. By having the longer board, it gives them that advantage of getting in early, able to then make that drop early and drag in the barrel.
And he's so comfortable in the sense that it won't hinder his maneuverability, or if he needs to do something on the board to make it feel smaller, he's got that level of comfort with those bigger boards,
right,
that it won't hinder him if he needs to stall, if he needs to have it perform like a smaller board. He knows how to adjust his feet that well. But definitely agree with the little bit bigger board concept for today.
Right.
All right, so score for Mason Holt last wave was 9.5, folks. 9.5 for Mason Holt.
Okay, 9.5 right there, dropped by Mason. That's joins the likes of Eli Olson,
Right.
Billy Kemper, Jack Robinson, all in that 9-point range. Maybe one of our Japanese surfers might have been able to snag one of those 9s, but we've got now pretty good amount of guys in that mix of those 9-point rides.
And I think in the Quicksilver heat, there had to have been some big scores in that. I'm not too sure what Reef or Zeke had in those, but there were some
I think
comparable rides.
I didn't hear those specific scores, but there was some waves that were looking like that they could be in that range too. But consistency of that Quicksilver team, everybody had a couple of barrels.
Right.
And so I think for a team effort, they might have been the most complete looking team.
Right.
When you look at their scores and the waves that they caught. The others have had, the one or two standouts going big. Obviously, Balaram Stack with the big 11-point ride, the wave of the day so far, and John's 10. But, man,
you think that
when all said and done, this is a great day of surfing.
It would be kind of challenging, I think, as a judge, because usually when you're setting a scale as a judge, it's for that heat. But it's kind of tricky. They're setting the scale for the day, right? So that's kind of a tough job for the judges they have to remember. Okay, how good was Balaram's wave and how good was Mason's wave?
Right.
Because usually judges are accustomed to comparing to the wave in the heat. So I'd say that's a little adds to the difficulty of making those scores. But we have great judges up there. Bart Lynch apparently is one of the judges up there.
Okay, well, he's qualified.
Right?
Yeah, he's now a North Shore resident. See him hanging out down at Shores with his Grom, and we take our Groms down there to go swim and hang out and in the neighborhood. Some big waves kind of feathering, hard to see on your screen. You can see the ones that are approaching the surfers right in that immediate view, but even out towards the horizon, there's quite a bit more action that's feathering up out there. So we'll see if this snapped 4 team can spread the love. Will it be Mason getting another big shack, or will he allow Baron Mamiya or Parker Coffin or Benji Brandt to share in the wealth? We'll see.
So I was recently on a podcast with some group in Australia that was doing something for Netflix on surfing and history in Australia. and it was a good time. And then something that I want to bring up today. In fact, we were looking at Mason Ho. One of the points one of the guys made was like, well, going back to 1976, we were talking about that earlier this morning, what happened in 1976 in Hawaii, the formation of the Hui Nalu, and some tensions between a group called the Bronze, the Aussies, and some of the local surfers. And the guy was like, well, they were upset because the Bronze, the Aussies were basically surfing better than them on shortboards, whereas the Hawaiians were kind of more old school. Here's a sick one. That's Parker Coffin in the barrel, in and out. However, that's also a misnomer. I mean, I talked earlier about some of these misconceptions as we watch the replay here real quick with Parker Coffin. One misconception I mentioned earlier was how there's this idea that Hawaiians stopped surfing at the turn of the 20th century. Not true. The other one is this idea that Hawaiians were kind of old school in their surfing and not progressive. That the traditional meant, kind of an old school style.
Right.
And so one of the explanations this Australian said was that they weren't kind of up to date. Here we go, Benji Brand pulling in deep on this one. He's gone behind the curtain, flies out.
So casual.
Super
in
smooth.
control.
However, we're talking about Mason here. Look at his dad and his uncle, for example. Others, Larry Bertelman, Buttons Kaluhi Okalani, Dane Kealoha. Here we see Benji Brand. Basically, they were part of that same generation that was very innovative, even in design. Ben Ipa, for example, was very innovative with shortboard design, shaping, from the Stinger board to a variety of different shortboards. And so the shortboard revolution was not something that was exclusive to the outside and not a part of the Hawaiian surf experience. In fact, it very much so was. And if you go back and look at like the annals of surfing history, competition and so forth, even in the 70s, Hawaiians were winning most of the events.
Right.
But for some reason we have this idea that they weren't, right? But from Reno Abuelera to so many others
Barry,
in that time period, Barry Kanaiapuni, and then eventually guys like Dane Kealoha, and then into, of course, the most prolific of the Triple Crown winners, Sonny Garcia, and just the list goes on and on and on. Michael and Derek Ho, and there's this generation. There's just this legacy of winning in Hawaii for our Hawaii surfers. So that's just something I want to put to kind of bring out there and just kind of explain that those tensions weren't necessarily about like, oh, these guys were progressive and these guys weren't. These guys were better. These guys weren't. One of my favorite surf films is called Style Masters, and it's just raw footage of 1977, and just watching guys like Larry Bertelman, Buttons, Dane Kealoha, and that whole crew during that time period. I mean, they were doing really innovative stuff, from 360s to switch stance in the barrel to, real arcing turns,
switch stance,
aerials
cutbacks
even, just so progression. And oftentimes that's unfortunate. Sometimes indigenous peoples are made static in history. So in other words, like, oh yeah, the native is stuck in the past, right? So being innovative is counterintuitive to being native, but that's not necessary. So that's what I love about this event, is that we're celebrating contemporary He'enalu culture, but it's still valuable, it's still tradition, but it's just today's version of it.
Right. Contemporary tradition.
Right. And having people like, having Mason Ho, for example, who's literally connected to that legacy, and he's also, what I love about his surfing, and what a lot of people like about his surfing, is his style pays homage to history.
That's so true. It does have this classic look to it, or this classic feel, but he's doing amazingly modern contemporary maneuvers, with everybody else. But there are these moments where you look and it's like, if you took this silhouette picture of Mason surfing, this particular wave in this moment, and put it against something from the past,
Right.
you wouldn't know the difference, and
Right.
that's what's really special.
And just his little hand jives and his stance, I think, he's honoring his dad and his uncle doing some, similar things that they would have done back in the day. It's really
There's Dave Wassel
Makes
coming
it
into our
awesome.
area here. D-Dub's in the area. Okay, looks like we are kicking it up a notch with the beverage selection over here. That's the advantage of being ground level over here.
is that what it is? Okay.
You know, with the nice big deck that we have here, but having, Bethany Hamilton cross our path a couple times, having Moana Wong hang out, and
Right.
Ross Williams over there, and getting to check in with all the peeps down here. Prior years we're up in the balcony, and it's
Right.
a little disconnected, so
Right.
being kind of immersed in it here is, in my opinion, a much funner way to bring the action to the folks on Surfline, right into their living room or office or home office,
Right,
wherever
right.
you might be watching from.
Yeah, we should have this place mic'd up. You can see Ross over there talking to Bethany and
Yep,
giving her
doing
some
some
pointers.
coaching.
And
I really like the mornings at Pipe, when everything's lit up, but then you get this afternoon kind of silhouette shot
Right.
that makes it look just so aesthetically pleasing. I like the afternoons here at Pipe and the way the light hits it at the time. And you see this team, some teams are, doing their own thing. Others, they're gathering together. They're almost sitting in a circle, like talking story, like facing each other, which
Right.
is, totally the Ohana community vibe that we
Right.
feel.
So, of course, this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2022. Fortunate to have really good surf. Seems like the Backdoor Shootout is pretty fortunate compared to, a lot of other events. Sometimes they, have to run in less favorable conditions, and I don't know if it's because it's timed a little
I think
better.
that's part of the format, is that always this event knows that we don't have to run it. There's no mandatory, and I remember years when it was, similar to the Eddy when it didn't happen.
Right.
So over the course of this event, going back to 1997. So man, this is what, like, I'm not that good at math, but that's 25,
Over 20 years,
almost
yeah.
25 years,
Right.
24 years into it. But, I think it does lend itself to being able to cherry pick the quality a lot more than other regular events. And that what may be the perception of it always gets excellent surf.
Right. There's a shot of from the water looking up at the beach. This is what the competitors see when they're out there in the water.
Yep, so you see the big Volcom house right there, the
Right.
old Jerry Lopez property with lots of surfing history. And
If
we were
these
talking
walls
about,
could talk, yeah.
yeah, and then we talk about this property, and the more contemporary history of it being the old Weatherly compound.
Right.
And then, then getting morphed into the original Volcom house and the first company to invest in real estate right here, literally on the beach at Pipeline, and several other companies following suit after. But what a great spot to be watching from.
Right. So we are up to our last team that's paddling out, right?
Yeah,
So
it'll be our final heat for this shortboard team competition. I haven't gotten any word if we're sending out any longboarders or any stand-up paddleboarders, but there is a potential for us to carry this Surfline broadcast into the free surf session, which is a potential. You don't have to stay. You can go home if you like. But I know you got 5 kids to look after, or at least the ones that are still, in the caring for age. I know you got started a while ago, so you got a couple that are,
older. Yeah, my oldest
little
is
bit older.
23.
Oh, 23.
Yeah.
Oh,
23.
You're not grandpa yet, huh?
No. Could be, though.
That's, well within the realms of possibilities, right? But so there is potential of that. We'll stand by and we'll let you guys know. But I live really close by, and everybody's taken care of in my hale. With got some grandparents that are visiting and staying here for a while, and my mom helping to take care. So
that's all, especially in Hawaii. Everybody
if it's
gotta
on,
live together.
I'll be here to carry you guys into the free surf session, but that's not confirmed yet. We still got to get through just our regular competition, which involves this heat right here, the snapped 4 heat, and then our historic Wahine girls heat coming up next. And then and we'll be letting you know if we're going to be carrying you through the sunset hour. But based on what Dave Wassel just brought in, we could be hanging here for a little bit.
Oh.
Big man, next seat is our ladies. Heading up to the lighting parade. We got Moana Wong in the lead and Bethany Hamilton. There's Kiala Kennedy.
Right, so we have Kiala Kennedy.
We got Bianca Valenti.
Bianca Valenti.
Bianca Valenti, Kiala Kennedy, Bethany
Moana.
Hamilton, and Moana Wong,
Formerly Jones.
a.k.a. formerly Jones. She went from the Mojo to the Mowo. And regardless of what any of her names are, she is a pipe specialist, first and foremost.
And it's interesting because she's been standing next to us the whole day.
Yeah, they've been
Just
here watching
the waves, studying the waves. A real student, and that's what it takes, especially to be out here. You gotta study the waves, watch it, and know what you're getting into.
Right. Yeah, it's serious business when you're taking on pipeline.
As I mentioned earlier, Rocky, that women's surfing is also an ancient thing. It's a traditional form that women surfing in old Hawaii was a very big deal, right? So women surfing kind of did, have a downturn at the turn of the 20th century in the early 1900s. You still had some women who were surfing. Most notable among them was Princess Victoria Ka'iulani.
Okay.
So Ka'iulani was the next in line to be the monarch of Hawaii. Her mom was sister to Lili'u Okalani, the queen at the time, and so she would have been next in line had the monarchy not been overthrown. And but she was well educated, well traveled, but she was also she had this really cool balance of tradition and modern living.
Right.
And
which I feel like had to be important for Hawaiians at that time.
Yes, and especially, in the late 1800s, David Kalakaua, who was the brother to the Queen of Hawaii, he was very keen to doing this, of modernizing Hawaii, but in a way that still was Hawaiian.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, he built the Iolani Palace. It's still there. You can go tour it. I highly recommend anyone to go and do that. But in that palace, he had an electrical lighting system installed from Thomas Edison.
Wow.
And there was electricity in the palace in Honolulu before there was electricity in the White House.
Oh, wow.
Right? And so he was very modern. But at the same time, when you come into the palace, he also is known as the guy who brought hula publicly again, right? There are different phases of bringing Hawaiian traditions, culture, language, dance in and out. But his era was known as one of these kind of revitalization periods too, where, in years prior, hula was kind of frowned upon, but he was known to bring it back. So I guess what I'm saying is, you can be native and modern at the same time. I was talking about that with the 70s with guys like Ben Aipa and many others who were leading the charge into the shortboard revolution and still being, you know, a traditional sport of surfing. And then, of course, today we're still celebrating that. But Princess Kaiulani was a woman who surfed, even though she was also raised to be pretty proper in her behavior.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we did see fewer women surfing than in years prior. Most of the Hawaiian mo'olelo, or traditions that of the chants that we preserved, are about women surfing.
Wow.
And they said the women just had a grace and a style to them that was unique and that was, you know, famous.
Probably, you know, if you're, it's probably pretty attractive to see, you know, women surfing and
I would say
stuff like that.
especially even today when you watch women, you know, in any of the surfing genres, but longboarding in particular. If you watch a woman cross step on a longboard, it just has a little something that most of our men longboarders don't have, just that little bit of finesse and grace.
Right.
And I think women in surfing do have something different that they offer that provides that that he'e, or that sliding on the wave in their own unique form. So it's awesome to see our next heat coming up with an all-women's heat, and happy that WSL supported on this, allowing their athletes to participate in this event with the Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, that's always been one of those things we've kind of toiled with in the last few years of this event, and it was, I think, to everybody's benefit that it was allowed, and we have them here today, and even they're, you know, they're bearing the name, the WSL Wahine, you know, for their team name, as we watch Baron Mamiya, and just so stylish. I think he's probably on like a 5'11". His board is tiny.
Oh, here's a rider.
That's Parker. He's going to look for a parking spot in the barrel and see if this one opens up, but just a little bit too shouldery on that one, and not much happening there for Parker Coffin. I read somewhere doing a report, or I wrote about it, or there was some sort of ancient either courtship or potential that you could have if you rode a wave with a wahine, you know, during those times.
Right.
It was almost, I kind of, when I read it or remember it, it almost likened it to like some kind of like, you know, at a dance club or something, or you know, you buy a girl a drink and then you get to go dance or whatever. But there was a kind of aquatic courtship, if you will, with surfing.
Certainly, yeah. There's a lot of that. One most famous story is of Laie Kawai. So she was interested in this one chief who wanted to you know, connect with her, and the way that they solidified their courtship was they went surfing together.
Oh, wow.
And so they had to catch 5 waves together. There's an interesting twist to that story, though, because on the 5th wave, when they were catching the wave together, there was some kind of scrappy little guy who dropped in on it. He grabbed Laie Kawai's foot as she was catching the last wave with her man.
Oh, man.
And he basically decided, no, you come surf with me. And then he ended up getting Laie Kawai in the end. Oh, my goodness. Did you see those people get mowed down? Somebody just got mowed.
Everybody is getting pounded. At least the guys on screen have made it through. But there are some folks on the inside section, namely our photographers that are in the water, that are working really hard for those shots.
That was Parker Coffin. He stood up on his board, bailed out under that bomb, and somehow made it under.
He got spit out the back on his board, and he rejoins his friends. So wait, now on that 5th wave, some guy came up and literally snaked her.
Yeah, his name was Hala Aniani, and he came in and he didn't want the chief to steal her and marry her, so he decided to drop in on the whole courtship, grabbed her foot, pulled her on the side, said, "Oh, let's go surf over here." And it's unclear to me in the story what was going through Laie Kawai's mind. I don't
Mm.
know if she was kind of confused
Yeah.
or if she was not interested in the first guy, but she ends up going along with this Halaaniani guy, and they catch the wave together, and then that courtship is solidified. So you're right, Rocky, there is that tradition of sharing waves together and courting.
Yeah.
I mean, in a lot of these chants and mo'olelos and songs and so forth, we have kauna. Kauna is essentially like the kind of a double meaning.
Yeah,
And
the
in
dual
poetry, we
meaning.
have that, right? And
Right.
no matter what culture, and if there's poetry in your culture, what it does is it's talking about other sort of hidden messages.
Mm-hmm.
And Hawaiian culture was very famous for having these deeper meanings to stories. So oftentimes these stories of surfing would have a deeper message to them, and sometimes they had this kind of intimacy of
Yeah. Adult themes.
adult themes. I mean, Beyonce sings a song about a surfboard, doesn't she?
That one. Whew. I could tell you about Disney characters and stuff like that, but my kids are still quite young.
Right.
You've got the ones that are listening to the modern pop music and those types with the teenagers and stuff. But man, this is grown adult surfing that's going on here today. I tell you what, these are for grown-ups, and there are some kids out here that are surfing like grown-ups.
Yeah.
But it is real pipeline.
Look at that. Oh, my goodness.
Just the feathering of that wave and breaking over on screen, it looks a certain size. But, man, when you're here in person, it is doubly
boy.
huge.
This Mason
As
trying
we watch
for it.
Mason.
Goodness.
I think that was Benji looking over the ledge on that one after Mason. And with that bigger board and that, scrambling paddle style, if Mason couldn't catch it, that wave was moving fast.
Right. That's where earlier I was thinking having the longer board would have allowed him to get in early, and it almost did, but he was still just a little further.
Yeah, he might have been just a tad far out for that one.
I remember as a kid, one of my favorite contests to watch was when Mason's dad, Michael Ho, won the Pipe Masters with a cast on his arm.
Yeah.
Grabbing rail in the barrel with a broken arm.
Yeah, I always kind of wondered, was it really broken? Was that just to throw everybody off? Talk about methodical and showmanship and getting in your competitor's head, but turns out it actually was a broken arm that he was recovering from, but decided to surf anyway.
Well, the reason why I like that story too is because when I was like maybe 10 years old at the time or something, and I was surfing at that age, but I had broken my wrist too.
Oh wow!
And so he inspired me to okay, if he can surf, I can surf
Still
too.
can do them, right? Even though your mom was probably like, "Hey, you're not going surfing with that cast on, you crazy or what?" But Michael Ho did them.
Oh yeah, exactly.
And
I was pretty fortunate though. I was born and raised in Hilo on the Big Island, and grew up in a Hawaiian home area called Keaukaha. We lived at the end of that stretch.
That's
Waiuli
the
Beach Park.
southern part.
It's it's the eastern end of Hilo. Hilo's a big bay,
And it's
so
to the
on
right side, yeah?
Right side,
Yeah.
yeah, past the airport. And my mom is Hawaiian. She's from Hawaii. My dad is from Ohio and Kentucky.
Wow.
And he ended up coming to Hawaii, and he was a physician. So he was a doctor. He picked Hilo as a place because it was a high need area with a lot of Hawaiians in need. And so I was lucky. My dad, as a doctor, when I broke my arm, he was able to. Every time I go surf and it get kind of rotten because the bugo gets stink, yeah. And so I was kind of spoiled in that we would just cut it off and he'd put
a
another
new one
on. But yeah, we had plenty of fish and fruit and poi and people mowing the lawn for us, and so I, aloha my pops for doing that. We didn't have lots of money,
Yeah,
but we had lots of aloha and
lots of help. Yeah. Yeah, it's a beautiful area. I have a couple of brothers that have migrated from Oahu to the upper slopes of Hilo, just above Keaukaha. But man, I as a goofy foot, I got a chance to go a few times to Honolulu and surf.
Bro, you're blasting all my
On
spots.
some fun waves over there.
You mean Shimono Shuihi?
Yeah, like you can see them from the road, right? Looking down right there. That's like the only spot for miles, at least that I know about. And, yeah.
You know what? I tell
the
you,
guardrail boys, or
oh yeah. They're holding it down over there. Guardrail boys, that's hilarious. Something that is a trip, though, growing up on the Big Island, the island is still alive, right?
Yeah.
So Pele is very active down there, and just recently there were several surf spots, decent ones, that were taken by Pele. Like there was a bay, Pohoiki Bay, and there was a break called Shacks and Bowls and Secrets and a bunch of spots that no longer exist. It's all now like lava rock.
It's lava rock.
Where the waves were, you know what I mean? So the lava went into the ocean and then just kept going.
It kept
and
going.
went out, and the island got bigger.
Yep.
And the waves got smaller.
And there's now no surf spot. That's pretty crazy.
But you respect the Aina, and Pele is part of that Aina, and she gives and she takes.
Yeah. Yes. Giveth and taketh away. Well, we're going to see if any of these guys in the Snapped 4 team can taketh away a big score before the end of this heat, because I see our Wahine, they are out there. So they're waiting on deck, which tells us there's only a few minutes left. There they are. There's Keala, there's Bianca, and Moana, and Bethany. And, I mean, of that group right there, the veteran, the OG, is Keala Kennelly.
Right.
And she has been charging, since we were kids. She's about the same age as I am. And, I remember her and the Irons boys, coming over from Kauai to compete here and surf here. And, I mean, it was pretty mind-blowing what they were doing back then. And to see her still getting after it and doing it is so inspiring. And
right, I mean,
well done.
Her accomplishments in Peahi and Maui Jaws to massive chopo in Tahiti. She's definitely made a mark on women's surfing for big wave surfing. I mean, she's a big wave world champ.
Yep.
So she's definitely qualified to be here today.
Yeah, and it's good to see her still doing it.
Right.
And she's inspiring the younger generation, like Bethany, like Moana, and Bianca. So, I'm sure that it's a really cool experience for all of them to be out there together, and in this particular event, making history together.
Right. Somebody paddling deep. Parker.
Yeah, that's Parker.
Bottom turns. Get out of there. Looking at the replay here of Parker's last one. Kicks out.
Yeah, pretty good idea to kick out of that one. It was a nice, beautiful drop. The wave, for the most part, was beautiful until a certain point. And then that huge section just came kind of from out of nowhere and shut it down.
Comes a wide one.
1.5 minutes remaining, 1.5 minutes.
So just about 90 seconds remaining in this heat for snapped 4. Saw Benji Brandt get a couple, and Baron Mamiya got some. Parker got a few, but Mason definitely was the star of this show.
You know,
and we'll see that in the recap here coming up soon, but we'll count this heat down in just about a minute or so.
It's interesting. We were talking earlier how it seems like even though you have a 55-minute heat, most of the action takes place in these pockets of 5-minute windows.
Right.
And we haven't seen one of those windows in a little while, but the beginning of this heat, there was a flurry and got to see all of the competitors catch some really good waves.
Well, they might get one more chance. It's 30 seconds, and there's another set, kind of a mid-range size set approaching as we pull wide and kind of show you the whole expanse of the lineup from the backdoor section and off the wall, kind of to your left of your screen, and then over to the right where the surfers are at the pipeline lineup. And don't think we'll have any more rides from this snapped 4 team at the moment. They're going to look at this one and pass it up. It kind of has that straight-hander look to it where it just all breaks down at one time. So no rides to end the heat as the horn blows and ends this heat. We had some pretty good waves from Baron Mamiya, looking really nice and relaxed, casual on a small board.
Right behind him. This was Mason stalling on his longer board, stands up straight, let's go to the rail. Little peace sign and then a chop hop.
Yeah, somehow getting that huge board out of the water completely dry, and then you saw the front hand grab and switch to the conventional grab. Super deep, gets over the foam ball and makes a right turn, left turn. Parker Coffin had a couple of nice rides too. We'll be right back with history right here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout in 2022. We're excited to be here. Got some good waves. We've had a long day, Ezra.
Long day, long awesome day.
Long awesome
Thanks for
day.
having me.
We've had our team divisions today. We had a total of 8 teams, and our final and 8th team is in the water right now. And this is our WSL Wahine. So we're excited about this one because
Something new?
Something new.
Brand new?
First time in the, at the Backdoor Shootout to have a team that's exclusively women. And we've got some accomplished surfers in this particular heat. We've got Kiala Kennelly. We've got Bethany Hamilton, Moana Wong, formerly Jones, and Bianca.
Bianca, yes. I seen Bianca make her way into the lineup after the girls, and that rip tried to take her around gums, and then Hawaiian Water Patrol quickly grabbed her. I mean, it's all timing out here, folks. There's a lot of heavy water moving around. How was that snap 4 heat, Isaiah?
Oh, it was amazing. Yeah, that especially the first half of that heat, we saw just wave after wave from Mason Ho putting on a show, and Benji Brandt, and Parker Coffin, and it was really
That video is very awesome. Have you seen it?
Yeah,
right
I
off
did.
the bat, Benji Brandt.
Benji.
That's a really good segment.
And he's pulling into some monsters
That's
out here
a
at
humble
Pipe.
kid that met him from the Moniz family. He's been putting in his time here on the North Shore. Good stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's originally from South Africa.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oof. Those guys don't mess around. I've traveled with Justin Ribbink and some South Africans in the longboard tour, and those guys don't play around. They charge. They know their layout of the land. They love to wrestle in the sand. They're burly men. They do it good. I love my South African brothers, man.
Sounds like an adventure you had.
Oh,
with
those
them.
guys are very adventurous. It's good going into other third world countries when you have your brothers from South Africa with you too.
Right. Well, yeah, we're excited about this Wahine heat. And Wahine is the Hawaiian word for woman, female. And a lot of Wahine in our surfing mo'olelo traditions. I mentioned a couple of those today. I talked about Kelea a little bit. Laie Kawai is quite a few. There's another one named Kapo'ula Kina'u. And she was known as a woman you didn't want to mess with. First of all,
really?
she was really
I
good.
haven't heard you talk about her
right,
yet. Yes.
Yeah. So she's a really good surfer. But, she had these kind of magical powers, right?
Gotcha.
So she could summon, one of her powers was she could summon massive waves. Like,
ooh. What a
like
great
the
trait.
man killer waves,
Oh, gotcha.
And this is actually on most of our beaches here on the North Shore, we have this vine called the pohuehue, and it's a green leafed vine with a beautiful purple flower when it's in blossom. But that vine, in these stories, these traditions, they would take that vine and have this certain prayer and whip the water with it and summon waves.
Does it grow near the ocean?
It does. It grows right on the sand.
Okay, gotcha.
If you're ever on the beach in Hawaii, it's the vine that grows right on the sand.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, she was she was in this surfing competition with some men, and here we go.
Wow.
Kiala Kennelly on this one, stalling in the barrel behind the curtain.
Her second wave, trying to break out of that doggy door. Kiala Kennelly, an absolute Kauai charger.
Almost made that.
Once I seen her this morning, I boom, had a flashback of her performance at Jaws. Just hell woman, Mana
So
Wahine.
crazy.
Other Wahine that come to mind, and I was raised around, is Auntie Rel.
Right.
And Auntie Pua. I always think of them. I just seen a Hui picture. I know you've seen it. They're all on the
flexing.
beach with their paddles.
Right.
I mean, gives me chicken skin because those Wahine have taught me things in my life when they come visit in town and stuff. Ezra, come out here. Learn how to surf here. Let's do this. And took all the kids to France when we were young. You know?
Wow.
Yeah. Fully paid.
Awesome.
Yeah, she did a lot
Auntie
for the
Rel
community.
definitely had a lot of aloha and had a huge impact on the kids of Hawaii.
So to see all these Wahine out
right.
here, it's, whew.
So
Be
back
proud.
to our story of this one
Yes.
from ancient times. So she had the surfing competition with these men, and she was a gambling person. In fact, in a lot of surfing competitions in Old Hawaii, they would bet on them, right? So they gamble
Okay.
for different things. Sometimes it was you know, for land or for jewelry. Hawaiian jewelry was, you know, from whale tooth to different kind of bones to feather stuffs.
Wow.
But she was pretty upset with these guys because they were supposed to take care and marry these friends of hers, but all of these men ended up not living up to their bargain of the deal, and they left these women. And so she purposefully identified these men for the surfing competition. And then when they asked, hey, what are we betting for? And she said, your lives.
Really?
The way they says your bones, right?
Okay.
So in ancient Hawaii and even today, mana is like a spiritual energy, kind of like you know, the Force in Star Wars or something,
big time.
right? And you know, the belief is that mana resides in your bones. So if you had something of someone else, their bones in particular, but also their hair or something from their body, you could kind of possess a little bit of their mana.
You just gave me chickens because I've heard some of my aunties and uncles talk about this, the possession of something, and
And so when she said, you know, what we're gambling for is your bones. Well, now what they would use, you know, human bones for and other, you know, animal bones and so forth was to sharpen as tools, spears, sometimes jewelry. If you go to the Bishop Museum, you'll see these beautiful wood bowls, and there's one in particular that it's lined with human teeth in the bone.
Oh, I'm going to look for that next visit.
There's also one of my favorites is this sash of Umi Aliloa, who was a great chief of Old Hawaii, and it was passed down through Kamehameha I and passed down until it got to the Bishop Museum through Bernice Pauahi Bishop. And this sash, it's all featherwork sash, but then if you look closely, there's all these teeth and bones in the...
And what is that letting the people know of that day?
It's basically that you usually conquered someone else.
Gotcha.
Right? And that you
and
kind of have a
is
badge.
It a bit of arrogance, like, look at this?
Or I don't know if it's necessarily arrogance, but it's like mana. Like
I'm showing,
this.
and you're somebody when you have something like that, yes.
So that's the bet that's on the table.
Wow.
And then she uses her powers and the pohuehue vine to whip the water and summon these massive waves. And she ends up riding the wave that all the other men are drowned on.
Oh, wow.
And so then, you know, of course, this is a story that goes back to Kauai, on the island of Kauai, in a place called Makaiva. And underwater, there's apparently these coral heads, like 8 of them. And so it's interesting how, you know, the landscape kind of helps to preserve these stories where they tell the story of, see those 8 rocks over there? Here's the story. But then really the message is, take care of your kuleana.
I love
Don't
that.
abandon your wahine or whatever your kuleana is. Don't abandon it. Stay true to your...
Was the 8 rocks the drowned men?
Right.
Woo, that's heavy.
Yeah, pretty heavy.
And say they have caught that big wave. The boat and trading, they would have, you know, that was something then, you know, if you give some other people the bones that you've had, or she meant methodically your actual bones.
Yeah,
right?
that she would take their
bones.
Yeah.
And that's heavy.
Right.
Wow. I love all this culture and history. I never heard that story before.
It's pretty cool. And
wow.
So
and
women are warriors in Hawaii.
Yes,
when
there were.
When, you know, Captain Cook in 1778, 1779 was in Hawaii. You know, they had a lot of festivities and exhibitions for him. He came during this season called Makahiki. Makahiki is a time, I think it's very fitting we're having a surfing competition because this was the same time that Hawaiians would have this season of competition, games of sports from surfing to fighting to wrestling to all kind of cool games.
Are we still in
Canoe
the Makahiki
racing?
season?
We are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
When does it end?
Yeah, it's really marked with, like, you know, the Pleiades. So when the Pleiades are the Makali'i rises and you can see it, and so that's usually like in November-ish. And it starts, and then usually, you know, the Makahiki usually ends in the spring, late winter. So
and that comes with our shark season in October that is now gone.
Right.
I think.
Well, hopefully.
I'm not getting
they're
my
always
education
there,
from. They're always there, but
right. But the times when
the nursing season is
I know it starts in the beginning of the makahiki,
Right,
so I
right.
had to ask.
Right.
So much education from you, Isaiah Walker. We got some serious waves coming. I see
Oh,
Kiala
boy.
Kenley
Scratching.
scratching. She's also wearing her
Vest.
flotation vest.
Right.
I heard the girls discuss a little bit before they went out. Moani wanted to know. Bethany Hamilton's out there. She wasn't going to wear hers, so, you know.
Oh, somebody.
Ooh, they're just a bit
Almost.
far out for that one. How beautiful does that look on the drone footage? It
Right.
also looks awesome live. Pipeline has toned down just a little bit, but it doesn't stop.
Right.
It's forever changing. I did notice in the Snap 4 heat there was a bit of a crease coming through that midsection, so it is changing it.
Right.
But there is definitely scoring capability. Wow. Moana Wong out there, along with Kiala Kenley.
Yeah, Moana's been quite accomplished in, surfing pipeline. She's put a lot of time out here. Really cool.
Rides for Volcom, where we're sitting right here.
Right. She also, put out a video for the Triple Crown entries, right? So
Yeah.
go check that out. She got a really sick barrel that she posted. That's her entry into the, the competition.
Wow, we'll check that out. I was just catching up with her husband, and yeah, they are out there and they are ready. These girls are really excited to have the opportunity, first ever backdoor shootout with Wahine, and they are competing against the men. So
Right.
the men teams are definitely watching. Kiala already got 2 under her belt, so she's waiting.
Yeah.
Who are the other 2 Wahine? I don't have them here on the list.
Yeah, so we have Bianca
Bianca?
and Bethany Hamilton.
That's right, Bethany.
Wow.
I just seen Bethany made it over that one. Wow, spit on the inside.
Bethany's the one wearing the helmet.
Yep. Bianca and Kiala are sitting deep. Remember, this is a team event now. First women team ever competing against the men. Oh, I love that story, Isaiah. I never
Yeah.
heard that thing. Wow.
There's lots.
So have you ever surfed that spot where you're talking to me with the 8
I've been there
coral heads?
before.
Is it
I was
good
on a
break?
field trip with my kids. Went on a field
So
trip.
much
Went and checked
history.
it out. Pretty cool.
Wow, the way the ocean looks live, it just looks like it's just ready to A-frame and send these girls some beautiful pipe waves.
Yeah, Rocky was pointing out how cool when the sun is headed more towards Kaena Point, that you get that silhouette from this angle looking into the oceans. Picturesque.
You know, it's still big and dangerous, but I'm sure some guys are gonna go out for that.
Oh,
you know,
right.
that with their photographer, they're gonna go out and get that backlit pipe barrel.
Right.
Something that people strive for a lifetime, to get a picture like that. And then, you know, there's just going to be the local diehards that are just going to go out there to have fun, to earn themselves some dinner. They've been watching all day.
For sure. Yeah, it does. I mean, there's still, like you said, there's still some sets, but it has tamed a little.
itself, yeah. And, you know, in some of these heats, you know, there isn't much mind surfing. These guys aren't letting a lot of opportunities go because, you know, you need to take these opportunities real quick.
Right.
Because there's few. Yeah, the girls are just sitting. They're lined up in their position, and now they just got to wait for the right wave to hit the reef.
So this stretch of beach here, known as Ehukai. In fact, the whole North Shore in many ways was nicknamed Ehukai. And that's this misty. Ehu is like a reddish color. You know, somebody says they have Ehu hair.
Right.
You don't call
So
a local with blonde hair, right?
Right,
So if
right.
you're a local person who's, you know, you grew up in town in Waikiki, you get some of these kids that, you know, Hawaiians with really light hair from being in the sun all the time. So ehu is that reddish color, and the ehu kai is like a mist, right?
Gotcha.
So it's misty air in the North Shore because of the pounding surf. Just always has that mist in the air, and then you get the light that hits a certain time, especially in the evening. It gives it like a misty reddish color.
Oh,
in the
yes.
sky.
Yes, there's so much when the sun's setting over here, all those different levels of light that everybody looks for.
Right.
That mystic North Shore light. Yep, my kids definitely got ehu hair, kissed by the sun. I can't seem to get my hair like that anymore, and you know what that means, Isaiah? I'm not surfing enough.
Oh.
Takes 3 times a day to get surfer hair. Nah.
Lucky we get 3 times a week now.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. I hear you. I hear you. I know when I do surf 3 times a day, I feel spent. I feel great. I am in a positive kind of sore.
Oh, we got a paddle here, KK, Keala Kennelly.
Wow, Keala. Full chandelier wave. She's going in it anyways. Sometimes the safest place to be is in the barrel.
Right. Unfortunately, it just kind of crumbly on that one.
But you know, Isaiah, as a surfer, you can just surf your heart out, get sun-kissed, you feel great, you're sore, too sore to go to work, but enough to surf again the next day.
It's kind of like
that kind.
Kind of like there's always room for ice cream after dinner, no matter
Honey,
what.
I'm super sore. I shouldn't go to work, but I could go surf again.
My wife would always make fun of me, like getting me up in the morning, you know, like on a normal day is like pulling teeth. Unless the surf's good, it's like don't need an alarm clock.
Mines are laughing at home. This guy's a Monday guy, anytime.
Right.
I give my girls and my wahine the eyebrows like, can daddy stay home? Nope.
Right on.
But yeah, you know, all you surfers out there watching, we all have different techniques of surfing, and also we have different techniques of getting ourselves to the beach with our family. You know, when you're a frothy surfer and student of the surf, man, you do whatever it takes.
Well, it's been an awesome day of surf, and cool thing too is looking at the Surfline forecast. There's more coming.
So what do you reckon we're on tomorrow?
I'm not the expert in that.
I know.
So I'm the history guy, and I can look.
I was going to let you start that rumor.
Look at a forecast, but that's not my call.
Isaiah Walker said it's on tomorrow. No.
And I mean, we still have some other cool divisions too. Like we have the longboard.
Sup, the longboard. You're going
to
to see guys like in the sup, Zane Switzer, Pomai Opili, one of the Hawaiian Water Patrol's finest, Tehotu Wong, Bullet Obra from Big Island, Kainoa McGee, our beach marshal. Bro, that guy is like
moonlighting.
You know, he's been posting so much of his bodyboard career, and I'm like, have you seen that stuff? No, I just got it. I mean, it's amazing stuff.
I grew up with him when he was a drop knee master.
Oh man, but you look at that, it's just like, oh, I miss that. His era with those, they were on that generation.
No, for sure. Like when I was a kid, so I grew up in Hilo, but you know, I knew Kainoa from back when I was a kid. I'd fly up here to surf some of the you know, Hasa events and stuff like that. But also, you know, my good friend who was dating my sister at the time, Kahali Oumi, who's doing some amazing things for kids in Hilo right now. Anyway, he was a pro bodyboarder, and so I would, you know, get to know Kainoa when I was a small kid, and these guys charged pipe. That was, of course, in the era of Mike Stewart, the king.
Oh, yeah, but that whole gang, I mean, they were classic. I mean, and I see bodyboarding coming back and stuff, but this guy's like shortboard, longboard, sup, and, you know, when we think of stand-up paddling at Pipeline, the first 2 names that come into my head is Boogie Sunny Kaiku Kalama and Kainoa McGee, just right off the bat. You know what I mean? And guys like Paul Mai, I've seen him on some massive waves. We also have a guy that I'm interesting to watch. I've seen him on videos and stuff like that, and he's got a great game, and he's North Shore Lifeguard Association, Mo Freitas.
Oh, yeah.
I believe he's from Maui, but he has a great stand-up paddle game. He's a tall guy too.
Tall,
Nelson.
Great server. What's cool about him is his whole family is amazing.
Oh, I
surfers.
love them.
Like mom, dad, everybody.
They were just cheering. He just won Makaha about 3 weeks ago.
Right.
Melvin's Waterman Challenge. Won it in 12-foot Makaha surf.
Holy cow.
Kid is a giant killer.
Oh, here
Wow.
we go. Kiala Kennelly on a
KK.
bomb.
Third wave.
Oh.
Absolute charger. Out the back. Do we have any takers?
Another
Whoa.
big one. Whoa.
She definitely took a look, Bethany Hamilton.
Oh.
She took a look, and this girl, she ain't scared, but she is smart, and they're going to use
There's
the
another
best
one.
of their
Let's
knowledge to get
see
covered
it.
up here.
There's a replay. We see Kiala Kennelly taking that drop. The wave ran in front of her and just exploded. She got out.
Oh. Then that other one just blew its guts out all by itself. You are watching the Backdoor Shootout. We're shooting it out into 2022. Thanks for making it happen. Keiki Bungalows, the Hui Wax, Autumn Corporation, Sinaloa, Aloha Salads, Body Armor, Kona Brewing Hawaii, Monster Energy, Defend Hawaii, Oahu Golf Apparel, Himiku Organic, Kenui Kitchen, and Konos Hawaii. And Pupake Grill, thank you so much for lunch. That was amazing. And Two Thumbs Tattoo. The girls got a little bit of a lull, but KK is just putting it on a show today.
Yeah, at the beginning of the heat, she got a couple barrels.
She's been frothing the surf, this girl.
Right.
30 minutes remaining, I hear.
30 minutes. These are long heats, 55-minute heets.
Yeah, it's like it just started, Isaiah. Now we're into a regular 30-minute heat.
Right.
So you're extra overachieving. Now we're into the regular 30-minute heat. So awesome.
I know at this event, in some ways, we're a little biased, right? Because this event celebrates, it's put on by the Hui, Ohe'enalu. We celebrate, a lot of local surfers.
A lot of us were raised by the Hui.
Right, a lot of, Hawaiians
Yep.
history and stuff that we're talking about. Recognize that bias. But there's something that does stand out to me. Hawaii is, relatively small place compared to some place like Brazil or the United States. Or
Yes, you're right.
the number of, look at this, Bethany Hamilton taking that drop.
Beautiful drop. Wicked bottom turn. She almost did the Tommy Carroll under the lip snap in the hood of the lip. She kicks out.
Goodness, the horizon is lighting up right now.
It is lighting up.
Bianca hacks
Bianca.
a barrel.
Wow.
Oh, my
Beautiful
goodness.
grab, Bianca.
Oh, my
Definite
goodness.
throater. Now she's getting one on the head. Oh, Bianca.
There's a replay on this one of Kiala
Kiala.
Kennelly. That was the one earlier.
Then we had the other two girls finally getting their feet in the wax.
This is live action. Oh, boy. We got a second reef bomb rolling in.
Wow, this is pipe. You see that wave?
Was big.
I know you folks at home are seeing that thing wind off on itself. If you could see it live, you can hear it and feel it. There's one also in the back of that.
Wow.
Wow.
Luckily,
those kind of
Moana-
waves, how much do you want to cut back into the whitewater, see what you can find on the inside?
Look at a replay here on this one. This is
Bethany.
Bethany. Takes that drop, comes around
Yeah.
the section, does that
I
turn,
love- yeah.
reminiscent of Tom Carroll.
Oh, yeah, I just, that under the hood snap, she was wanting more, but great ride from Bethany.
I have to say, one thing, I do love the drone footage, but one downside to it is because it's up in the air, the vantage is, it doesn't, show you how big the wave is. So in many ways, it just, because you can't see like how tall the wave is because you're looking down on it. But that wave was much taller than
what
the
it looked
drone
like.
footage
Yeah, and
looked
then
like.
because we're at the balcony eye level, and
Right.
that's what this house was designed for. So when you see it live and then look at the screen, yes. I know Rocky was talking about that earlier. Just seeing it from live. And earlier I really liked how they went from drone into the pit as a water photographer. That was really neat too. So KK, 3 waves up on the board, absolutely charging. Bethany Hamilton got her feet in the wax, and Bianca never got to see her surf.
Right.
Just got caught up talking to you about her, and she's got mad
She
style.
packed that one. Hopefully
She
we can get a
packed it.
replay of that
Yeah.
one that she pulled into. That was a proper pipe wave.
That was a proper pipe wave. She handled that with class, you know what I mean? Good show. The whole beach is clapping for these girls. It is big. It is 8 to 12 feet.
And here comes some more waves out in the horizon.
That's what you do when you start pipeline.
So I said earlier that the waves have slowed down, and here comes the big
Wow,
ones.
Mr. Walker, is this one going to light up the reef? Because that last set was very exciting. And Kainoa McGee is trying to tell you, ladies, it is on the outside.
Paddle out.
As we're looking here on our screen, though, the two girls are just frothing. They're just waiting for this one in the back. Just kind of waiting for him to start taking a harder paddle. That's, I believe that is Kiala and Moani out the back.
Moana, yep.
Moana, sorry. And you got Bethany sneaking up in the back, and now this is an all-team event. So these girls are competing against the men on a bigger leaderboard.
Right.
And it's not a regular contest where you're scored the rate from 1 to 10, it's 1 to 12. And we got an 11 today by,
Right.
I believe.
That was Balaram Stack.
Oh, that guy is good.
So
if he didn't
my
make that wave, he would have got detonated too. I mean, that was one of the better waves
That
I've
was a big
seen
one.
today. It was a well-deserved 11.
So the point I was trying to make earlier about the kind of my biased point, but it's still
Oh, yes.
nonetheless a good point, is that Hawaii is a small place, relatively speaking, and yet it produces so many accomplished surfers, right? And not only in the shortboard division. Here we go. Here's a rider up.
Moana. Just sliding through one, feeling out her chili surfboard. Tons more time
But also,
left.
you know, longboarding. There's a replay of Moana, just like you said, just getting her feet in the board and feeling it, getting maybe
she won
adjusting
on that
position.
board the last one, so she's probably just trying to get a slide and then back out there.
I mean,
and
we have,
into.
especially with our women, for example, Carissa Moore,
Yes.
multi-world champion and gold
Amazing.
medalist. But then also, women like Honolulu Bloomfield, who's
Yes.
a three-time
Yes.
WSL champion on the
Yeah,
women's
3
side.
times.
And then you have big wave tour surfers, guys like Makuakai Rothman and
Yep.
Billy Kemper and so many others. And then once you get into other
You got
divisions
John
like
won the
body
last
surfing,
Eddie, I believe.
bodyboarding, and there's so many different genres within our sport, and at every one of those genres, there you have different athletes from Hawaii that make their mark. So it's pretty impressive.
And it is interesting, to get our schools and everything aboard. It's hard to get surfing going in Hawaii. I know when I would travel with Quicksilver, I would go down to Huntington Beach at lunchtime. The whole team is out. I said, "What are you guys doing?" "Oh, this is our lunch break." And I said, "Whoa, we got to get back to Hawaii and get on this." But then you need signatures.
Here's Moana paddling into a double up, takes the drop, finds her line, stalls.
Beautiful wave. She just wanted to get under the hood, but nice pocket ride from Moana Wong.
I love how she was working to slow down.
Great
and,
style.
You can see from the drone angle here, slowing down.
Beautiful wave.
Trying to get behind the curtain. She gets a little covered. Not as deep as she was hoping, but nonetheless, good
Nonetheless, you are out there
Right.
with 3 wahine and you are surfing pipeline.
ride. And here we have Bethany Hamilton on a late.
Oh, Bethany over the handlebars. I'm just glad she wore her helmet. She is no stranger to charging. She's trying to backdoor the pipeline and get that thing on the board. These girls want to eat up the men.
It's a replay of Bethany's last one. Just her technique is
incredible. Incredible.
Outside, ladies, outside.
Unfortunately, it goes down on that one. It looked like it had a little warble
Incredible.
to it, maybe a little backwash
There's Hawaiian water.
influencing it.
Water Patrol's Cliff Patella. What's up, brother Cliff?
Have some more waves approaching. See if our ladies get in the right spot for this next set.
Yeah, but you know, like you're saying, like Hawaii being a little biased. I mean, you're gonna come to the island. There's so much athletes and awesomeness here. You're gonna get a little bit of that competitive vibe. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
There's so much that has been happening. And the ocean is going off. 4 girls in the lineup. You're watching the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Here we
First
go.
time
Paddler.
ever.
Kiara Kennelly takes a late drop, takes her line in the barrel.
Wow.
Almost comes
She
out.
was so in that cavern. I thought she was coming out, Isaiah. I know,
Looked like
Kiala.
she had
must
it.
be
She had the
beating
line,
herself
but
up about that
unfortunately,
one.
She had the dive.
That was such a textbook, nice hollow tube.
Poking it from the top, not even making it to the bottom.
See a replay. See what happens here. So she's leaning forward, she's putting a lot of her weight forward,
Oh.
but ends up going over on the toe edge of the board.
Great angle. I almost
Right.
thought she was almost out. So you're watching the WSL Wahine Heat, first time ever. Kiala Kenley putting on a show. Moana Wong as well. Bianca's out there. And Bethany Hamilton.
So again, we're running team events today. So we have a total of 8 teams. We started off with the Peruvian team and then into the Florence team. And in that heat, we saw a couple of the top scores of the day. I guess no surprise
Most
there.
definitely. But we also talked, like, watch how busy the Florence boys are going to be because they surf out here when nobody's out here just to better their game, but they're also just having fun.
And then we had the Volcom, Team Volcom, and the Hui Wax was our 4th team.
Yeah,
to
that was
compete
also
today.
a good show, yes.
The Hui Japan, there were some awesome waves ridden in that heat as well. Then the Quicksilver, I think the Quicksilver, you guys were commentating on that one. There seemed to have a lot of action in that heat.
Yeah, they didn't have massive waves, but what they had is all 4 guys got spit out of tubes, you know, and whether they may have been big or small, they were classy, and they all, as a team, got waves. So I think that might change a couple things up, you know.
Then we had the Snap 4, and that just wrapped up before this last heat on our Wahine from the WSL.
I know in that Dahui Wax team that you're talking about, I know Billy Kemper put up some scores, yeah. And I think Kaileni broke a board in there. Yeah, it was action-packed. I know the Peruvian Tubos team, bright and early this morning at 8:45, they had to round up their team and get out there, and they definitely, you know, opened up the Hui Backdoor Shootout for us.
And the Hui Wax team, Jamie O'Brien was replaced by Balaram Stack, and so I think that was a smoker heat because Billy was getting barreled and Balaram had that 11-point ride.
Oh, we got more waves approaching, as you can just see on our screen. Girls are just sitting. Kiela's knocking some of the water out of her ear. She already knows what's coming in. She's going to make a paddle for it, depending on if she needs to paddle up to it or more into it. But pipeline provided all day. It has tamed itself just a touch. And very exciting. They still got plenty time on the board, I believe. Right? Maybe 20 minutes.
He's winding down with these 55-minute heats, give him plenty of time to be selective.
You know, and that's why you got only pipe specialists over here at the Backdoor Shootout, because, you know, with 55 minutes and you don't want to surf pipe, really? I mean, that's a scary thing, you know what I mean? In 55 minutes, you can get caught out there by yourself, 12-foot perfect wave. All the houses are like, go! And then you let it go because you didn't want it. I'm sure that adds some fear into some people that, you know,
right.
choose
But
not to
I mean,
come.
I think all of our athletes today are on a different level.
Oh,
right?
yes. They're definitely level makers, setting the bar.
All charging.
Mm-hmm. And it's good. Where's Bianca from? That was an awesome wave that she packed up in this heat, too. She's definitely a charger.
I'm not familiar with Bianca.
Yeah, but oh, she got some pull-in style that I just noticed on that last set wave. Yeah, thank you to Salt and Air Studios for the great live broadcasts. Mike Prickett and his crew always taking care of special North Shore events and just, you know, surf events, you know, surf culture, surfing life, you know. And when you think about it, Hui, it's a big part of that. I want to say they protect our Pacific Rim. Hui, Backdoor Shootout.
Well, you see them paddling out.
Yeah.
That means they see something coming out on the horizon.
And it's way out there on the horizon, Isaiah.
Here comes a wave. Let's
this
see
is just the first waves on the inside.
Oh.
Ooh, Keala wanted that thing. But there's also 3 or 4 in the back.
Oh, wow. Here comes a big one.
This is a big one.
Yeah, unfortunately, the women are out of place for that one.
That thing looked way bigger than the drone footage. Sorry. But here we go.
This Moana
Come on, let's let one line up for them. Yep, they're definitely shopping for the right wave. That thing kind of snuck on the reef a little bit wrong, yeah?
Right.
And you know, because this is a team event, you're going to see these girls again.
Right.
You know, and you're going to see all these teams you watch today. You're going to see Peruvian Tubos, Team Florence, Hui Japan, Volcom, Snap 4, Quicksilver, WSL Wahine, and Hui Wax. They're all going to surf throughout the next 4 days, rounds, as a team to get on this leaderboard. And what I was talking with you and Rock earlier, there's also going to be an individual winner. So that's awesome. I mean, you know, only contest of its kind that does it like this.
Yeah. Cool format.
Love the format.
You're saying a little more, you know, team friendly and
oh yeah,
a lot of camaraderie.
But how's that? You get more progression, elevation of running a team event, and they're trying to work as a team. There's a little bit more comfortable. They can be a little bit more comfortable and, you know, less aggressive with each other. They can surf, get their waves, cherry pick, get the scores they need, and then win individually overall. So.
Well, beautiful afternoon.
Yeah, I'm excited for these women. I want this perfect apex pipe waves to come straight to them. Because the ocean, I think of all day, it has toned down for our Wahine just a bit.
Right.
But there still is some large waves.
Well, we're lucky to have some beautiful weather. We had a lot of rain the last couple weeks.
Yeah, were we expecting rain today? Or no?
I don't, not that I know of.
Okay,
Hopefully
this,
not.
I mean, this was a beautiful day. Because that whole holiday was pretty soggy.
Right.
Awesome, but soggy. I didn't surf much. I wanted to.
Well, 9 minutes left in this heat out of the
9 minutes, and what we got out the back there.
And hopefully in this last 9 minutes, our women will have opportunity to get some more barrels. So far, we've had Kiala Kentley, the beginning of the heat, scores a couple good barrels, and
charging.
Bianca got a good barrel. Moana got a couple. And
she got two, and Bethany got two, but one over the handlebars, and she went right back. Ooh, what do you think about this one, Isaiah?
Yeah,
they're definitely looking at it.
They're a little far out. Hopefully, not too far out.
Here we go. That's what sets. Got anybody know all of these?
Ooh. See Moana paddling hard here on the screen.
Oh.
Oh, Bianca takes a look. Don't worry, ladies. There's about 5, 6 more lines out the back. Now there's also a lot of waves coming into Pupukea area.
Right.
Here we go.
Here comes some sets.
Oh.
Here we go, ladies. Let's go.
Well, and they look like good ones too.
Feathering out
we'll see.
The second reef, standing up on the first reef. Hopefully someone's in position.
Kiala.
Oh.
Heads up, Water Patrol.
The girls make it under safely, but there's more in the back. 1, 2, 3. Kiala taking a look. Taking a look. Paddling hard.
My
Bethany!
Oh!
Oh, goes down. Gravity drop with the lip. Hawaii Water Patrol races in. Hope she's okay.
She's up, and the Water Patrol is there. Wow, that was one of the
Heavy.
heaviest wipeouts we've seen all day.
She is one of a kind. She came up quick. Her board is broken. No, she's not.
Here we go.
Moana.
Oh, Moana on a bomb. Bottom
Moana.
turns.
Pipe bomb.
Stalls under the pocket.
Stalls. Beautiful. Oh, she went to crack the section or something. Moana Wong's been waiting. She got 2 under her belt, but this girl wants to get Shaq because the Hui Backdoor Shootout, that's what it's all about. Bethany Hamilton,
wow, here's
blowing
a replay.
minds.
This is Moana Jones on the last one, or Wong.
6 minutes,
Bottom turning.
left, Bethany. 6:43 left in the heat.
Trying to get in the pocket. But, man, that wave that Bethany went on, holy smokes.
Oh, man. That thing would have broke a brother like me, huh? I think Hawaiian Water Patrol would get me up the beach after that one. She came down with the lip, but her paddling capability is next level. Like, she was going.
You know, all day we've been watching the men out there. They've been selective, and I saw a lot of waves like that no one wanted.
Yes.
No one wanted.
Thank you for touching on that. She looked at it. She says, this is a good one. I'm going for it.
The bottom dropped out, and that thing was just
and she knows how to play. I mean, I'm glad she wore a helmet because that lip was racing her to the bottom, and she didn't even pin drop. She said, I'm going to get lickings, and she popped right back out of that thing. You know, I might have still been pressed on the bottom, pulling my... Bethany, hats off to you. 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in this WSL Wahine heat. Yep, you got Bianca Valenti, Bethany Hamilton, Keala Kenley, and Moana Wong in this WSL Wahine heat. They are going up against the men's leaderboard. Let's go, gang. In this next 5 minutes, let's send them some beautiful pipe waves. And my hat's off to them. Mana Wahine. And we're all here remembering the Duke. Thank you for all your education today about that. I can't wait to talk to you more in the next coming days.
Oh, it looks like Bethany might be looking at this one.
I know, who's searching for a wave after a wipeout like that? Like, she's like, you know what I mean? I love this sport. And I just love surfing in general.
Moana going for this one.
Yes.
Pulls
underneath the hood.
Gets deep.
My screen froze, but she just came out. Beautiful. She's going to go for the hit. Oh!
Makes the turn.
With the bonus hit on the inside. She kicks out at Gums right.
Nice.
Great ride. That's what she's been waiting for. Took her fourth go to get what she wanted.
354 left in the heat, Moana. 354 ladies in the water. 350 left in the heat. 350 left in the heat.
All right, 3 minutes, 50 seconds left in this heat.
Yeah.
With the jet ski assist, they can get out quicker.
That's so good, the jet ski assist. You'll also get to see Moana's husband coming up in the stand-up when they do run it. Tehotu Wong. I just met him today. Good brother. And, yeah. More waves at hand.
All right. Here comes
on hand.
More sets out on the horizon. Here they come.
I love it. Keala heard Kainoa's voice, and she just put her arms in. She loves to cliff hang.
Yeah.
Ever since we were kids and she was in the Wahine circuit, she's always put on a show. So the girls are a little bit too far out for this one.
All right, just 2 minutes left.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Keala paddling for this.
Keala calling Moana in.
Turns around.
Team. Woo!
Just drops in and kicks out.
Just missed that little under the hood snap, but Moana Wong puts in a lot of time over here, and she knows exactly what she's looking for. Miss Wahine are doing a great job with what they have on offer. You know, first time ever that the Wahine will be competing against the men. Okay, Keala's paddling hard.
Here we go. Is this Moana? Moana.
Oh.
Stalling for the barrel. Unfortunately, it's not going to cooperate, but nice wave.
Nice wave nonetheless.
Keala Kenley behind the peak.
In the pit. Come up high. Ooh, she just got pinched. Great ride for Keala. What a show she's putting on. Like you were touching on, she was, you know, also born with like what the guys are born. I'm going. You know what I mean? Not that. Oh, Oh, nah, not today. She doesn't have that. She doesn't have that not today attitude. It's today.
Yeah,
And she's going. Keala Kenley, always an entertainer.
Definitely a charger.
15 seconds remaining in the heat. Nah. They're good, let them go. Nothing coming in.
do the final
It's 5, 4, 3,
Quick. Oh, maybe.
1.
Sorry.
And just like that, people.
All right, well, that's it. Pauhana with the contest for today. And aloha, thank you for joining us. And it's a long day, Ezra. We had 8 different teams out surfing. We just finished off with the Wahine in this division. Beautiful surf all day long.
You guys all did amazing. And join us tomorrow, hopefully. We'll see what's in store, huh?
Well, we're going to check out some of the highlights from today. Here we had, I believe this was
Peru Tubos team early this morning. Then
John.
Team Florence, they came out with a bang.
And John scored a 10-point ride.
Unreal.
A lot of good waves. That was Eli's
9.5.
9.5. This is the wave of the day. Balaram Stack, 11 points for that ride.
I love that wave.
Makulkai Rothman on a backdoor trainer. We also have, this is Team Japan.
Yes, they threaded the needle on some difficult barrels today. Team Japan, the Hui.
Oh, this was
Mason.
A Snap 4 heat. Mason Ho is putting on a show. All of his antics.
Wow, that was beautiful. I didn't see that one. I must have missed that one on break.
Then our last heat of the day was Bethany Hamilton and the women's heat. Thank you for joining us. Mahalo to all of our sponsors.
Thank you so much. It's been a great day.
See you guys again as we continue the Backdoor Shootout 2022. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you
Isaiah
very
Walker,
much for having us.
Ezra
Rodriguez.
Ki ai makalai o ke kaha o ia kai ua lana male